and Solid Extra, of course. Fake Supreme Canon is back. I just want him to be on when the real Supreme Canon, if he comes on. For some reason, when the fake Supreme Canon is on, the real one doesn't come on. What the heck is going on? It's like, you know? And no, I'm not implying that it is. Him. It's not. I know it's not him, but it's just kind of like the timing is so bizarro. If you want to look at it in the hindsight of things, you know what I'm saying? We got the I-10 Truckers Association promoting the Mike and the Night Show, and a lot of it is listened to on replay. Thank you for watching and listening, guys. I-10 Truckers Association. Big shout out to them. We also got listeners down in, let me just read here, Vermont. Yeah, Vermont and Connecticut. Lots of listeners down there for Mike and the Knights. The McChronicle is retweeting the stream on Twitter. Thank you so much, McChronicle. Guys, don't forget to check out his channel. He used to be, he's formerly also known as the Crypto and Markets. Remember Evan from Crypto and Markets? Well, that's him. Cy Sharp is saying, what have I missed? Nah, I'm just talking. You haven't missed nothing. You haven't missed anything. Yeah, guys, so don't forget to check out the McChronicle. Hopefully we get the McChronicle. He's in the comments there. Go to his, click on his little thing there. I turned off the Skype comments, so if you're watching this not on Skype, sorry. I turned off the comments on Twitch, and I turned off the comments on a couple of other platforms, because it's just, I don't know, it's just weird comments. So if you guys want to come and comment, come on the real channel here on YouTube and comments. But we are now live streaming on 7 different platforms, SA. All right, let's get to some quick channel news here before we get into tonight's show. Where'd it go here? No. Oh, here it is. Guys, please don't forget, McChronicle, I know you're listening. I know, who else is here that's got a channel? Guys, if you're in fear of your channel getting taken down, go to this one. This is the best, man. I love, you actually love waking up in the morning to upload to this. It's fast, it's clean, it sets up, look, it's got my playlists. It lets me do live streams. It's phenomenal. I love this. It's called BitTubers, guys. So if you don't see me here after the 10th, guys, if you don't mind, I'm going to give you a link to my channel. Here it is. If you don't see me here after on YouTube after the 10th, if my channel gets hacked, just go here and subscribe. And I'm inviting everybody else, 3 Right Guys Gaming Podcast to come on there and start a channel. McChronicle, I'm inviting, what's his name? This is the best one. I've been playing around with these things for the last month now. This is the best one. You gain experience. You unlock more things. I'm allowed to stream now. I can stream 2 live streams at the same time, according to this streaming broadcast. So if I'm not streaming on YouTube next week, then I'll be on here streaming. And I'll be on all the other platforms too, streaming. So, okay, let's get to some channel news. It's right here. Let's get to the channel news here on BitTubers. So, bittubers.com. So, a lot of business closures because of property tax. So, it's not the landlord that's making the money. It's property taxes are just going nuts. We saw that on Trends in the Housing Market. We got Google Smart City discussion here. We got... Where's that one I did, the big one I did that is getting a lot of views everywhere? 71K job losses in Canada. We talked about this many times. And the funny part is, we talked about it. Look how smooth this thing is, guys. Good morning, good evening. Look how smooth. When I was looking at the video I made here, I don't know if you guys remember the video I made. And I went into the video while I was making this video, showing you guys that this, right here, Canadian job growth, dollar surges at what cost? And that was 2 months ago when they made all those fake jobs or public sector jobs. Public sector jobs aren't real jobs because they're government created, right? So this video completely ties into what was happening here with the biggest job loss in the last, basically recorded since the last decade. So Really, really sad to see what's happening in Canada. I do live in Canada, the Commonwealth, and the colonies of British North America. And yeah, so here's the channel on YouTube. You could find all the links up here. Okay, guys? So here it is, guys, right there. You could PayPal me if you'd like. And I have 22 supporters on Patreon. So if you want to donate $1 per month, right here. If you want to buy me coffee, $1 per month, that's $12 a year to support the transmission. And get on BitTubers, guys, because I'm paying for BitTubers. It's not that expensive, but it adds up over a year. I have to do it. I have to continue this legacy regardless, right? So there it is. All the videos are there, and I'm backing up some videos from the main channel slowly so it doesn't get bombarded. So that's enough of that. Let's move on. Let's go with some comments here in the comment section. We got Gary Medeiros. Where the heck is Kevin Thompson? And then Owen says working hard to pay off his condo and he can't afford in Oakville. Rainier Mullen says my property tax rose 4.7% from 2019, and our mayor in Montreal announced a 4.5% hike for 2020. Things are getting pretty unreasonable. Oh yeah. Remember that guy, that video I did on trends in the housing market? The guy's paying $4,500 a month for property tax. I was looking at just outside the Sawgrass Mills Mall in in Miami, Florida. I was looking at stores, like nice stores with palm trees outside and stuff, that you could rent for $2,200 US. And that includes property tax and everything in your $2,200, right by Sawgrass Mills Mall, where the Miami Heat play and the Florida Panthers. People in Canada are getting really, really duped. It's really scary. So we got fake Supreme Canada in the house. Yeah, Kevin Thompson, what a smart guy. Buy high, sell low. Cy Sharp says, love your video about off-grid communities. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. The McChronicle says, will contribute to condo prices getting killed. This property tax increases. So, guys, I don't know if you guys caught the last video I did today about store closures, property tax hikes. I made a comment that actually contradicts itself in a way. We're fighting so hard for prices to come down so that we could buy and jump into a market, right? But then, now, the people that didn't buy are kind of on the sidelines, but the people that do own, okay, hear me out, are being punished with property tax, and then housing insurance going up, and this and that. It was like, woo! Yeah. Steve the plumber in the house. Yeah, the price of food, guys. I got some pretty big tidbits of information here with food. It's not looking good, guys. And remember, guys, the reason why we're talking about food on Mike in the Night, because food is one of the basic necessities to sustain life on Earth. And that's the problem. And when they start tampering with things that keep us alive, they took our housing away. They took our shopping away. And now they took our cars away. Car insurance, the cost of operating and fuel. They took everything away. And then now they're coming for our food. They're coming for everything. All right, guys. Guys, do what the McChronicle did. Please go on right now and share this to another. Share this on MySpace if you have to. I don't care. Share this transmission. Let's get a good number of viewership on here tonight, guys. Come on, get on there. Do it for me, guys. I know Owen does it once in a while. Solid Exter, you could do it too. Lobster Boy, Lord Humongous, share this on your go ahead and retweet this or reshare this or whatever this if you can. All right, guys, let's get into some basic news here from our friends over at Zero Hedge. My man Tyler Durden's got a few things to say here today. See you after jail, guys. At Art World stunned after man eats $120,000 banana duct tape to a wall. Oh my God. So somebody duct taped a banana to the wall and they were charging $120,000 for it. Oh my God. I hope he doesn't go to jail he's going to probably get 30 years for that. If that's in the States, he'll get like all these charges. But if that's in Canada, they'll just give him $10 and say, look, man, just don't do this again. Here's $10. You know what I'm saying? If that was in Canada. Okay. Social media goes wild after Ryan Reynolds pounces on Peltron. What? I don't know. Who's Ryan Reynolds? I don't know who. Okay. The David Einhorn podcast, the Fed is monetizing debt again. Yes. When the Fed buys treasuries, they're increasing their balance sheet. Yes. They're increasing the monetary base and effectively its debt monetization. Yes. Rectangle eyeglasses, no one gives a crap. Luongo, Pelosi's mask just slipped. Her denial in her administration guilt for a moment. Speaker Ratchet lost control as a result. Glimpse into the depths of her evil. Where in the world is Lingo? Indigo. The mysterious disappearance of the billionaire's art dealer. People disappear all the time. We are all George Zimmerman now. George Zimmerman is striking back at people who try to rig the justice system against him. Yeah, well, everybody's being rigged, eh? Everybody! 12 cities that should have an NHL team. Yeah, Florida needs one more. Texas needs another one. Seattle needs one. Oregon needs one. Is Russia overtaking the U.S. in the realm of strategic bombers? Yeah, everything. You know what the thing is? Let them. Let's say let them. You know why? 5 years go by and then they're obsolete. It's like, so what? All right, we got stuff here. We got lots of stuff here. How's the alternative reality working for you? 2 + 2 = 4, and blank did not kill himself. I'm not going to say the E word on here. This guy right here. You say it, your channel gets demonetized or flagged, and then they start purging videos on you. So, you're listening to Mike in the Night. Thanks, everybody, for coming on tonight. All right, let's move on. A little bit of Bloomberg discussion here. Central banks battle trade war teams for attention economy week. I told you guys this, and I've been saying this for months, why I'm not really covering the trade war and the tensions with the trade war. Trump is just playing ring around the rosy with them, and he's not going to have a deal with them, period. He doesn't want to deal with them, and that's just it. He doesn't want to do business with them, period, right? So it's a ring around the rosy. The S&P 500 melt-up is so hot, it's making cheerleaders into skeptics. In the markets, robots in finance could wipe out some of the highest-paying jobs. But they always say that, but when I call some customer service thing and I hear a robot, I'm like, mafangulo, and I hang up the phone. I don't care. Pukaray, and I hang up the phone. Negative yields shrinking, unicorns, and more challenges for 2020. China's imports from the U.S. rise for the first time since August 2018. China, from January to November, trade surplus with U.S. 188 trillion yuan. Japan restrict JIC, seeks 100 billion yen budget, Nikkei says. So here we go. The Japan's GDP is like 250%. Right now, another GDP. Sorry, their cost, their spending ratios. It's at 250%. So for every dollar they make, they're spending $2.50, and now they want to inject more money into their markets, in the Japanese markets right now. It's going to see a little bit of a uptick, but it's going to bring it down even further once the poop hits the fan. Brazil's Marfing opens 850 million share sales and state exits. China clampdown on illegal meat puts $2 billion on trade risk. U.S. business plunged by confusion as new tariffs loom. Yeah, with Japan injecting this 100 billion yen in their markets, it's not going to be a good move for them. I don't recommend they do that, but it is what it is. They're in a zombie zombie. So here it is, guys. A spike in food prices may not cause a recession, but it could spark a humanitarian crisis. So we're in inflationary slash deflationary stagnation as a combination. Like if you're in housing, it's stagnant right now. If you're in the stock markets, you're kind of making, depending on what market you're in. If you're in the economic sector, you're shrinking. So it depends where you're at. And a humanitarian crisis is a lot worse because it actually affects the whole world, right? So, what do we got going on here? We got the comments going on real fast here. We got Harold saying, we're going to a two-world supply chains. Hallelujah. You can't negotiate with the CCP unless you want to give everything away. That's right. Yeah. Even stocks, only a few are doing well. More highs than lows right now, says the Macdonald-Laurier. Metal Gear Mark 3 says, Lord Humongous, I actually found a cheap 5 acres in California desert. So no Colorado for me. Yeah, Metal Gear Mark 3 needs to take it easy. And he's going to find some land. He's going to invite me over. And we're going to drink some nice cold beer and watch the stars in the sky in the California desert. Non-romantic, though, you know. Okay, here it is. A sustained increase in food prices is unlikely to cause a global economic recession, but it could cause humanitarian crisis on a global scale, the investment bank wrote. Oh, hold on, guys. I promised you guys before we got into tonight's show, we're going to call Evan on the ground in Hong Kong to find out what the hell is going on in Hong Kong. He's not messaging me anymore. And he's not, I don't know where he is. He's supposed to be in Hong Kong doing his job, blah, 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 right? I can't find this guy. I can't get a hold of him. He doesn't message me anymore. He used to message me all the time, images of what's happening in Hong Kong. And I don't even know if he's still in Hong Kong. I don't know if he fled. I can't even find him on my Skype. All right, let me see if I could call him here. It's trying to connect him right now in Hong Kong. Man, pick up the phone, dude. He ain't picking up. I'm gonna leave a message to call me back. What we're gonna do is we're gonna like check on him in about another 40 minutes to see if he's available, because we really need to speak to this guy big time, because we all know, we understand that Hong Kong is basically the financial capital of Asia, and it's very well organized too, surprisingly very well organized. And I mean, what are they going to do, move it to Taiwan now, move all the companies, start moving to Taiwan? I mean, in Taipei, I think that's the only way. That's the only way out right now for a lot of big companies. If I was positioned in Hong Kong and I had a Fortune 500 company, I'd be looking at Taipei right now. I would go to Portuguese China, Macau, but it doesn't look good there either. So it's almost all right. So we'll try Evan in a bit and see if he's okay. And hopefully he gets back to us. So we got of the 50 countries most vulnerable for food surges, all but 4 are emerging market economies. In a report, people in these countries spend a large share of their income on food, shelter, and other necessities, the bank said. So let's see. Here we go. So this is the vulnerability. Libya, Tajikistan, Montenegro, Syria, and Algeria. Those countries right now at a high risk. And the population of Algeria and Libya and Syria are huge. That's a lot of people. I'm not talking about 9, 10 people. Taco Bell's higher New Zealand prices described as heartbreaking. Already, a lot of New Zealanders are sleeping in tree houses. I read that story. Abandoned cars put up in hotels, having a really tough time. Younger generations having a really tough time getting anything, making headway. And I feel so bad. And I've been covering New Zealand. I was very happy when they came out with that Kiwi plan, the Kiwi build plan by Phil Tyford, and they were going to build 100,000, middle class homes and stuff. They built 16 homes, and absolutely devastating. So that is actually very expensive. And New Zealanders dining at Taco Bell appear to be paying more than Americans for the same food, and some are not happy about it. Oh, yeah. Of course they're paying more than Americans. Everyone pays more than Americans. American has no idea how lucky they are. Oh, Mike, we pay this much for anything. It's cheaper when you convert the dollar. However, the iconic U.S. fast food chain that opened its first local branch on Tuesday in Auckland, New Lynn says it offers a competitive price point. One affordable food fan has taken the Reddit with the table comparing the prices Taco Bell menu items in U.S. stores. Those prices converted at Toronto's currency at the prices of Auckland Taco Bell outlet. See? So the average is $2.30 per item, New Zealand. Per item. And that adds up real quick. Look, current going rate for lawyers in Merritt. Woo! I don't think that person lives in Merritt, but I could bet you 100 to 1. So Taco Bell. And let's move on here. U.S. inflation firms on rising healthcare and energy costs. Again, we're seeing inflation hit everything, and people's wealth basically getting flushed down the tubes. U.S. consumer prices increased more than expected in October. So the price of things are going up, and food is one of them here in the article. And food is rising. One of the fastest rising sectors. And then you got Arizona Democrats' claim about GOP trade policy and rising grocery prices doesn't add up. So yeah, that's a good question. But you know what the thing is, guys? It's like, okay, you know what this reminds me of? The video I did for you guys back in 2012 or 2014 when the oil crashed? Okay, do you remember in 2010 when oil was like $110 a barrel, $115 a barrel? And they kept saying, well, food needs to go up because the cost of producing and exporting and transporting food is going up because the price of oil. You guys remember that? Yeah, you do, of course. But then the price of oil goes down to $30 a barrel. They still rose the price of food. You see what I'm saying? Instead of dropping the price of food because the price of transporting and producing goes down because the price of oil went down to $30 a barrel, they still rose the price of food and they still rose the price of gas. Woo! Let me just wet my beak here. So this is getting into that whole trade policy thing where grocery prices are still going up 12%. 12% since last year in Arizona. Oh, I love this one. CC. You know what CC stands for? Not cubic centimeters. Stands for climate change. Okay, the climate changes. We're going into winter in a week. Yes, the climate changes. Can they be more specific what they call this? Global warming was better because it actually sounded like something was out of the ordinary. Climate change. So what? The climate changes. And that's how they're massaging the people. Yeah, Donaire says CBC said food prices are going up to $500 per person this year. I got Zilwa from Iceland messaging me here on our Skype chat saying, basically, it's saying here that Prices in Iceland have been stabilized for the last 3 years now, Mike. Even the price of milk went down slightly in Iceland. Okay, so Iceland's not seeing too much of a movement in pricing for them. Yeah, Lobster Boy says, wait till the Canadian dollar crashes, food through the roof. Yeah, LB, Lobster Boy knows what he's talking about. Climate change. So I'm not denying the climate changes. So how do we change that? It's got to be like global warming or Armageddon climate movement or something. It can't be called climate change. It's like saying my car takes gasoline, right? And then arguing that saying that, yeah, it does take gasoline, but I'm not arguing my car uses gasoline fuel with you guys. It does take gasoline, like climate changes. Climate changes. I know that. My car uses gasoline. I know that. But the way they're spinning it is the coolest thing ever. Okay, we got McChronicle in the house. Let me get somebody on real quick that's going to tell us about food. I want to get the McChronicle on if he's not in jail. I think if he's under crypto... I think he's on the crypto markets? No, I don't have him here. Evan, where the hell are you, buddy? Ah, here we go. Market guy. Alright, I just sent him a hi. Hopefully he could contact me here on the show. I could call him right now. I don't know what time it is there. Evan, go to your closet. Get in the closet so you could talk to me. I know it's like 12:27 in Ontario, and you're watching Mike in the Night. And I got a friend watching in Miami, and he's telling me it's like, holy crap, your show's on so late. And oh, it's ringing. All right, we'll get him to call back if he wants to call into the show, the McChronicle. We got Walking Journey in the house, guys. Don't forget to check him out. Walking Journey has been really going out of his way to get some good content out on his channel. He did a video where he was... Journey, is it okay if I show your video? He did a review. Let me get this open real quick. He's doing bathroom reviews. And it's a really good one, actually. This thing really got to me, man. I gotta find him here. So I gotta find him here. I lost 100 subscribers, like channels I subscribe to. I'm down to 89 channels. And I had 150 subscribed channels. There's the McChronicle right here. There's the Walking Journey. Here he is. He did there it is. He did a whole bathroom review here.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Walking Journey.
Did a whole bathroom review at this gas station bathroom. Man, it's really bad, man. Man, this toilet is really, really, really bad, man. He's protecting us, getting this out there. Oh, there's poo on the floor, too.
Community strife. Nah, man. I'm gonna confront these people right now. This is just inhumane.
Then you get this Mexican guy walking in. He goes, yo, amigo, está cochinado.
This is disgusting.
Está cochino, watch.
Disgusting. Con cuidado, amigo. Está bien cochino.
Está bien cochino. Cuidado, hermano. So, yeah, I just wanted to kind of throw this up there. Guys. This is pretty bad. This contributes to climate change, I say. All right. Let's see if we could get, let's get back to seriousness here. Let's ask, Anthony's down in Conroe. I think he's in Dallas, actually.
What, Mike?
Hey, what's up? Are you in a bathroom?
No problem. I'll right back. Mike, can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you perfectly. Are you in a bathroom?
No, I was eating a cookie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry about that. I didn't know you were eating there.
No, it's all good. What's going on, Mike?
No, not much, dude. I just want to talk base with you. We're doing a show tonight on the price of food. I know you're in Conroe, Texas. Is the price of food going up in your neck of the woods?
Not really. It went up a year ago, though.
Yeah, so you're not seeing it in Texas. I noticed that places like in Texas and stuff, you really don't see those you don't have those kind of problems, man.
Well, let me ask you something. How much is a gallon of milk? I have to compare prices with you, so you'd have to give me an idea. How much is it in dollars, in U.S. dollars? How much
In
is
my
a gallon
dollars,
of milk?
like a gallon. I went to the store the other day, was like $8 for a gallon of milk.
You joking?
Yeah, it was the 1 gallon thing, the plastic jug, right?
What I try to do is I try to wait until like right after Thanksgiving to go food shopping, because they have a tendency to raise prices during the holidays. Because people are all like crazy trying to buy everything up for the holidays.
Right. Okay, so how much is a gallon of milk there?
Usually depends what store you go to. I like to go to Aldi's. It's my favorite store, and it tastes better. I get a gallon of milk for like $1.49. The most I've seen is like $1.99. The most.
That's like $2.70 Canadian. I pay like $8. I went the other day, it was $8.95, and the milk is local too.
How much is How much is a dozen of double large eggs over there?
Like $6.
Are you sure about that? I know in California a dozen of eggs is like $6 because they got all these stupid global warming laws, environmental
Yeah,
laws.
global warming is so important.
But guess how much is a dozen of eggs over here? I just bought the eggs.
¿Cuánto?
Well, I know that at Kroger, for a double A, large eggs, do you guys do the letter things? Double A's, medium, large. You do all that?
Yeah, we do. Brown eggs,
Okay.
brown shells.
Okay, I want to make sure we're on the same basis. That's why I asked. Well, I buy the large double eggs, and like at Kroger, they were $1.09. At Aldi's, they're 79 cents for the same box of eggs. 79 cents. I should do a video on food, huh? That's a good idea. I think about it. And then let's see. Now, if you buy them in bulk at Kroger for $5.49, I could get 5 dozens. To me, that's the best bang for your buck.
Oh man, that would cost me literally 35, 40. It cost me around $40.
Are you pulling my leg, Mike?
No, this is $32 for everything. $32. 32 bottles.
Mike, I propose something. Why don't you make a video? I choose eggs, milk, a loaf of bread. You could choose name. I just buy generics. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I could show them the prices on the name brand stuff too, and then we'll compare prices between our videos.
Yeah, we could do that for sure. You know why? I'm telling you, and I'm telling you as a friend. Here, I go grocery shopping. Like a bottle of ketchup, I think was $8. A bottle of mayonnaise was like, the spreadable mayonnaise was like $7.
Well, the answer to high food prices is, in the first place, you got too many people getting it for free. I've always said this. So it's the rules of supply and demand. And I notice, like, me personally, I don't shop for groceries at Walmart. Because I notice, no offense to anyone, but I notice the welfare zombies, they don't care about the food prices. They just go in there because they give them $1,000 on their EBT cards. They just go in there, they throw everything in the shopping cart, and most of the time they just get soda, chips, water bottles. Oh, welfare zombies love water bottle, I've noticed. Eggs, they throw the garbage that nobody eats. And it causes food prices to go up because it's the rule of supply and demand. That's one. Two, you got to have more homegrown food. You got to have, like chicken farms. And last time I saw one of your videos, you were saying that Canada imports everything.
We import a lot of stuff, which is really weird. And now it got to a point where Canada is trying to pass a law for next year to make it illegal for us to know where our food's coming from.
They're trying to do the same thing here.
Yeah.
What are the odds? Yep, they're trying to do the same thing. Oh, and they don't want GMO labeling on the food. They've been fighting that for years.
Okay, let me ask you something, Anthony. Why don't you tell people how big of a land do you have? 60. How many acres do you have there?
3.
So he's got 3 acres. He's on a nice piece of land, nice house, lots of room, lots of thing. How much did you pay for your house when you bought it?
No, I bought the land, $21,000, US dollars, and then I bought the trailer. It's a single wide, 3-bedroom, 2 bathrooms. I don't know where people get. There's only a two bedroom, but it's a 3 bedroom. I mean, I should make a video walking around showing. But anyways, I forget how big it is. I forget the dimensions, but with taxes and all, title, taxes, I got it for 36,000 and included delivery and setup and everything.
Oh, you're lucky.
And
You see, a lot of people, unfortunately, where we are, what you have where we are would cost us millions of dollars.
crap, man. I thought you said trailer home. Oh no, you did a video on it. Who bought a trailer in your family? You did a video one time.
No, it was a guy that bought a trailer somewhere. They welded 2 trailers together, and they ordered it in, and they built it. It came custom with all the utilities, the stove and the fridge, everything came with it, and it came all assembled. And but it cost them like $240,000 for the trailer.
Well, can you do an update video on that?
I will. I'm gonna go back out there sometime soon, so I'll do that.
I remember you told me that it was illegal to own a trailer in Canada.
They're trying to make it illegal in some provinces. Yes.
No coincidence. No coincidence. No coincidence.
Yeah. So.
Incidents.
So price
It's
of
sad,
food.
man.
Do you see it going up? I know price of food's really cheap where you are, but do you see it going up for any reason?
I know that they're using that stupid excuse of the what is it, the avocados. My wife was telling me about it, and now avocados are expensive. They used to be like you could get like 3 for $1. Now they're like 89 cents an avocado, little tiny little avocados, and because of the tariffs, but the tariffs don't even raise it 5 cents. They're just using that as an excuse. Now my wife was telling me because she has family out there, Flor, you were telling me the vegetables are expensive in California, Flor, or something like that. My wife was telling me in California is really expensive.
Yeah, California is very expensive because you have to live shoulder to shoulder with these high-end people, right? These top of the line millennials there, and what do you call it? Environmentalists. You're living next to you gotta.
See, now I would know if grocery prices are expensive. I pay cash. I don't depend off of the government country to believe to a lot of people. I don't. Come on, Rocky, let's go, Papa. Going to the living room. Rocky. So what's up with you, Mike? How much is your grocery bill if you fill up your entire fridge?
Oh man, to fill up my fridge, I'm looking at about $400.
I spent about $400, but it lasted me like a good month and a half. But see, I got a big
$400 a week, dude.
Let me show you my refrigerator.
Yeah, guys, this is Walkie Journey showing his refrigerator in Conroe, Texas.
And me personally, I don't like going to the grocery store that often, so I got this big, and over there, I got a freezer, a deep freezer, and I always get like, I'm trying to think right now. I know I got some T-bone steaks, ribeye steaks for $2.99 a pound recently, but in order to get that price, you have to buy at least $30 worth of groceries. So they got pretty good deals.
Dude, if you're in Sydney, Australia, and you go grocery shopping, a loaf of bread's like $30.
Man, are you joking or?
I'm not making this up. I think it was one guy messaged me and said it was like almost $20 for a good loaf of bread.
And nobody's rioting or angry at the government.
No, because you have environmentalists.
You want
environmentalistas.
Can someone explain to me how does it work? How does that help the environment, getting the health taxed out of you, putting people in the unemployment line? And then while you got countries like India and China, they can do whatever the hell they want. How does that help the environment?
It helps a lot. This is really good. This is very good. Because then when people realize that they get completely bought out of their own markets, $5 off your next purchase, $25 or more. What? That's like a free you got 2 free dozen eggs right there.
Flood, can you show? Flood, do you have the coupon book?
He's got a coupon book on top of that essay.
Flood, where's the coupon book, man? What the kids do with it? My wife doesn't know where it's at, but we got a coupon book.
It's okay. It's
so
okay. All right. All right, Anthony, buddy,
They gave me a total of 5 of these. This is the last one they got left. They gave me 5 of these coupons. I mean, 3 of them. I got another one. I got a 24 case of bottled water that I took with me to Dallas for free.
Wow.
Yeah. Capitalism works. At the end of the day, that's so. I know a lot of people are anti-capitalism. If you don't
No,
like it,
capitalism works if wages stay in line with inflation. Your wages you're fine because your cost of food is inexpensive.
let me show you my coupon book they sent me at Kroger. Well, I suspect they sent me this because I buy a lot of food. Look at this, Mike. $1 off 10-pound. What is that? And then my wife buys a lot of makeup. So you see that 40 cents off. Like a frozen. Hold on, let me see. One purchase of 1 more pound. Oh no, that's the regular. What is it? A 12-ounce frozen bag of corn is like 99 cents.
It's like $6 here, dude.
I'm trying to show you all the coupons I get.
Yeah, that's like $6 here.
Do you have Kroger in Canada?
I don't know where I live. I live in a small town. I got Save On Foods and Buy Low Foods, and that's it.
Well, you need a Kroger. Look at that. Free Kroger large extra eggs. You see that?
Wow.
Is it focusing? Can you see that?
I can see it perfectly.
See that? 70 cents. Now the block of cheese, 16 ounce. They're usually running for like $4.99. On special, they're usually like $2.99.
Yeah, it's like $12 here for a block
Orange
of cheese.
juice, say 45 cents. They're like $1.49. A loaf of bread is on average between 80 cents, $1.25 the most I see. Now, if you buy name brand bread, which I don't see the point of doing that. I mean, you get a loaf of bread for like $2.99, but you're just paying for the brand. That's all you're paying for.
Yeah.
Look, 50 cents. I told you those are 90. See, the frozen vegetables are usually like 99 cents. See, I got a coupon right there because I buy a lot of those. I buy the hot dog buns, but they're usually like $1 or either $1.79. You see the loaf of bread? I'm telling you, they're always sending me coupons.
Like all the groceries you just showed me there on that list is like $40 here to buy all that, one of each. The hot dog buns will be $4 or $5 or $6.
Mike, how difficult will it be for you? It's boring. Just don't show a video with like a grocery full of food and then you show the receipt. Can you actually go into the store and record like?
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. Okay, Anthony, este que me voy a hacer, okay? I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna buy 7 things. Okay, you're gonna buy the same 7 things from the same milligrams or kilograms, like the same sizes, quantities. Okay. So you're gonna match me 1 gallon of milk for 1 gallon of milk, a block of cheese for a block of cheese, a dozen eggs for a dozen eggs, right? And we'll compare quantities, and I'll tell you how much I pay, and then you copy my video, and you match what I bought in my video, and then you go ahead and do a comparison at the end.
All right. I said we do eggs, milk, and then maybe even a gallon of bleach. Everyone buys bleach, and we could compare. You know what I mean? And 10 pounds of ground beef.
I'll do a bottle of ketchup. You know the squeezable ketchup?
I can tell you. Hold on. How much did I get that ketchup for? Like 89 cents, 32 ounce?
Yeah, it's like $7 here for a squeezable bottle of ketchup. $7.
Well, I suggest that you go across the border and do your groceries then.
Yeah, it's still kind of. I'm still 2 hours away. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. Just get like I don't know, buy 3 months worth of groceries.
Anyways.
I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, Anthony, dude, I'm gonna let you go. We'll do this video together. I promise. I'll do a video and you're gonna follow up on it.
That's my beautiful wife over there. She's pregnant too.
Woo!
There she is.
I heard it's your last kid.
What happened?
It's your last kid? You said on your live stream?
I'm done, man. That's it. I'm done. Unless something happens in my life different, that's it. I'm done.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind having more kids. I'm not going to lie to you. I would love to have more children. If it was up to me, I would have as many as I can.
Mm-hmm.
Spread the love, man.
Well, you could afford it, right? So it's okay, right?
What happened?
You could afford it. It's different.
It doesn't matter if I can afford it or not. I love children. I'll find a way. I'll get 2 jobs. All right, Mike.
Okay,
hey,
have a good one. God bless you.
Bless you guys. Don't lose the faith. Jesus loves you. Please check out my YouTube channel. That's all I got to say. Sayonara.
Hasta la vista, carnal.
Hasta luego.
Yeah. So anyways, that's the walking journey there. We got a fake raven in the house. We got a fake Raven. Where's the wrench for the Raven? We don't know. Yeah, that's The Walking Journey, guys. If you like him, go ahead and check out his channel, The Walking Journey from Conroe, Texas. Man, what he showed on that coupon book, that's like 50 bucks if I buy one of each item, and it's going to cost him $8. And then he used the coupons on top and pays $6 for it, I say. You see what's going on here, guys? So we got a fake Raven in the comments, guys. Watch out. We got a fake Raven. I wonder if McCarnable is what's his name there? He said he's falling asleep. I tried calling Evan the market guy. He's not picking up. I'd like to have him back on and get his to find out what his take is on food, on what's happening for food there. So maybe we get Steve the plumber. I know he's in the. I saw him in the comments. So we got Walking Flower Power Journey says, I love my husband, Anthony. I want to get the Raven on, but I know he's jumping on a train. Last time I talked to him, it was a couple hours ago. And I wonder if Evan the market guy, he's by his laptop. Let me see if I can call him. Oh, not tonight. He says, not tonight, Mike. I'm about to check out. And food isn't really my special. You don't have to be specialized in food. You could tell us what's happening. There he goes. Hello?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Oh, it's Real German Instincts. I thought it was the McCarnable calling me back here. The McChronicle.
All right, so how much money can we make importing Texas meat into Canada?
What's that?
So how much money can we make importing American meat from Texas into Canada?
Dude, let me be straight up with you. If we could find out a way to do that and actually profit off it, the government would shut us down.
I could contact local delis, like, I know the Sandwich Nazi in British Columbia, the Lebanese guy. Mm-hmm. He's famous. He's like a local legend in Coquitlam. Okay,
but what I'm telling you as a friend, if we do find a way to bring food over, like let's say logistically, all the paperwork, the government would just shut it down.
Why?
Why? Anything you do good. Like, I was shipping stuff to the U.S. from here, and now I got to pay a $14 convenience fee to mail something to the U.S. that fits through the mail slot that only requires $1.75. Now they want a $15 convenience fee to ship it.
Walking Journey's talking about $3 freaking steaks here, and all I hear is, I don't hear how cheap it is. All I hear is, wait a minute, we can make some money.
Oh, I understand that, but this is a big deal, man. We're anything, like I said, realistically, okay? Realistically, if we could get this done, let's say your plan is foolproof, right? We import food. They'll find a way to shut it down. That's just how it works.
You think? What if we took it, if we made a big fuss about it on social media, be like, look, we're providing cheap meat from Texas, good, wholesome Texas meat, Everyone hears about Texas steaks, Hank Hill, oh, look how big this steak is. They're shutting us down because, blah-de-de-blah. We could create enough fuss and then leave us alone. The age of social media.
Yeah, here it is. Red Pill Gary has it right here. Lots of laws, restrictions on bringing food into Canada unless it's a small amount for personal use. Yeah, that's what they do. And then we got Mike Banks, and Canadians have thought about importing everything from the States, but there's a reason we don't, right? There's too much, there's just too much holding us back here. And it goes like with my little card business where I ship my cards. There's a Pokemon card, right? I should be able to put this in a letter envelope, mail it out to the States, and pay my $1.90 or $2.75 for my stamp. Okay? But here's the deal. Now, because it's not a written letter, I actually have to pay a convenience fee, okay, of like $14, $15 to ship this card across the border now. With a weakening Canadian dollar, you would think that the government will let us export and grow our little small underground economy, which the money gets spent back in Canada.
Well, you're not a corporation, Mike. You're not important. You're a peasant. Calm down with that entrepreneurial spirit. Don't you know you middle-class entrepreneurs are nothing more than tax cheats as far as Justin Trudeau is concerned? You gotta start
I know
paying your
Turtle
fair
said
tax,
that.
Man, get a job, man.
Okay, let me
Fucking
ask you a question. It's an
freeloader.
important question. How much does climate change impact the push in food prices?
What I want to know is how does the trade war with China affect food prices? That would bring it down, if anything. Logically speaking, if there's all of a sudden this food that can't be sold to China, wouldn't that bring down the price, not up it? Like, this is straight propaganda.
It's like when the price of oil went from $110 a barrel in 2014 or 2012 to $40 a barrel, and the price of gas still went up, and the price of food still went up.
Hide the propaganda. It's brainwashed. They're trying to say, "Oh, Trump, food prices increase." Bullshit. If you're not selling to China and exporting that food, that means the price goes down, not up. You've been brainwashed.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy what they're trying to. And you know what's scary? There's people that actually believe this shit. It's frightening.
I think food prices will rally will go up in the U.S. The price of food will go up if the Democrats win the election.
How profitable do you think a beef farm in Alberta would be? Or is there so much red tape that it's like unbelievable?
The only way you can get away with farming in Alberta is if it becomes an independent state or joins the U.S. or leaves Canada.
Because like if you look at that U.S. price on the beef, why is ours? We have plenty of horticultural land. Like this doesn't make sense. We're a country of 30 million people, but we're the same size of U.S. We got Saskatchewan, Alberta. Perfect prime for raising cattle, raising horticultural growing. Why are we paying out the teeth? And then we subsidize it too, the milking. I myself always buy milk when I buy my milk from the grocery store. And it is cheaper in Ontario, by the way, but I don't buy the baked milk because, I'm weird. Like I like my stuff in the carton or a jug, but they don't have that here, so I have to buy in a carton. But we subsidize our milking industry, even though I only buy the milk with the Blue Cross. Regardless, it's crazy how much we're overpaying for everything.
Owen has a good point here. Owen says if Canada is not exporting food to China, food prices go up because they're not making as much as they used to if they were still importing to China. They got to make up the difference somewhere.
But they have a surplus of products. That still doesn't solve their surplus product issue, and not to mention that food doesn't last good forever.
Right. The problem is the people here can't afford to buy most of it anyway.
Well, isn't that globalism in a nutshell? Goes to the highest bidder, and labor goes to the lowest common denominator.
Yeah.
Anything we produce goes to the highest bidder. As far as wages are concerned, it's a race to the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, the rich get richer, and the poor get freaking thrown under the bus. That's what it is.
Well, when you see things like this on the news, why a banana duct taped to a wall sold for $120,000?
Oh, dude, I'm so sick of that modern art crap.
That's art?
It's not even funny anymore.
This is art?
Well, I'm assuming.
No wonder you can't get into the U.S. with an art degree. Canadians with art degrees can't get into the U.S.
Dude, listen. All this art stuff, you know what it is?
It's a bunch of garbage.
It's a bunch of money laundering.
Yep.
Real talk. You want to deep dive into it? All it is just money laundering schemes.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is.
It's a bunch of garbage.
Why else? Dude, they had someone took a dump on a floor, and they called that a piece of modern art.
That's nice, I know. All right, so food sold at restaurants. Do you think the restaurants... We already saw the food price spike in New Zealand where it's causing the Taco Bells there to charge more than what the U.S. charges.
Say again, the Taco Bells...
are charging more now in New Zealand, and they're higher than buying it in the U.S. Because of food spiking in New Zealand.
Why is food spiking in New Zealand? They have a lot of farmland, and they're a small country, a very small one.
You know what, dude? It's like you said, it's a globalist thing. Also, food hiking in, healthcare costs in the States are going up, and healthcare, and then you have.
Why is healthcare going up when it's considered almost independent, or at least pretty predominantly independent?
Inflation, buddy. Inflation, weakening dollar.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, a freaking Walking Journey still gets a T-bone steak for $3. I'm jealous.
Oh, yeah. And it's
I am so
probably
jealous.
grain-fed. It's probably real good cattle in the area there.
Yeah, I know. That's just it, too. It's texting me. It's like freaking work. It's depressing.
It is depressing. It is depressing. All right. Dude, I'm going to let you go because I'm going to continue with the show.
All right. I will have a fun night, and I'll be in the comment section, Mike.
Yes, God bless you, okay?
God bless. Have a good one,
Goodbye.
buddy.
That is the Real German Instincts, two-time world champ, again on the show. And we got... All right, Solid Extra says, LOL, modern artists is like rappers. For every 100,000 that want to be famous, only one in the 100K artists get known. Okay. Longhorn and Red Angus is the best cow meat. Yeah, man. Lord Humongous says, I bought 2 London broils for under $6. Yeah, man. I buy that kind of meat here in Canada. You're looking at big money. Big money, man. The average Canadian family will pay an extra $487,000 on feeding themselves next year, according to the annual food price report that highlights climate change as a major culprit. Why is Canada so brainwashed behind this climate change? We know that climate changes. It's like back to what I said earlier. It's like my car runs on gas. I use gasoline to fuel my car. Yeah, I'm not going to deny that. It's true. Climate changes, but they're massaging the people. Massage. BC meat eaters, vegetarians to share food price pain next year. Meat eateries will have it the worst, but vegetarians will share their pain, and British Columbia will pay more for food in the coming year again. Wow. So here it is. Meat, 4 to 6% increase. Veggies, 2 to 4%. Seafood, 2 to 4%. Dine out, 2 to 4%. Fruits, 1 to 3.5%. Dairy, 1 to 3%. Bakery, 0 to 2%. Other, 0 to 2%. Now, here's the problem with this. People in the States, like Walking Journey, saying, oh, Mike, 2% or 4% hike on my meat in Texas. That's just going to be an extra $3. It'll be an extra 12 cents. I could pay the 12 cents. No, because the meat's already like $18 for a good steak, and you add 4% on that, it's already more money. Yeah, maybe we need to start raising cows in our backyards. I'm not kidding you guys. If you got a good deep freezing system in your house, like you got a couple of good deep freezers, you could live off a cow for a whole season if it's properly cut. 1 cow, 1 pig. You could live off that. 24 chickens, freeze them, clean them, clean them. Good grain-fed chickens, 24, 36 chickens. You could 36 frozen chickens, so you can make soup and fried chicken and this and that. 1 cow, 1 pig, maybe 2 pigs. 2 pigs, 1 cow. You can live a whole year off that meat. If you properly salt some of it. You probably make some of it into jerky. You make some of it, you freeze most of it, right? With the proper cuts. It's getting too expensive, man. It's getting way too expensive, guys, to eat. Booming PEI economy could push up food prices more than average. Okay, Prince Edward Island economy, let's get this straight here so we don't have any problems. Prince Edward Island in eastern Canada, a little island, the capital is Charlottetown, they're not booming. Their housing market's going nuts because of foreign investing in Prince Edward Island right now. 1 in 3 homes are empty in Prince Edward Island owned by foreign investing. They're not booming. They're nowhere near booming. The people are going to food banks to eat, okay? And people that have been working all their lives, paying their bills, making their way in life, got bought out. Now, they're booming. And now, guess what? The price of meat's going to go up. Right there. See? Food prices expected to increase in 2020. Yep, 10th annual edition report forecast 2 to 4%. The average Canadian family will have an increase of over. So the average Canadian family spends $12,667 on food. Really? I guess the average Canadian family, they report as one person in the family? Yeah, the average Canadian family is a single person. It's actually not a family like I have, like with 3-4 kids. Because the average family, realistically, should be a husband, wife, and 2 kids, right? That should be, realistically, the average Canadian family. But Okay, $12,000 to eat. But I spend more than that in a month. Yeah, 400, let's say 300 to 400 a week. 6 to 1,600 a month for food. I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's correct, guys. In the comments, let me know. Do you guys spend around $12,667 for food? What are you buying then for that much? Like, you're not buying... Are you just buying mac and cheese and like Doritos when they're on sale and cheesy poofs? I'm not sure what you're buying for that much money. You buy eggs. You're at $200-300 once you check out every time, and that's in a week. Walking Journey says we have 99-cent grocery stores, but but it's very low quality food. And you want to hear the funny part of it is, we're probably up in Canada, we're eating that 99-cent food, and we're paying premium for it up here. That's the scary part. So we had Walking Journey on the show, and he was, telling us the prices down there is making a lot of people mad in the comment section. What he pays for a T-bone steak down there, it's just phenomenal what they pay in Texas for food. Here it is, guys. Prawn prices go bananas for Christmas. Everything's going up in price. Famed Korean chain Goodbin opens its first store in Australia, offering its signature oven-roasted chicken, UFO fondue, and K-Razy cocktails. Yeah! Good, at least something's opening up somewhere. Photo shows insane price of pre-packaged grocery item at Kohl's. Okay, let's see here. Australian grown. How much is this thing per kilo? $175 per kilo. Oh my god. Oh my god. I wonder if, like, you could buy half a key of... I'm not going to say that here. I'm going to get my channel flagged. Oh my god, $175 per key. What? $28 per kilo. Wow, people don't know what they're buying in their foods. They don't know what they're actually paying for their foods. It's scary. Holy crap, that's scary, man. Picking up some pre-packed groceries may be tempting if you're in a hurry, but one man's Facebook post has shown why it pays to look at the small print. Wow. Man, I'm going to get into this business. This is the best business to be in. Why are people breaking laws? You know, importing and exporting drugs and having, like, drug mules. Man, you could have chili mules bringing chilies over to Australia. $175 per key? Man, you get 20, 30 bricks of chilies, send it over there, man, and you're set, man. 40 bricks of chilies imported into Australia? You're going to have to import it illegally because they'll arrest you if you try to import groceries to help people offset their grocery bills, right? All right. See how food prices compare to 30 years ago, and you might be surprised. Supermarket comparison. This is in British pounds. Yeah, back bacon. I know bacon is so expensive in England. It's $10. So in 1988, it was 4 pounds. Now it's equivalent to 10 pounds. And actual cost in June is 7 pounds. So it's just showing you the breakdown of the price of food. Man, it's tough, man. It's got to be tough for young families out there. And food prices are stabilizing. Where the hell is this? The latest CAG Prestige Food Services Price Index reported prices have been dropping, other than a small rise over the summer due to poor condition of seasonable fruit and vegetables. However, there is a caveat, that uncertainty of Brexit out in the UK. And, well, this guy's got some cream. How millions of French shoppers rejecting the cut price capitalism. When he learned of the plight of French dairy farmers, Nicolas Canbenet started a consumer revolution. The biggest selling food brand in French commercial history began a life 4 years ago with a simple sum. Nicolas Chanabi was trying without much success to persuade supermarkets to sell less than perfect fruit and vegetables. Someone said, "Would I please have a look at the milk?" Canby said. So I did. It was an absolute disaster. Dairy farmers were desperate, losing their money on every liter. Prices were being driven down mercilessly by the big retail groups. So this is huge. The average French consumer buys 50 liters of milk per year, he said. That meant if consumers spent just £4 more on their milk per year, the producer might actually survive. I was convinced that people would be prepared to do that. Consumers have bought 123 million liters of milk labeled C'est qui Patron, who's the boss? Patron, who's the boss since its launch in November 2016, making it the fourth biggest milk brand in France, outsold only by the most cut-price supermarket-owned brands. So people are willing to pay more if they know it's supporting their local establishments, right? Fork out pork, Germany's Schnitzel alert echoes around Europe. Sharp rise in wholesale pork prices prompts warnings over the cost of bratwurst, chorizo, and other seasonal. Well, get chorizo in Portugal, and it's good. This is in Germany. There's no writing in German. Anyways, it's probably Vancouver. EU comes to olive producers. Rescue Spaniards call for more. So olive oil producers are looking like they're getting something in their favor for once. The exceptional private storage aid proposed by European Commission won't be enough to fix the messed olive oil market, according to Spanish producers who have called for new measures to save their iconic Mediterranean fat. I just get oil from all my olive oils from Greece. I buy some Spartan oil, and I get fry it with this really good Spartan oil. Smells good when it fries, too. The chicks love it. Anyways, who else we got here in the thing? Who else? Oh yeah, I want to get Supreme, but I want to get what's his name? Lord Humongous on. You know why? It's because Lord Humongous is very important. Oh yeah, guys, Lord Humongous has a Patreon page if you guys want to support him. Here he is here. I will become a Patreon. I will support him. I will go on this later, and I will join his... Lord Humongous is raising money to build a house. So I will be... I'm on Patreon, too, so if you guys want to support me, I will definitely start donating maybe $5 or $10 a month to Lord Humongous for his cause. And he's on a lot of serious health issues he's dealing with, too, so... Guys, get on the link there. Lord Humongous just left us there. Get onto it. Do I accept crypto? Yeah, you could pay me in crypto, guys, if you want. On Subscribestar. I'm also on Subscribestar if you guys are bored and want to check it out. Everything's on there. Look. If you go to Subscribestar, you could donate crypto to that. Right here. I have 4 subscribers. So for 4 people. $1. It's $1 a month for Subscribestar. So here you go. There's a Subscribestar. Lord Humongous, get a Subscribestar. So Lord Humongous promised me he'll make videos of his progress, and we'll put it up on the channel here. So if you guys want to, I'll donate to him. No problem. I have no problem donating to Lord Humongous for his project here. Oh, let's get him on the phone. He's saying that the fake Peter... So we got a fake Supreme Canon on the show here in the comments.
Hello?
Yo, what's up, dog?
Hey, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good. What are you up to?
No, I'm just watching the show. Yeah, no, I do need some kind of support from whoever can help. You know what I mean? Because I can't... I got some small cost. I'm trying to do this as cheaply as possible, but I also want to show people how the process is done on building their own structure too.
Yeah, which is really good. Tell us the structure you're trying to build.
Well, it's going to be like a rammed earth. It's pretty basic building. It's pretty easy. You can basically use the earth right around most properties anywhere. The soil's usually the right mix. So you basically make a couple forms, and the earth is pounded down. There's a lot of buildings being made now, even commercially, by this process. A lot in Australia are building like that too.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I heard about that. We talked about that off-grid living in the show.
It's not just off-grid living, though, bro. It's like,
no, I understand that, but we did bring it up on the show.
Yeah. But the beauty of it is the cost on it can be almost virtually nil.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's mainly the labor. It's labor intensive, and I'm going to be trying to do this, with my medical condition and everything. So,
yeah. Someone's saying in the comments saying rammed earth is mold proof.
Yeah, it is. It's bug proof, fireproof, mold proof. What else? Yeah, it's everything proof, bro. It's basically concrete. It turns into solid sandstone, if you know what sandstone is, or like flagstone. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's how rocks are created naturally in the environment anyways. It just speeds up the process to where you can make walls in less than 24 hours.
That's amazing, dude. All right, so food prices. Food prices in your area, are they still do you see them going up, or are they stabilized? And by the way, he's in Denver, you're south of Colorado, right?
I'm in Colorado. I'm in Denver.
Okay.
It's basically gone up though. I mean, the meat prices they shot up this summer when they had that big was it the flooding or whatever? It killed a bunch of cows too. So they had a big cow wipeout, plus the crops when they were having the crop failures from all the rains.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, meat shot up, and it's gradually come back down. So
nice hair, buddy.
Like that, I'm growing it out, bro. Check that out.
It looks cute. You look cute, dude.
Thanks, bro. I'm not on video, am I?
No, I don't have you on. Do you want people to see you?
I don't care.
All right, who there wants to see Lord Humongous?
Ugh.
There he is, guys.
I'm gonna go out and do my thing out here in the patio. I got my roommates out here. They're watching movies.
Oh, and you're disturbing them by being on the phone.
Yeah, they're watching a movie out here. You guys get a lighter? You guys want to be on YouTube Live? They're really good people. I like them a lot.
Good.
So I'm going out here in the backyard right now.
Well, the weather looks good.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but it's starting to cool down. We might be getting another snowstorm in here pretty soon.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, it doesn't look like it's like in Ontario where it's like minus 50.
No, it's definitely not. It's like 40 degrees right now.
Oh, okay. Kind of like here. Here it's nice and mild where I am. I like outside I could go out like this, no problem.
Yeah, the wind's kicking up and stuff, but it's pretty cool. They got some projects around here that we're trying to get going on too. But yeah, dude, that sustainable building, bro, that's going to be the future. They're going to do away with the whole mortgage. A lot of land's going to get opened back up, and people are going to find that this is the way to go because it's really environmentally safe. So they're all complaining about the carbon and global warming bullshit.
Well, but if this creates housing for the poor, and not just for the poor, but good, sustainable, strong, proper housing, they're just going to shut that down quick in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
You know what happens when you start collecting solar in some states? When you collect solar power in some states, you could go to jail.
Yeah, it's all intertwined, bro. It's all part of the banking system. It's all connected. Everything's connected,
So, okay, now tell us straight up. Where do you see...
Say hi to Styles.
Is that your dog?
Yeah, he's my roommate's dog.
Oh, is that Rufus?
His name's Styles from the 80s.
Oh, Styles. Okay.
And then we got another pit, and that one's a Scooby Doo.
Oh, Scooby Doo.
It's brown like Scooby Doo.
Okay, so sustainable, good housing, like you talked about, and where you are, food isn't as expensive as it is in Canada, is it? No way.
You guys pay like a fraction more, it seems like, but I guess that's based on the Canadian. The Canadian dollar is not as strong as the so-called U.S. dollar, correct?
Right, but the thing is, Walking Journey's paying cents on the dollar for stuff. What we pay up here for, like $7 for a bottle of ketchup, he's paying 60 cents.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. I've seen the food inflation really in a lot of the fast foods, like Taco Bell's and stuff like that. But that's been like gradually over the last 7 years.
Right, but Taco Bell's, I noticed, we noticed that if they're going up in price because the cost of vegetables are going up too, right?
Yeah, because they had the wipeout this last spring. I mean, that really affected the whole Midwest growing season, big time.
It did. It definitely did.
Yeah, there was a lot of slow crops, and they barely got up to production level.
It kind of reminds me of the old Dust Bowl, the old Dust Bowl.
Exactly. That was here in Denver. That was here in the whole Midwest, like from the Rockies on out back in the day. Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, Denver has our Colorado grows a lot of stuff though. Mm-hmm. They utilize the high desert very well here. I think so. But what do I know? I don't know nothing.
So we got Elizabeth in the comments. Dude, you should meet up with Elizabeth. She's
Why?
Portuguese.
I need a nice Portuguese potato.
Yeah, she's Portuguese, and she's lives in Toronto. I think she'd like it better in Colorado, actually, because I used to live in Toronto, and I've been to Colorado twice.
Right.
I've been to their airport too.
Where, DIA?
The new one they built with all the extra like streets that go nowhere.
And the aliens underneath.
Yeah, but why do they build? Okay, if you look at the airport, okay, why do they have these extra streets and they just go nowhere?
That's top secret information.
Okay, because I noticed I was driving on the street and I'm like, I was with my friend Tony and we're driving down the street and we're like, this is going nowhere. There's no signs. We try to find it on GPS. It's like it doesn't exist. The street. There's no houses. There's nothing.
Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff all around.
It just goes nowhere.
Let's just say it's national defense, bro. It's national defense, a lot of it.
Yeah, it probably is. Continuity of government stuff.
We can't tell the world our secrets. I mean, it's a strategic play. Mm-hmm. When we've been the military that has basically been the police of the entire world, which I don't agree with. I think we should pull all our troops back home, but that's the way it's been set up. So, there's certain things that people can know and other things that people can't. And I know that there's an evil side to the whole dark state, but it's also part of our defense.
Right.
Right. I don't agree with their methods on that side, no, at all. But I think everybody, like I said before, I think everybody needs to just be their own independent country again. We need to get off this whole global system because it's failing.
Well, it's shooting up the price of food. It's making the cost of housing expensive. It's making everything just unobtainable for the average citizen.
Housing doesn't have to be expensive.
No, of course not. The problem is if you could revolutionize, you're going to build this house, you're going to do this, you're going to show everyone, we'll make a YouTube video series on it, the whole 9 yards, not a problem. But if we could revolutionize something and change the minds of people, but then they're just going to shut it down, just like the whole solar power thing.
Yeah, but people are already doing that, and where they get them at is on the codes that they set up originally for housing in America. It's like the whole grid system, how it was built back then. There were certain codes because of a lot of bad financial dealings. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they did that back then. But the system itself actually used that against the people. It's like another economic weapon, basically. Everything, including our Federal Reserve note. Everybody knows. It's not no secret. It's a piece of paper. The only thing that holds that thing up is confidence and faith. But they weaponize it, and China has weaponized that dollar against us as well.
Right.
But it all stems from the economic system, bro, and everybody knows it. It's not no secret anymore. Mm-hmm. The only real money out there is gold and silver coin. It always has been. It's in the Constitution. Everything else is a fucking illusion. Excuse my French. I didn't mean to cuss.
No, French is good. Your French is good. It'll get by in Canada here.
Mm-hmm.
So we got someone asking if I'm turning my channel into Dateline channel. No. Oh, dating. Yeah. Elizabeth's Portuguese. She'll take care of you, man. YouTube employee that hates Walking Journey says, "I'm homeless. Please, someone help. I can't afford housing."
Right. Well, Walking Journey, I think he's got some things right, but he's got other things wrong too. The way he's looking at it.
Yeah. Well, that's why we're here, talking.
Right. Yeah.
That's the whole point of us being here.
Yeah, we want solutions, not any more problems.
Right.
So, but the Raven's a smart dude, man.
Of course, the Raven's a smart dude.
But people really need to listen to that guy because he's got, he knows a lot of stuff, and you can tell he knows a lot of the history that I know too, and I can put it all together in my head.
Here's the thing: I put it all together in a global scale historically because I'm Portuguese. We have a different history than you guys.
Right.
So we have a different history. We're taught we were in Asia 300 years longer than any other European nation. They don't tell you guys that. They don't tell you guys that the Portuguese mapped Australia. They say the Dutch did, but the Dutch were there 300 years after the Portuguese. What's going on? There's a lot of history that we have that when you take the English East Indian trading companies and the Dutch and all that stuff together with the Portuguese, and you start seeing with the Hispanic history with the Spain and stuff, then you start building a pattern around the world and seeing how things really functioned with their exports and importing. I see it in that sense of the world.
You do know the Dutch military, they just reclaimed a lot of their gold, and they're actually building a military installation around it to protect that.
Sure.
Because when this whole charade comes down, I mean, that's going to be the only money to rebuild with, basically, because gold and silver, their intrinsic value is the reason why the bankers really want you to hate it, but on the same time, they're the ones that are collecting this stuff by the tons, because they know he who holds the gold at the end is going to make the rules. So if they want to make up a new system or a new currency or whatever, it's going to have to be based on gold, because gold is the ultimate anchor to any sound money system. And these guys that have been playing this paper charade game for too long, it's all going to come to an end pretty soon.
Here it is. Emma Murdy saying, if you guys were millennials, what would you do right now? Newly married and getting sick of waiting to buy a house. Market to chill out.
Buy a piece of land, a small piece, and build your own.
Canada won't work, buddy. To build a house in Canada is like $600,000.
Why?
Because it's Canada. To build the exact same house in Buffalo, New York, $60,000.
Yeah, I know, but you guys don't have any kind of open land for your citizens to buy?
We do, but the problem is it's very expensive. Where she lives, she doesn't live in Beverly Hills, but it's very expensive. So Canada's just overpriced. The same piece of land in Conroe, Texas will probably be like $6,000, and here will be like $45,000.
Well, China's going to own Canada far before they ever touched, foot on the American soil.
Yeah. Yeah. And then that's when you start to see them closing the American-Canadian border off, when that starts happening.
Yeah, but they've already tried to infiltrate the West Coast. That's why you see all this drive up in prices. They did it not only commercially through commercial real estate, but also residential. And a lot of these big hedge funds were all in on it too, making money. They don't care.
With all these phony stock buybacks and spoofing of the markets.
Nobody cares, Mike. That's the problem. And your government doesn't love you.
Well, my thing to Emma Murty, my advice to her is honestly move to Conroe, Texas. That's it. Because you're educated. I think your spouse or your husband is educated. I honestly think that you could do well in Texas.
You'll be better off.
2 years working, you buy into a house, you could set up, you could, have your land, you could have a gun collection, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But this has been going on for 35 years, man. They sold this whole globalism thing on the American people at first.
Right.
When they started outsourcing all the jobs, this was back when I started working and stuff. They outsourced all the jobs to China because it was cheaper labor. They wanted to get away with the slave wage. They still have a slave wage in China. China, China treats their people horribly. I feel bad for the Chinese people.
Me too. I hate the communists, man. And people having to, with this whole social credit score, I hate communism so bad. And the millennials nowadays don't understand that back in the 50s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, if you were dealing with communists back in the day, they'll have you in a dark room with a bright light shining on your face, and they'll be asking you all these questions. Why are you dealing with communists? Do you support the Communist Party?
They were pulling them out in the back under Mao Zedong, and they were shooting them in the back of the head.
Yeah.
So what did I tell you?
And then the problem is they're embracing it like it's a good thing. I hate communism.
Well, the whole North American education system is basically a lot of Soviet propaganda from back in the day. Somehow the communists from the Soviet Union were able to infiltrate our education systems.
So we got PMO in the comment section saying Mike doxed that he's got my address. So someone's posting my address here in Merritt on someone's posting my address here in Merritt as their YouTube username. So they just posted my address. Guys, if you want to find me, you could go to 1925 Quilchina Avenue. I'm on the main street in Merritt with the Merritt Toys and Games. If you guys want to come and see me, it's not hard to find me in a small town. Lord Humongous, you could go to the local gas station here and say, "Where's Mike Martins?" They'll tell you where I am. So
I Skyped you who was trolling you. I don't know if you saw that on the Skype message.
Yeah, I saw. I know. You know who it is. It's PMO. Yeah. He's I
don't know, but he's been going along, following me around a lot of the channels that I go to. So
yeah, just don't worry about it, dude. Just ignore it. It's not. It's. I don't know what it is. I don't even know. I don't care. I'm not a doctor, so I can't decipher. What are you smoking there?
Oh, just a cigarette, bro.
Oh.
I do that. I do that to keep my sanity. Basically, I'm trying to quit, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's my one. That's my one vice. That and coffee. I like coffee a lot.
Coffee's good. I've been drinking Nescafe lately, and it's been really good.
Yeah, I said you should keep buying it from the store, man, and make your own. You get so much more quantity, instead of buying.
It tastes good.
Yeah, of course it does. But how much does a Tim Hortons cost you every time you pull up?
$2, and then I get the same coffee, the same amount of coffee to make is a teaspoon.
Yeah, you can buy a bag, even if it's I don't know how much they charge.
No, it's a big tin, and it's like 145 cups.
Oh, okay, cool.
So it's like $15. So $20 for a high end one.
Yeah, so then you're getting a lot more coffee for bang for your so-called dollar at that point.
Mm-hmm. Well, I lost a few Patreon supporters, so now I got to go to instant coffee now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I need some Patreon supporters to actually get this project off the ground and rolling. Like I told you before.
Yeah, I know. You're a man of your word, and you're going to do it.
I haven't had an income, dude, since last September when I lost my job.
Mm-hmm.
It's been rough,
I hear you, man. I feel it, man. I could feel it from you right now. I feel it right now, looking into your eyes. I feel it, man.
But I'm making changes, bro. I mean, just because I'm down, I've been up and I've been down a lot of times in my life, but I've always gotten back up at some point.
Eye on the prize, remember?
That's it, brother.
Eye on the prize, man. No one can take that away from you. One thing they can't take away are your dreams, right?
That's right. Not yet. They're trying through AI, artificial intelligence. They want to read your mind. Yeah, they got it.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about digits and computers and.
That's
screens.
all it's all about now. And we're not hardwired. Humans aren't hardwired to that crap.
Exactly. That's the illusion. They want you to buy into it. Don't buy it.
Oh no. When I'm done the show tonight, I'm gonna go up and read Treasure Island, man.
Oh, that's a good book.
Yep.
That's a real book. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I would tell your viewers that they should really study history because history unfolds a lot of the hidden knowledge that's been hidden from the public. And when you start putting it together, it paints you a map basically of what's going on and what's coming down the pike.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it. So. All right, my brother. Well,
all right, you have a good night. Get some good sleep. And I'm going to hit you up. Just remind me tomorrow on Skype. Can you send me a Skype message with your Patreon link?
Yeah, I'll do that.
I'll hit you up tomorrow on Patreon, okay?
All right, man.
Thanks, brother. You take care.
You too. Bye.
Bye. That is Lord Humongous. Guys, I will be hitting him up on Patreon tomorrow, guys. Don't forget to hit up Lord Humongous, and he will be definitely building that Earth home thingy. He's been talking about it forever, and I believe and I trust in his ways. So, Taco Bell hiring New Zealand. Price of food. Let's go over. Oh yeah, guys, don't forget to hit me on Subscribestar. I have 4 subscribers on Subscribestar. You could donate with crypto on that one. Okay, so Taco Bell going up in price. U.S. inflation firms on rising healthcare and energy costs. So in the U.S., they're getting hit more with that. U.S. consumer prices increase as more than expected in October. This is in Canada. Climate change pushes food prices higher. It's like saying Mike puts gas in his car and it's making prices higher. What do I mean by that? Well, I'm not going to argue with you guys that my car runs on gasoline fuel. My car runs on gasoline fuel. It's the same thing like saying climate change. Climate changes. I'm not going to argue that. But what are they massaging us into? That's the main question. Where's the real scientific proof? They don't have any. Anyone that comes up with anything gets dismissed or kicked off or loses their job, as say. But no, so climate change. Mike puts gas in his car. Price of food needs to go up. Same thing. No difference. There's no difference. BC meat eaters and vegetarians to share food price pain next year. They're already warning people, massaging people into the food prices. Booming PEI economy could push up food prices more than average. Well, the PEI economy is not booming. It's the housing market that's booming, and it's foreign investing that's driving it up. Food prices is expected to increase in 2020. Prawns going up in price. And this is some Korean restaurant opening up in Australia. And people paying $175 per key for chilies. Man, I'd start a chili farm tomorrow in Guerrero, Mexico, and start exporting illegal underground chili market into Australia. $175 per key? I'm not kidding you. You could fit like 70, 80 bricks in your lots of all your luggage, 4 bags or something. You just bring that stuff in, man. Listen to me, I say. You bring that stuff in, man. Who cares about selling drugs? There's no money in drugs in here. The money is right here in chilies. The chili cartel. Yeah, man. I got an idea. We'll open a restaurant and call it Chili's. I think we should do that. And see how food prices compared to 30 years ago. That's in the UK. Lord Humongous link. I'm going to leave a link here for Lord Humongous if you guys want to support his thing. $1. I think he's got a tier for $1 a month. I hope he does. And 1 for $5 and 1 for $10. Lord, set up your tiers like I got here. I'm not sure. I can't see your channel. But mine's open and some of my videos are set to only... So I got 22 Patreon supporters. I'm hoping to get to 25 by Christmas. And this doesn't even cover my internet bill, too. It's so sad. Food prices. Okay, let's get Supreme Cannon. Let's get Miami Chili Cartel. Yeah, let's get Supreme Cannon on. All these fake accounts being created here. We don't know what the heck is going on. It's disgusting what's happening here with all these fake accounts. People using my address as their username. Absolutely disgusting desperation. Oh, Supreme Cannon. This better be him. Oh, it is him. Supreme.
Hola, amigo.
¿Cómo estás? Listen, dude, there's someone going around using your name, man.
I see that.
And your image, too. Your image is the same and everything. But I caught it because I didn't see the wrench. And someone created a Raven account, too, and I didn't see the wrench.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I just about missed it, too. Yeah, I'm glad the other blue wrenches are on the case there, yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. No, but I'm really, really disappointed that someone has the time to do something like this. Why?
Well, I'm pretty impressed with them. You know, they if they've got that kind of time, the way things are today, it's like, man, they should call in and give us their secrets, eh?
Yeah, like, I mean, wow. Mike channel being targeted by troll because he speaks the truth. And then Red Pill Gary says, Hail Supreme. Then we got Gary. Jordan Retro saying, we live in strange times.
Oh, yes, sir. We surely do.
Yeah.
I
All
mean,
right,
times have
so
always been
food
weird,
prices
guys.
going up. I mean, it's nothing new, but shouldn't it be going down because we're not increasing supply back to China and we're going to have an oversupply of food? Shouldn't it be going down because people are already strapped and their house broke or paying rent or whether a mortgage or rent or whatever they're paying is going up? Shouldn't it be going down because the price of gas keeps going up? Shouldn't it be going down because the cost of insurance is going up? I mean, food is a basic necessity to sustain life on Earth. Why are they taking that away from us now?
Because they don't like us, man. We're not supposed to be here. We're a pox on the planet. We're useless eaters. I mean, I'm being a little overly dramatic, but that's not something that a regular person coined. That's something Prince Philip said. Or Prince Charles, whichever one of them it was. No, they've got some funny ideas about what the future is going to look like, and I don't think it's going to happen. I think they're going to be sorely disappointed because sooner or later people figure it out that you know what, like, no, we work, we pay taxes, and we have a right to expect certain things. I mean, supply and demand means if you can't afford it, you don't have a right to it. But like you were just saying, if our money isn't going as far as it did before, and it isn't, then yeah, the prices should respond to that. There should be things getting cheaper. If we're not exporting a bunch of stuff to China, then definitely there should be an oversupply, of some things. Some things should be cheaper in the store. Right, at least short term. If there's a glut, if there's an oversupply of something, then at least until that glut is used up, it should be cheap. It's the same with every other commodity. If there's a glut of oil, the price goes down. I mean, our taxes make sure that we don't necessarily reap the savings,
Right.
But it at least it doesn't go up, right? It trends slightly down or stays more or less level for a year or so. And it should be the same with soybeans and wheat and everything else. Apparently, there's bad harvest. I see Evan from the Macdonald-Laurier, used to be Crypto and Markets, was on here for a little while. It's too bad he didn't get a chance to call in. But yeah, he said there was. I've seen a few commentators saying there were bad harvests in the Midwest this year because of the weather, which happens. It is what it is.
No, we know that happens, like the Great Dust Bowl. We get it. But what I'm saying is, there's so many more with the futuristic, like we're in the future now. It's not like we're in bedrock anymore. You could ship a truckload of tomatoes up north in a mere couple hours. It's not like the logistics isn't what it was 50, 60 years ago, right? You could ship a pile of lemons over to Australia if you had to,
Absolutely, yeah. It is a world market. It always was. I mean, it's not necessarily a globalization thing, right? It's a world market. If you're shy of anything, I remember living in the Caribou and it's 25, 30 below, and I go into the warehouse club and there's cherries from Chile and Argentina, and they're fresh like they've just been picked off the tree. It's pretty amazing.
Well, logistically, we're set for that.
But they were.
So, what is the problem?
Well, I have a feeling that there's probably some other policies that are interfering with supply and demand. I mean, food should be cheap. When income goes down, you'd expect to see a cash-only economy at a certain point. I mean, the debt has been masking a lot of the problems, right? Like you've got a lot of consumer defaults starting to spike up, especially in Ontario. It's we're seeing at climate rates not seen since 2008, 2009. I think people have leveraged themselves trying to maintain the illusion or just treading water, hoping for the day that the cavalry arrives, right? Like they can get back on their feet and start paying things down. And when it just doesn't happen, eventually you reach a point where people are just they've given up. But it's like everything else. If you're in a built-up urban environment where half the people in the Western world live, I mean, rents, taxes, all of those things have to be added to the price of anything you buy at the supermarket. So it's going to be more expensive regardless. And that's part of the problem with this real estate thing. If taxes start going up, like you've been saying, and it sounds logical, then there's going to be a point where the Save On Foods and the Warehouse Club and all these places are going to have to raise their prices a lot. It's going to keep a floor under prices. Like the actual commodities will be so friggin' cheap that most of the producers will either go broke or get, bought up by big corporate farms or Archer Daniels Midland, people like that, God forbid. But it keeps a floor under prices. Prices of all kinds of things should be going down by now, and they're just not. I mean, they're being suspended in midair. It's like Wile E. Coyote when he runs over the cliff. He he hangs in midair, looks at the camera, says "mother," and then down he goes. Right. Well, we're just hanging there. It's just nothing's going down except employment.
Well, it's like the argument I brought up about the 2012 oil crash, right?
Yeah.
Up until 2012, I think a barrel of oil was 110, 120 a barrel?
Yeah.
And then they kept saying, well, the price of oil keeps going up, the price of food's going up, the price of transporting food's going up, the price of everything's going up because oil's going up, right? And then not even 6 months after that, our gas hike, boom, oil goes down to $30 a barrel.
Yeah.
Okay, but if the price of gasoline still went up, and the price of food still went up. So what excuse were they using? Oh, now it's climate change.
Well, they got to use something, right? The whole climate change thing, and we've gone over that, God, a half a dozen times now. I mean, it's if you're going to get people on board with them taking even more of your money, it's at this point, it's got to be an existential crisis of some kind. When they get to the point that they're so low, they're going to school and telling young children that the world has 12 years before it burns to a crisp, and sending some 16-year-old Swedish kid out to, try to scare everybody and shame them for living the way they have. And I say that with some qualification. We can't continue to live the way we have anyway. The whole thing is financed with debt, right? It's seizing up. We've topped the roller coaster. I've said that many times. When exactly things start to drop, don't know, but everything is managed except people's employment and people's incomes, right? Like we still have to fend for ourselves. Past a certain size of organization, they don't. They can expect help from governments. We're the ones that are left on our own. We're disposable up until the point that we go to the polls, right? Or we start burning things in the street or whatever else happens. I don't think that these people understand that we're already past the event horizon when. Like we were talking about Chile not long ago, right? And we were talking about, in Santiago, we're talking about Beirut. We're talking about these places. There was a gentleman named Clive Mond. He writes an investment newsletter, and he was on goldseek.com about a month ago. Well, he's lived in Chile for 14 years. And he wrote a long article about what's going on down there. Basically, they overreacted so badly to General Pinochet that they've gone full loony left liberal there. I mean, they let criminals out on a regular basis. Everything is taxed. The corruption is incredible, and a lot of the people that they're letting run rampant. I mean, they're not employable anyway. Mm-hmm. They're almost like gypsies, right? Mm-hmm. They're a group of people that actually originate. They're not European in origin. They actually originate from northern India many, many centuries ago, mm-hmm. and so they don't fit in anywhere they go. So they're known for being vagabonds and prostitutes and gamblers and whatever else, right? Well, you have groups like that in South America as well. And what Mr. Mond said was that you've got people like that now. They're coming in, using up the services. And people are being harassed in the street, things like that. That's the breaking point. It's not just that you're not making money. It's not just that your rent's too high and that you can't get ahead in this world. But when you have people literally harassing you and robbing you openly and nothing's being done to them, and that's actually happening here.
It is. It is.
Look at this whole transgender thing. This guy going by Jessica Yaniv who was creating a bunch of trouble, just probably trying to get attention. But it makes me wonder if some of them are taking paychecks, because it's like we don't need this. You're talking about 100,000 people tops, and I doubt it's even that many out of a population of 35, 36 million. Why are we even discussing this garbage?
It is what it is. And the sad part is the media needs to cover something to dissuade us from the reality of what's happening in Lebanon and the reality of what's happening in Chile and the reality of what's happening in Australia. They never talk about how Australia is being economically taken over. They talk about just climate change and this and all this garbage, and none of it puts food on the table for the average person, and none of it supports us in any beneficial way whatsoever.
Yeah, that's right. There's no, they're not talking about the basics, right? They want to stick to big picture things and global things, world things. It's always things like that. It's not, how are things in Red Deer? How are things in Moose Jaw? How are things in Brampton? It's like, oh well, we got to save the planet. Mm-hmm. Right. It's a constant distraction, and it's also sending the message when every single outlet, officially permitted outlet in Canada is talking about the same thing. They're still trying to control the narrative. They're saying, well, how can you think about not being able to pay your phone bill when the earth is burning up? Right? You people are ridiculous. You need to live in the pod. You need to eat the bugs. You need to drive the electric car, and you need to stop whining.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing.
We got Red Pill Crypto Shark says, don't come to New Zealand. Sucks here now.
Yeah, New Zealand is being bandied about as kind of one of those refuges for elites that want to get out of here. I understand that Jack Dorsey, the CEO of Twitter, is actually talking about going to Africa. And I have a feeling he's leaving. Eat bugs. Yeah. Yeah. When you have 12 or 1,500 news outlets in the civilized world all running the same story about how, eating cockroaches might save us, right? Or something like that. It's no agenda there, eh? It's just they're trying to gin it up, and then they don't want to talk about anything else. And we're all drowning. We're all trying to keep our nostrils above water. And they're talking about stuff like this. This is how they got Trump. This is how you got a guy like Doug Ford in Ontario. Mm-hmm. Like, Doug Ford is not far right wing. Good God, there's no far right wing politicians in Canada. I don't think there are any in the Western world at all. But, you've got somebody that basically said, okay, I'm going to balance the books. I'm going to fix some problems. I'm going to reform our healthcare system. And I'm sure there's public employees on here that are going to disagree and say he's a monster and worse than Hitler and the rest of it, but he's not. The fact is that all of these good things that all of these people are fighting to protect are funded with borrowed money. Everything that we do in our lives in one way or another is funded with borrowed money. The idea is you retire that debt eventually, so that you've got some kind of equity. But no, the whole thing that we're dealing with is funded by, either dark money or just money borrowed into existence. We're talking about saving the planet. It's like, well, why save the planet if we're not saving it for people?
Right. Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. It's like, what's the point? Like, this whole climate change thing, we could talk about this for months. Yeah. But in it's not affecting food. It's like climate change, like arguing climate change is like arguing I'm putting gas in my car. It's like, how do you argue that? Yes, my car runs on gasoline. But how do you argue that when climate changes, and it does change, right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, but it's a way for people to feel important and feel like they've got an important cause that they can concern themselves about. And I'm going to say something that's going to sound a little abrasive to this community here, okay? Mm-hmm. But in some ways, we do the same thing, right? We know about the banks. Right, the BANKs. We know about that. We understand that there's corruption out there. Mm-hmm. We that's the backdrop to our lives. We get it. Hey, you know what? I mean, I have been personally affected by it, and I can see how world events have affected my life personally and my attempts to, conduct business and do all kinds of things. It's there. It's in the background. It's the same thing. All that we're doing now is saying, okay, what do we as individuals do about it? What do we as an online community do about it? We're in this atomized society, and we're basically living in this, it's like a collapsed mine shaft, right? Like it's pitch black, and we're calling out into the darkness to find other people, right? So that we can figure out what to do and get out of the situation and keep each other from going nuts. Okay, that's what I see us doing here, Mike. Where climate change is concerned, they're pushing it because in Canada it's GST 2.0. They need the money. They're bankrupt. It's, that's simple as that. We're bankrupt. It was coming. It was a mathematical certainty for decades. Nobody did anything about it. And now the first attempts to do anything about it, you've got bedlam and public strikes or threats of strikes in Ontario. Guaranteed you're going to have them in British Columbia.
But most of the manufacturers and organizations, you know what they're going to say? Oh, you want to go on strike? Fine, we'll just close our doors. Goodbye.
Oh, probably.
Because the cost of the property tax is just going. Did you watch trends in the housing market last Wednesday when that guy's paying $54,000 a year in property tax?
Oh, yeah. I caught a part of that. Yeah.
900 square foot, 1,000 square foot. It's tiny store.
Yeah.
No backyard, no back alley, no nothing, and no second story.
Yeah. $54,000 a year in property taxes. Yeah. It's absolutely insane. How do they justify that? It can't possibly cost that much. I mean, I thought the whole idea of density was that you could have more people with relatively the same amount of infrastructure. You might have to put in more water lines and gas lines and things like that.
But it should be cheaper.
To surface build. It should be cheaper because you're building higher, like, an 80-story building. There should be there should be some, I forget what the term I'm looking at here, but the unit per unit cost of supplying those services should be cheaper just because of the number of units contained on that one block area. Mm-hmm. So I could see a small owner paying proportionately more income tax, but not to that level.
It's crazy. $54,000 for property tax? That's like $4,500 a month. And how do you get the place look like a hair salon? How do you justify that? How do you tell this to people? Like, by the way, the property tax is like $5,000 a month and your rent's like $1,000. And the person that owns, so it goes back to what I said earlier today when I was live in my store, what I was saying, basically, people that try to get into the markets, try to get to the housing market, trying to get into, start a family, lay roots, are being punished by being bought out of their own markets in cities they grew up and were raised in. Now, the people that do own are being punished with high taxes and insurance costs now. Sure.
Yeah, it's going to drive more and more people out of business and drive them out of the city. They're just going to be moving on to greener pastures, as it were, wherever those may exist. I don't think this is, in this case, some kind of social engineering. I think it's neglect. I think it's corruption. And as I was just saying about social atomization, you've got a lot of people that do not consider other Canadians to be their neighbors or their family. They just don't see other people as anything other than taxpayers and economic consumption units of one kind or another. Like, they spent way too much time in spreadsheets and not enough time in church. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean everybody on here has to go to church.
Not enough time at the neighbor's house talking.
You know what I mean. There's no ritual. There's no community anymore. Or at least there is. I mean, obviously, you live that way. We'd all like to have neighborhoods like the ones we grew up in. Mm-hmm. And in some cases, we're trying to figure out how we can have that again. So it will reappear. This is what most people want. And there's enough people in our age group, certainly, that can remember what it used to be like. Mm-hmm. I see my job, if I have one in that regard, as reminding the young that it didn't used to be like this, and we didn't vote for it. We don't want. Yeah, Jordan, you're flattering me. Thank you very much, sir. I wish. I wish I was that smart. My long list of things not to do in life is pretty impressive. I'll say that. That's my credentials. Yeah, it's got to be okay. What is this all about? And again, that sounds like a big picture thing too. But it all has to boil down to, what do you as an individual do? You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm listening to every word you're saying. Remember, I discussed this on One Morning Coffee with Mike, that we should start micromanaging our friends, micromanaging our families, micromanaging things around us. And the grand scale of things is totally out of our control, but it's good to understand and know what's really happening. But keeping everybody close and getting into contact with people you haven't spoke to in years, keeping it tight-knit between you and your day-to-day life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right.
And
Yeah,
these
Mike,
big things
thanks.
that affect us on a grand scale,
Yeah.
we're still
Yeah,
living
they're-
decent lives, so to say, but we don't want to get to a point where we lose that, and then we start having to thinking outside the box for ways to eat because now we can't put food on our tables. It's going to get to that, but eventually we'll get to that if we're not careful. But it's good to take care and micromanage our lives around us. Make sure you're in good terms with everybody at work. Just be happy with everyone you see. They're there. Usually 90% of the people that are around, they could be there for you if you're, on the right tone or the right mark. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. Blessed are the peacemakers, right? Blessed are the peacemakers. It's real easy to be confrontational. It's real easy to be abrasive. Even if you're not attempting to be, if you're living in an environment where you're stressed out all the time. But the fact is, there isn't anybody out there, even this guy using my name, tonight and whoever.
And the
else
Ravens'
is
name
doing-
too.
And the Ravens' name too. Yeah. The fact is, I think this guy's just bored and lonely. I don't think he's actually trying to ruin anybody's life.
Lord
He's got a
Humongous
lot-
knows who it is.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah. God bless you wherever you are, buddy. I hope things get better for you. But yeah, you're not bothering me at all.
Did you see the person that created that account with my address on it?
No.
Somebody created an account. The account name was my address.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Dude, all they have to do is Google. Like I Googled your store last January. That's how I found you.
Yeah, you don't have to
and
be
there
that
you
hard.
were.
You could stop in a local gas station in town. They'll tell you where I am.
Yeah, like he's some kind of big time hacker because he made an account with your address on it. Like that's not edgy, man. Sorry, that's not edgy. Totally not edgy.
Supreme, listen to
man.
this. I'm on 11 platforms right now streaming live, okay?
Jeez. Okay.
Right now, we're on Twitch. I'm looking at Mixer, Periscope, all this. With the YouTube and everything, we've got over 400 people watching.
Nice. You're bad. You're nationwide.
Yeah, 400 people
Mike
watching
Martins.
live from all these different platforms. We're even on 2 Russian platforms, too. Literally 2 Russian, made for, Russian viewers.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I just stream on there anyways, and there's 22 people watching it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mike Martin's Miami salsa cartel is global now.
Yeah, dude,
Nice.
you could do better off selling chili than you could, this way your risk of going to jail, they'll probably throw you in jail just like drugs if you're trying to import food.
Oh, probably. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's reasons though why you monitor food that comes over the border, and that stuff makes sense totally.
I understand
just,
that, but they're for me, in my opinion, there's a lot of crap that does come in that they allow, and why are they trying to make it illegal in Canada to find out where your food comes from?
Part of the problem we have in Canada is we have freer trade with the U.S. than we have with all the individual provinces. I mean, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba are awash in cattle, right? They're awash in natural resources. They're awash in oil. Why in God's name is any of that stuff expensive for the people that live here?
Exactly. It's Saudi Arabia, or not Saudi or Dubai or other countries, even before the fall of Libya. Before the Libya fell, the price of gas there was 6 cents US a liter.
Yeah, it's insane. That's the thing. The Libyan government wanted to encourage. Number one, they wanted to keep the peace. It's a very tribalized area. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So they wanted to make things as pleasant as possible. Saddam Hussein did the same things. Like his government supported all kinds of programs and stuff like that. It's just when you have people that are that chronically violent over that many thousands of years, you're going to have to feed somebody into the wood chipper just so they see the point. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm not saying I approve of it. Don't like to hear of people being thrown out of helicopters. It's just real politic, as the Germans used to say, real politic. Sometimes in some places that's how it needs to be if you're going to have law and order. They're artificial countries anyway. They were all pasted together by lazy bureaucrats after the end of the colonial era. And in some ways, Canada is the same way. Yeah. We're not structured to be a unified nation. We've got a lot of different regions in it. And I think of it as kind of like an upside down ice cube tray. You got these 10 provinces that all more or less border the states, and they trade freely across the border, but not with each other. They're all compartmentalized.
Yeah.
And the federal government has done a terrible job of encouraging national unity because they've been focusing on multiculturalism, which I think was just a way to try to get the French to integrate. I think they were just trying to get the Quebec to assimilate. Okay, well, we'll make everybody else tie themselves up in knots, and we'll shovel money into their front door, and then maybe they'll speak English like the rest of us, right? I think it was just a social experiment gone wrong, and it's gotten ruinously expensive. It was the same as the residential schools with the natives. It was, you could almost see the point of it, the theory in the 19th century. It's like, we're here to stay, and these people are probably going to have to learn to live like us. But you don't let governments take charge of things like that because they do a horrible job and so many people get hurt and families get destroyed, and it's just a terrible idea. Yeah, I don't, that's the thing, Jordan. Quebec, they don't really care about how the rest of Canada wants to live. It's just that our capital city happens to be right across the Gatineau River from you guys, and they're trying to get you to Canada to wants like to live. It's just, and you know what? I don't want you to be like us. I want Quebec to be Quebec. There's nothing wrong with being a French Canadian or being a Quebecer. They probably do. Their parliament, their legislature is called the National Assembly. They see themselves as a national group. I think that's a little over the top because you could say the same thing about the Anglos, right? But we acknowledge two founding nations, right? The UK, Great Britain, and France. So it's like, that's basically who we are, officially. And that's official policy. The idea of, you should be a proud province. It's a beautiful place. Sorry, I've gone totally off track here. It's big picture, but if you distill it down again, people in Quebec want to live a certain way. People in British Columbia want to live a certain way. We're used to living that way. We're prepared to continue to work hard to continue living that way. But so much stuff is not being done to enable us to do that. Because our federal government certainly has just been trying to amass more power for itself, thinking that this somehow will give them more control over the country. And in the end, what will wind up happening is it will split up because Ottawa sucks at that. Ottawa should be looking after the national border, the national currency, and national justice in terms of national socialized programs and things like that. No, I don't think they've done a very good job at all. I don't think they focus on competence. I think that you've got a lot of ideologues who have a lot of big picture thinking, and they don't think about life for the average person in rural Canada, non-urban Canada. You know what I mean? It's, Mike, government's greatest power is the stupidity of Canadians. To be fair, you could say that about every country. That old saying about people getting the government they deserve is not completely unfair. In some ways, we've begged for it here. We've gotten to the point that our only culture in Canada is that we're not Americans. And that's not good enough.
Okay. We got V-Men in the comments saying, municipal governments in my area are all declaring climate change emergency and raising property taxes. Yes, we're seeing that all over the Western world. Guys, next week's show, we're going to do a show next week, and it's going to be 2020 predictions for 2020 on Mike in the Night next week. We're going to have open lines. We're going to have people call into the show. If you want to add us on Skype, Mike Martins 1980. As long as you're not here to troll us. We are opening up the lines for predictions for 2020. We did it last year. It was very successful. We're doing it this year, and we want to know 2020. Where are we headed 2020? What are your predictions for 2020? And that we're going to ask that next week. We won't ask Supreme Cannon that now. But guys, Supreme, have you gone over to BitTubers yet?
I have to BitTubers. I saw it.
Yeah, get over to it. They got a good application for your phone, and it's amazing. It lets us do live streams. It's exactly like YouTube, but I got to pay for it. I am paying for it. I think it's like 11 euros a month, but it allows me to do everything like YouTube does. It allows me to put my links for my Patreon, my PayPal donations, and Patreon supports links. My Patreon channel won't be hit because it supports links from BitTubers, and it's a great platform. It's very, very quick. It's not clunky. It's smooth, and I know I was promoting the other one there, BitTubers, but the problem with not BitTubers, Brighton. The problem with Brighton is I have to wait another week or two till I unlock my. See, if I go into here and I go to my dashboard when I log into
Right.
Brighton, my problem with Brighton is I have to actually wait till I get another 195 views to be able to upgrade to the next unlocking platform, right?
Right.
And it doesn't live stream, but I still upload everything to it no matter what. There's, look, trends in the housing market's there. Everything's there, but I can't upload anything till I unlock more views on that. So guys, if you're on my Brighton, which you probably are, I got 58 subscribers. Get on there and watch some videos on there once in a while to help me out. BitTubers is fine. I have the experience. I've gained the experience here according to them. I've unlocked a lot of things. I've paid for quite a few things. And if you go to the playlists here, all the playlists are here. Look. Rants and Lifestyle, Morning Coffee with Mike, Housing Crisis, U.S., Canada, Merit Harassment Series, Trends in the Housing Market, Can't Read Market Talk, it's all here. And it allows me to live stream too, which is really good. It allows me 2 live streams, actually. So if you guys want to support this channel now, because it's pretty much being paid out of pocket, come on Patreon and support me. I have 22 Patreon subscribers. I need 3 more. I want to get 25 by Christmas, and it doesn't even cover my damn internet bill, so you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. BitTubers, I went over and saw it. I never use my phone for this stuff. I actually hate smartphones.
Oh, this would be great on a computer or a tablet. BitTuber's nice and open. It looks clear.
Yeah. Brighteon I found was nice and fast. I'm just kind of, I guess I'm still in kind of denial that YouTube has gone so friggin' woke. I'm kind of hoping that they pull back on what they're threatening on December the 10th. I think they're out of their minds. I mean, Google loses a lot of money to keep YouTube going in a year, and I understand 2 of their founders have actually stepped down.
They have, yes, last week.
Sergey Brin, and I forget the other guy. Yeah, that's pretty unprecedented. You wouldn't be expecting that. I have a feeling they see the writing on the wall. I think a lot of CEOs have stepped down in the last little while, and I think they see the writing on the wall. Warren Buffett is sitting on something like 125, up to 128 billion in cash right now. There's nothing to buy. They're waiting for things to change so that they can buy. I think all the big players, they're on the sidelines.
Mm-hmm. Guys, I left my BitTubers link there if you want to go in and subscribe. I got 30. Listen to this, Supreme. I got 33 subscribers. I put up my first video I put up a week and a half ago. Last week, has 125 views with 33 subscribers. You know how many subscribers I need on YouTube to get 133 views on a video? Like 400.
Yeah, how many times does it even happen? Yeah, I think you almost got to 400 on a stream here not long ago. Mm-hmm. Someone must have been asleep at the switch, because that's what it should have been from the beginning. For 11,000 subscribers, you should be getting way more. I mean, obviously, you are getting way more views than that.
Because now we're on Periscope, we're on Twitch, we're on DLive, we're on.
Yeah.
What's this one called? What's the name of this? This one even has no name. There's some. It looks like it's an owl. There's some owl thing in Russia. There's like 5 Russian sites we're on streaming too.
Oh yeah.
So it's getting out there. I mean, people will start finding us. So guys, I ask you guys on the 10th, if you don't see my channel, I did not delete my channel. Okay, I want you guys to know, because YouTube might put up a thing saying that this user has deleted their own channel, which is not true. And
don't rule it out.
Yeah, go to the Mike Martin's channel here on BitTubers. BitTubers is quick. Look, I'm going to open this video. Morning Coffee with Mike. Boom, playing.
Hey, YouTubers!
There it is.
Mike
Look
Martin's
at that.
Here with the Mike Martin channel thing.
Nice and clear.
Nice.
You can watch it in HD if you want. But I am paying for the premium there, so I am paying like I think it's like 15 euros a month.
Oh, okay.
So I have to pay for it every month now just to get that. But there's a lot of stuff. But you got to be careful, because they have a not safe for work section here. You could go into your own account and turn on not safe for work. And there's a little bit of adult content on this. Not a lot, but a little bit of adult content.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like Pornhub or anything. It's just there's a little bit of adult content if you decide to view not safe for work.
Well, then you can say what you want, right? I mean, yeah, it's not about it's not about the smut stuff. It's just a matter of saying, okay, what we're saying may not be politically correct. It may be offensive. You know, if you're a snowflake, don't click here. If you're under legal age in your jurisdiction, don't click here, and that's fine. I mean, we've got guys on here that are probably, you know, under 20 or right around 20 years old, but most of us are, you know, got a little gray in our beards. You know, except for you ladies, of course, you don't have that issue, but you know what
There's
I'm saying.
there's a lot of channels on here, man.
Oh yeah, well the migration is happening. Hey, it's even if YouTube doesn't do anything, it's getting to be such a harassment to put out anything other than pouring gravy down your pants that it's just not. You know, it's just annoying. It's just tiring after a while. I've seen channels that had 100,000 plus subscribers, and then they got demonetized, and then eventually videos started to get throttled and deleted, and then the channels were deleted, and they tried coming back 2-3 times, and finally they gave up and went somewhere else.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, you have to plant your feet somewhere else. Gab.ai used to have streaming for a while. I don't think it does anymore. Yeah, there's been alternative platforms. You know, there's lots coming up, and they'll sort themselves out. You know,
the Mars images here, yeah. Mars images. They got anime. They got video games. They got just all kinds of stuff. If you type in documentaries, a ton of stuff comes up.
Yeah.
But I'm going to continue posting to here. I do use BitChute from time to time. I am on BitChute. I do upload to BitChute. But here's my new rule with BitChute. If I upload a video, it takes a while. I get everything done. I put in the description. I upload the thimble, everything ready to go. And then I push to publish, and it says choose a video to upload, and it's already uploaded. I'm just going to move on and then do the next video. I'm not going to fight with BitChute. You know what I'm saying?
No. YouTube was the shizzle, man. YouTube was the thing, and it's so much like the rest of the internet. It was going to be the Wild West. It was going to be a place of where people could do anything, and human beings being what they are. Okay, there's positives and negatives to that, obviously. But yeah, it's just these. It's not going the way that they thought it would. There's like so many other things where they thought they would.
Well, people are going to be flocking to Brighton, to BitTubers, and BitChute because they want to find that raw, amateur videos and stuff like we do here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's in the end, that's what people are here for. They're here to, screw it. We'll do it live. Anybody could call in to your show, right? And more should. Everyone here has, I see in the comments, and the comments are fire right now. There's lots of people here that have lots of good things to say, and they should come on and say it. You know what I mean? Like I'm not that interesting. I mean, I've had some experiences, but
we all had experiences. We all have a story to tell, and that's why we're here on Mike in the Night, right?
That's right. Yeah, Solid. Even Fake Supreme. Even Fake Supreme has something to say. He should just come on under his own name and say it. That's all.
Yeah.
The dude's probably got a story.
A story and a half, dude. Story and a half. Get it right. Story and a half.
No question about it. He should come on here and tell us about his life. He's probably got some lessons for us.
Okay, let me ask you something. Let me ask you, sir. I'm not going to ask. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell everybody. Guys, next week's show, we're going to be talking about predictions for 2020. What do you feel? Is the cost of cutting your hair going to go up? Is the cost of fuel going to go up? Is the cost of food going to go down? Is the cost of renting going to go down? Are we going to see a housing crash next year? Are we going to see a correction in our military? Are we going to see a correction in our economy? What do you guys think is going to happen 2020? Supreme, are you going to join us next week?
I'm planning to.
Okay, yeah, 2020 predictions next week.
Okay.
So any last words?
Yeah, guys, be strong. Solid. Exeter, what are your predictions for UK election next week? I admit, sir, I have not followed that very closely, but I think anybody who is solidly anti-Brexit is going to get blown out.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that they'll push it through. They're still dragging their feet. The UK is completely cucked. It's not good, but I mean, I think support for Brexit has grown over the last 3 years, especially as more and more people on both sides of the aisle see that their governments are not paying attention to a popular vote from the people. That's not good. That's not smart. They're going to pay for that. They could have found another way to make it work. But there's going to be a lot of white hot anger over that. So, if it's the Conservatives, if Boris Johnson is, still committed to make it happen, he'll be the prime minister. Yeah. Now, whether he brings it through or not, I don't know. Like, these people are dragging their heels. They're really, really dragging it. It's like in the States, they're still trying to undo the 2016 election, and they've made it plain that they'll impeach until hell freezes over to get Trump out of there, so they can go back, so they can get back to doing what they were doing. And they don't understand that, we've just seen a new wave of politicians come on who are prepared to do what it takes, to do what the people want.
Right.
And because it's a huge voting base, which means it means money, it means power, it means influence. It's not just one group of elites. The elites hate each other. It's people behind the scenes shoveling money, and I'll be brief. I was about to sign off here. People shoveling money into this thing, trying to guide it from behind the scenes. And it's just now that they're just starting to come out openly and say, you people suck, you're stupid, you stink on ice, and we're going to make you pay for interfering with our, right to rule, as it were, and to dictate what truth is. Mm-hmm. And it's getting to the point where they're saying these things pretty much word for word, which is really, really stupid. We outnumber them. The thing about the 1%, Mike, is they're outnumbered 99 to 1. Mm-hmm. And they have names and addresses. And they're not going to go hide in outer Mongolia. They want to go to New Zealand, or they want to go to their favorite resorts. They want to live their luxurious lives. Mm-hmm. You can't do that when you're on the run, because the peasants are rising up. Just be careful who you listen to, folks. Okay, yeah. There were people that listened during the French Revolution, and there were people that listened during the Bolshevik Revolution, and they paid dearly for the people that got into power. Mm-hmm. Okay, so be careful who you listen to. Head on a swivel, and just think about your personal situation and how to make yourself as anti-fragile as possible. That's as involved in the big picture as anybody needs to be. How does this pertain to me right now? All right. Okay, we'll leave it at that.
All right, that makes a lot of sense. Good points, last minute points there. Thank you, Supreme Cannon. God bless you. We'll talk soon, okay?
God bless, Mike. God bless everyone. Stay safe, please, and we'll talk soon.
Yes. Guys, don't forget to check out Lord Humongous on Patreon. Lord Humongous, make sure you set up different tiers, a $1 and a $5 and a $10 tier like I did on my Patreon here if you want it to work like this. $1, you're buying me a coffee. $5, you become a captain. $10, you're a consigliere. And $25, you are an underboss. So if you want to be an underboss on the channel, go ahead and join and be part of the family. Please, all the support gets put to a good cause. Believe me, it really does. It really does. I know you hear it all the time, but no, it really does. Here it is, guys, and there I am on Brighton. Brighton, I still got to wait for another 195 views before I get to unlock another 50 videos to upload, so I'm waiting very patiently on the sidelines for that. But BitTubers is the place to be. I'll leave another link. Get on BitTubers. There are links on BitTubers right now. Oh, shout out to JD, his first Patreon supporter. JD, shout out, first Patreon supporter for Lord Humongous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He's donating $18 a month. That's what I'm talking about, SA. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Inter supporting each other. That's very important. Guys, my Patreon links here, PayPal donations here, and YouTube here. Woo! Anyways, guys, next week's show, don't forget to join. We will be discussing predictions for 2020. I would like to know what you guys think. And if you want to come on the show, go ahead and add me on Skype, Mike Martins 1980 on Skype, Mike Martins 1980 on Skype. And Mike Martins here from Merritt, British Columbia, signing out. Have a good night, guys. Eye on the prize. Stay strong. And like my dad, my dad, who dearly departed father, who passed away, basically always used to say, make good memories on this earth, because the only thing you take with you are your memories to the next life. He's right. Thanks for watching Mike in the Night. Lots of love. And Let's close it off.
Gemini King, Mike in the night, and the Gemini crew. Ooh. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Let's just talk about the world, give this page another turn, 'cause you're here with us tonight. Everything's alright when you're here with Mike in the night. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Giving the world light when you're here with Mike in the night. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Sometimes things are just absurd, so let's just talk about the world, 'cause you're here with us tonight. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Let's just talk about the world, give this page another curl, 'cause you're here with us tonight.
Woo! Good night, folks.
They're all grown and gone. And there were no new kids, not enough new kids came. So there's people that buy old elementary schools and the properties and turn them into homes or turn them into centers of one kind or another. Mm-hmm. There was one literally 2 miles down the road from where I lived up north before I came back down here.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So
I've
all
seen
kinds
them converting lofts and converting these things into lofts at times from time to time. Yeah. And they do really well when they convert them into lots, I notice. Because they look nice.
Yeah, they clean up pretty good, yeah.
Well, because you got high ceilings, right? You got high ceilings, a decent foundation, and those structures, those old schools and those old elementary schools, they were built to last. A lot of them have asbestos and stuff. You got to watch out for that and lead paint. But
yeah, if it was built in the late 50s, early 60s, for example, but I don't know when they did away with asbestos insulation, but I think probably by the early 70s that had all been banned or was about to be. So, but that would all be in the disclosure when you bought it. They would tell you if it's. And the thing about asbestos insulation is, like anybody would say, it's fine as long as you don't disturb it. If you're not planning on ripping out a wall or ripping out the ceiling, rather, and you're aware it's there, and it doesn't get moved, well, it's probably not an issue.
I got a comment here from Mike Banks as well. The economy and money play such a big role in our lives now. It's starting to feel like feel unfeasible to be in your 30s and have a wife and kid and career in the city for non-rich people.
Oh yeah, we're getting slaughtered out here. You know, I've called it slow motion Black Death 2.0, and that's what it is.
I call it the skyscraper dark age.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. Everyone is migrating to work as, on the treadmill as slaves in the urban termite mounds, and the countryside is emptying out. Mm-hmm. And it's ridiculous. It should be cheap to live out here. It should be. I mean, it is cheaper, of course, but it should be really cheap to live in a lot of places, especially in Western Canada, because there is so much land, and there are lots of communities that they're emptied out and or there's just not a lot left there. You could find a place with some old post-World War II kind of homes and, rip them out and make them comfortable. And, it's like downtown in Kamloops, for example, there are a lot of businesses that will take older heritage homes on some of the original streets and they will turn them into, dentist office and law offices and things like that. Right. Mm-hmm. So it can be done. It's a good location and it's a heritage building, right? Mm-hmm. So there's probably some benefits to owning it. So old communities that set up, say between the world wars, and then they've just kind of petered out over time, and that does happen all the time as well.
Blunt News,
there's probably some good deals out there.
Blunt News got a good comment here. There is a nation in the making on the border of Croatia. It's about breaking away from this madness. You can apply. Just tell them your skill.
Interesting. What's the name of that nation?
Yeah, bud. Let us know.
Yeah,
Because you know what I apply for? I'd apply and say, I'm good at drinking beer and I know things.
Yeah, well, that's perfect. Isn't that just what they want there?
Yeah, remember that's
Perfect.
from the guy from the guy from the Game of Thrones.
Right.
The little guy. The I think the queen goes to her, or the lady, or whatever.
Yeah.
What can you offer my court? What can a little man like you bring to this court? Well, I drink and I know things.
Yeah. Ask me anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But,
kind of like me. I have a lot of knowledge about a few things and a little knowledge about just about everything else. Just enough to be danger to myself and those around me.
Okay, we got Mike Banks saying it feels like the whole world wants a piece of Western Canada. That's true.
Yeah, can you blame them? The problem is that the reason Western Canada was so good, they're destroying it. They're destroying all of that. It's like someone mentioned Kelowna earlier. Well, Kelowna was always a very nice place and very desirable and all the rest of it. It's not so desirable anymore.
No, everyone's complaining that it's turning into like a poop show.
It's turning into a poop show. It's turning into just another built-up urban area, overpriced, pretentious. The only orchards you see anymore is like on a shopping mall. Like there are no orchards anymore.
Or on rooftops.
The only sawmill in town is closing down because the land is worth more than the business ever would be, and that's too bad.
Okay, this place exists. It's called Liberland. Liberland, officially the Free Republic of Liberland, is a micronation claiming an uninhabited parcel of disputed land on western bank of the Danube between Croatia and Serbia. It was proclaimed on the 13th of April in 2015 by Czech liberation politician and activists. Okay, let's look into this here.
Yeah, let's have a look. Well, you've got little places like you've got Monaco, right? And
but Monaco, you need $1 zillion.
Well, you need $1 zillion now, yeah.
And also get involved. Here it is, Liberland, Free Republic.
Yeah, there you go.
They even have their own constitution. You could contact them. You could donate to their cause. You could apply for citizenship, and they got their own news. Let's see what's in the news here. Let's see if it's up to date.
Yeah, you see little places like Andorra and Liechtenstein and Luxembourg. And they were probably originally, duchies or something like that. One of those little pieces of, royalty-owned land that wound up not being absorbed by one great power or another. Then they still exist.
Okay, this place is happening because this was posted yesterday.
Okay.
So this is happening.
Free Republic of Liberland.
Yeah, this place is happening, man. It really is. So there's a citizenship application for the Free Republic of Liberland.
Yeah.
Liberland.
Well, it'd be almost like Hong Kong, right? Like Hong Kong had no resources, and it was very obviously space was always at a premium in a place like that, and yet it became a trade hub and a financial hub for the entire, all of Asia for a while. Just because you can start a company with one piece of paper. You don't need to fill out a bunch of applications. But you're on your own there, right?
Well, this constitution here looks like it's airtight, man. It's got every angle covered.
Yeah, well, that'd be pretty good.
Like Article 2, corners of power of the public administration. No law shall prohibit any act or omission which does not directly harm any other person or cause unwarranted suffering to animal capable of conscious behavior to harm the environment beyond the boundaries of one's property. So,
right.
They have it pretty much set up in a way where they're fixing all the loopholes that they could use the language against us.
Yeah.
Like right now, the Constitution that the United States has, or the Canadian one is so transparent it could mean anything.
That's the problem. Yeah. Well, so if you have an activist judiciary like you have in the United States, you have people that will they'll find all kinds of little. Well, we think it means that, and we think it means the other thing, and then the court actually sets policy, and that policy could be completely against the U.S. Constitution. I mean, the Second Amendment applies to all American citizens, and yet there are whole cities in the United States that have declared themselves gun-free zones. Well, that's unconstitutional. If you're a law-abiding citizen, you should be able to own a gun. And yet there are places where apparently the judiciary is not willing to overrule the cities and say, no, you can't infringe on people's constitutional rights like that.
Okay, it's west of Serbia, south of Hungary, and east of Croatia.
Okay.
It's like right in the middle. It's by a river, so you got a river going through it, and this is their future. This is what they want to build on it. So this is an image, a 3D image here of what they want to build. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah. So sure. Okay. Well, then it would have been part. It would have been part of the old. Well, not necessarily the Habsburg Empire, but it would have been part of. It might actually have been part of Serbia at one time. Mm-hmm. I mean, somebody owned it at some point. If it's not claimed now, I'd be curious to know why. Because usually if you have a little piece of territory like that, you've got countries like that fight wars over it. So I'm just wondering how it managed not to be claimed. Maybe some local nobleman actually owns it.
Really?
It's not impossible. I mean, if you look at disputed areas like Kashmir, right, between India and Pakistan, there's actually an island, basically a rocky outcrop that's disputed territory between Canada and Denmark, right? They're not going to fight a war over it, but every once in a while the Danish Navy will go and put their flag on it, leave a bottle of schnapps or something, and then the Canadians will go, a couple months later and put the Canadian flag up and leave a bottle of whiskey for the next guy, right? It's not fighting a war over it, but they're disputed. Who owns it? So it might be something like that. It might be somebody just saying, okay, well, this piece, nobody seems to want it, or at least they don't think it's worth fighting over. So here's our opportunity.
Well, they'll start fighting over it once it becomes like Hong Kong. Once you make it into a technology information hub, bringing it into the 21st century, guess what? Croatia, Serbia, all of them will have their eyes on it.
Sure. Well, it might be something like a special economic zone, like Shanghai in China. I mean, China is still officially a communist country, but special economic zones are areas where, the collectivist aspect of it has been suspended so that somebody can go make some money, right? Because the thing about communism is it doesn't pay the bills. Mm-hmm. That's the problem with it. It doesn't work. So you need to make the money somehow. It might be a laissez-faire area where you got some free trade and you've got very low taxes or zero taxes, so you can encourage investment and build something like Hong Kong.
But here's the thing: I'm looking at their passport here. They have their own passport, right?
Okay.
So, but who recognizes this? Like, if I show up, let's say in Mexico, and I show them this passport, what are they going to do? Like, would they allow me into their country?
Good question. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to research it. I can imagine the price of admission is not low. Because for one thing, it's going to be you've got to see a financial advantage to being there, first of all, and second of all, just in case one of those much larger nations on all three sides of you decides I'm going to help myself to this place, you're not going to stop them. Mm-hmm. Liberland will never have its own tanks, I'm sure. So,
no, I know that. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a nice thought. There's been speculation over the years of using somewhere like on one of the coasts in, say, South America or even in Western Africa, mm-hmm. where you just carve out a couple thousand acres and just call it a laissez-faire economic zone, and it could even be a financial center like the Cayman Islands or Barbados. Like people can put their money there tax free.
Well, they have Thomas Jefferson on their. They have Thomas Jefferson on their gold coin.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh well, then that's probably yeah, their constitution is going to be, it's going to be pretty libertarian. It's going to be pretty pro-individual and anti-state.
Mm-hmm.
So
Interesting.
that's interesting. Yeah, it is interesting.
But
Yeah, it's
didn't
nice
they
to see.
didn't they do that in Africa with Liberia?
Well, the idea of Liberia's constitution is identical to the American one, and the flag is almost identical.
Right.
It was set up for a place for the slaves to be sent back after the Civil War. It just never happened. So so Liberia went to seed, and it's had a couple civil wars fought there, and yeah, it's just a gong show. But originally, it was set up because, let's face it, Europe owned most of Africa at that time, so that the slaves could be repatriated, and they could still live as free men.
Mm-hmm.
They had an opportunity to build, their own version of America on their own continent.
Right.
And in a way, it's kind of a shame that they still don't offer, because I have a feeling the U.S. could just say, okay, we want it to be this way, and send some money their way, and the government of Liberia would say, sure, whatever you want. You know what I mean? Like, they could offer people who just really are completely disenchanted with America a chance to, to go there. Give them all $50,000 US and their own M16, and and here's 2 acres of good land, and and we'll give you 5 years. If it don't work out, you can come back, but you don't have to give up your citizenship right away, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. If our government would do something like that, so that people like us could just leave, you know what I mean? Like, if the left is going to take over here, then there's going to be a civil war, or there's going to be a mass expatriation, because you expect there to be a left and you expect there to be a right, but there has to be a debate between them. But one side has all the cards and is just constantly beating on the other. It's just a matter of time before somebody starts thinking about loading up the boxcars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just assume me and mine not be here, and have somewhere else to go.
Here are the historical images of Liberia here.
Yeah.
And them basically creating their own country, I guess. Then there was a 1980 Liberian coup.
Yeah.
There was a coup, so there was. Yeah. Then you have teenagers walking around with M16s.
Yeah, they have gangs and warlords, and I think that's where General Butt Naked was operating, wasn't it? In Liberia, Sierra Leone, or something like that. Yeah, I saw an article about 10 years ago on General Butt Naked.
But it doesn't even look anywhere remotely close to like Portuguese Africa. You type in. Portuguese Africa, it's completely different. It's Portuguese Africa is not like French Africa either. It's actually built. There's everything: skyscrapers, hotels, banks, stuff, soccer stadiums everywhere. It looks like Rio de Janeiro.
I don't think they. I think they intended to stay there. I don't.
Yeah,
think
the Portuguese were expansionists, not colonists, because they were there 500 years. Unlike the French, were just in Africa to rape it.
Yeah. Yeah, they were there to expand their country
and arm both sides of conflicts they create.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the exploitation, it's just brutal. And then after decolonization, well, then you had the anti-communist movement. So you had the KGB and the CIA stirring up trouble all over Africa. It's not that they ever really had a chance, right? Like, we came in there and built our version of civilization. Mm-hmm. And then wound up handing it off to them, but we didn't hand it off to them. We handed it off to the IMF. Mm. So it's just very, very difficult for former colonies to be independent. Hell, look at Canada. We're a former colony, and we're having trouble being independent from these people. It's terrible.
So Mike Banks has a question. If all governments are corrupt, does that mean that all people in the land are corrupt? No. There's different levels of corruption, and there's different levels, right?
So, I mean, in a way, you still get the government you deserve, right? Your governments are a necessary evil. They're evil, but they're a necessary evil. They can be a big evil or a small evil. You're just going to, it's how you govern yourself. Mm-hmm. And this is the problem. A lot of people are really no better than children. They really still complain and say the government needs to do this and the government needs to do that. that's not how a place like Canada got built. That's not how America got built. It's not even it's not going to happen that way. You've got to what are we talking about tonight? We're talking about setting up basically our own fiefdom, our own government, something where we can be responsible and use our brains and reap the fruits of our labor without having it all siphoned off or having people demand.
Yeah, screw the capitals. Sending provincial sales tax and then federal sales tax. We could maintain it'd be like a libertarian thing where we have our own, we pay for our own schooling, we pay for our own roads. We don't need to send all our money to the capitals. Yeah,
that's right. It's going to be a little rustic at first, and that's just something that you need to be a bit of an adventurous soul to take part in it, because you're going to spend money with no guarantee of a return on it. You're going to set it up with the possibility that the government or even someone in the community, turns into a fifth colonist and phones the police and, launches false allegations. I mean, unfortunately, trolls aren't just on the internet. The gates of Troy were no protection in the end, right?
No, obviously. Harlip is saying Canada was built off immigration. Of course, I'm an immigrant. My parents are immigrants. My wife's an immigrant. We're all. If you go far back, everybody goes far back enough. They're all immigrants.
Mm-hmm. Well, you needed people. You had to have them. It was a big empty land, and you had a race at that time for colonies, and and then you had America. So you had this huge expansionist and rapidly growing expansionist power directly to the south of us. So we took Germans, we took Irish, we took everybody.
And later on, Brazil was a bit different. Brazil was just taken in because of the turmoil between Portugal and Spain. A lot of people Brazil was built off basically all Portuguese. That's a majority of Portuguese. It wasn't until after World War II where you had Italian, Germans, and Dutch come in after World War II, and then they became a melting pot in the society of Portuguese America. But no, a majority of Brazil, the gold mines, everything, the infrastructure was all built off Portuguese labor, right? And there wasn't flocks of people immigrating to Brazil at the time. Nobody cared to live in Brazil at the time. They were all wanted to go to the Americas or other parts. You know what I'm saying? Are you there? Did we lose you, Sweet Pea?
Yeah.
You there? Supreme? We lost Supreme Cannon. But no, it's like different. Yeah, but the thing is, like, when you start going into early navigation and conquering or colonization or expansioning, it's different. It was first mainly the Portuguese that started it in the 1500s. The Spanish were still at war with Alhambra. The French were at war with the British. It was the Portuguese that snuck away and did everything. And then that's why the Portuguese presence in Asia is 293 years longer than any other European country. So it was very different. It was a very different way of expansioning. And someone's saying, Mike, BC pays a lot of hell more in taxes. Hello?
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Good. How are you, Leaf? We got our man, Real German Instincts, Leaf, in the house. What are you up to?
Nothing too much. Just having a rum and a Coke.
Yes. What time is it? Like 4 in the morning?
It's almost 2 a.m.
Oh, okay. So, off-grid town. I didn't know about that country called Liberland?
Liberland. I'm not sure either. What's that about?
Oh, we were looking at it earlier in the show. It's an actual country off the Croatian and Serbia border there. It's like an actual independent sovereign country that's looking for people to immigrate to be free and be have a transparent constitution and not work yourself to death for no reason.
What's the Canadian? How does one set up a municipality with a community or a group of people, like-minded individuals, that would want to set up a municipality in Canada? What is the requirement?
But there's no point with that, right? I'll tell you why. I'll explain to you why. Because we're still going to be federally taxed. We're still going to be provincially taxed. We're still going to be corporate taxed. We're still going to be taxed to death. Why do we have to send money? Why does the town I live in have to send federal taxes to the capital? We're so far away. What's the point? We're not seeing any of it here. You know what I'm saying?
There's two things in life that are almost assured to occur.
Death and taxes, I know.
Sorry. Yeah, exactly. You will pay taxes and you will die.
Yeah. I'm not talking about not paying taxes. I'm just talking about being more libertarian and people like kind of paying for what they use type of thing. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah. Well, there's always going to be, like look at Wexit. What is it about? It's about the West subsidizing East socialistic policies. People are upset about it, right? Like they have no control, and we don't get enough seats to make a difference. That's the whole reason people are upset. But I don't know if I don't think it's avoidable at this point. But nonetheless, if you have your own municipality, you can at least have more dictate over your own lives, right? More self-determination. Yeah, you gotta pay the government, and you gotta pay the provincial, the federal. But
why are we sending money to capitals that are 5,000 miles away? It makes no sense when we could use it in our own municipalities.
Of course, well, it's simple. Like what was the Quebec guy said when he was dumping raw sewage into the St. Louis River, when the Alberta Premier says you guys dump human waste into the St. Louis, so yet you won't accept a pipeline? His response was, what was it? We have 10 million people or something? That was him saying, know your place, basically, the Quebecer. It was the mayor of Montreal. It was a couple years back. That's why, because there's more of them than us, and they think that they can just leech off of us. That's exactly what it is. And we don't have the numbers to say it. No.
I'm talking about a municipality where it's completely off grid. We have our own printing system where we print our own, mint our own silver. We do our own thing. We kind of barter if we have to, but we use our own currency. We can mint it ourselves. I've seen
that's illegal.
Presses.
I think. I'm pretty sure they'll just get you on they'll just get you a sale tax on whatever barter for free whatever fair value of that transaction was. They'll get you for that. Like, I don't know how the Amish operate, but they got to pay their taxes, I'm pretty sure. The only people that can get away with what you're basically saying is you'd have to have your own native reserve, because I know the reserves have special rights, but the rest of us don't.
Yeah, but taxation's been like it's like the same thing. When you had the Boston Tea Party, the whole thing been what is 1776 back in 1775, back in those times. Well, why were they sending taxes back to the capital, which was at the time was London, England? Why would New England need to send taxes back to the capital? It makes no sense.
Well, it makes sense for the elites. The people running the system, it makes perfect sense. They want their cut. They want their money. They want their milk and honey, basically, right? And what happened when the Americans didn't want to pay that tax? They sent in the British fleet, and they had a war.
Hold on. Harlip has a point. A corporate business. We created a town, but created as a corporation. Everybody that's in that town is part of the corporation, but with a specific, depending on the corporation, the way it's set up, we could expense our vehicles, our everything that we use in that corporation and that business. So any income we could make, we could be offsetting it on our capital gains.
That sounds brilliant, but I don't know if it works in reality. But I do know there was a mining town in BC, and they did exactly, I'm not sure how it exactly worked, but they had their own town, their own hospital back in the 1980s, their own hospital, their own houses for their employees. They pretty much had everything until the company shut down, and then I think a private investor bought it. It's like a BC ghost town for I don't know, how does that work?
It's set up in a way where they don't want it to work, right? It's set up in a way where they don't want it to work. We could easily, you know why they don't want solar power to be a mainstream thing?
Would each member of the community have a certain amount of shares, and then that would be almost like the democracy?
Exactly. Like every vote on council counts as a vote towards whatever we're trying to establish.
Or how many shares are on the board, or whatever the voting. Instead of being a voter, you'd be voting on your shares.
That's right. Yeah,
That's a very interesting
ideas
concept.
out. Yeah, we're just throwing ideas.
I
out.
love that idea. I love it. Expensing your own town's cars as tax write-offs. Like, come on, that's brilliant.
Yeah, it's something.
But how
we
long?
have.
But how long before the government would step in and be like, "You can't do this. This is wrong.
Well,
you guys are abusing it."
Well, they're gonna have to create. They're gonna have to create laws. They're gonna have to invent laws to basically shut us down, and that they'll do that. That's the problem. So what has to happen? It has to be like, yeah, you have to break away from the federation, right? So something needs to. I don't know, man. Like you have to find what I think the way to do it is to create an exclusion zone in an area, okay, and create it as a non-contested, unsurrendered territory. And then something needs to happen from there. I don't know, man. It's got to be an uncontested, unsurrendered territory, but it does not belong to the...
Yeah, but you'd be talking, to get that set up, you'd be talking about committing Waco, basically.
No, I wouldn't say like that. I would say like...
Well, Bundy Ranch, Waco...
I'm not talking about that stuff. I'm talking about like an unsurrendered territory where it's a territory. I'm talking like 400 acres. I'm not talking about a ranch. I'm talking like a piece of land, fence it off, put nature preserve signs all around, no trespassing, nature preserve signs, barbed wire, and then 10 kilometers in is our town on a river. In the middle, and we're solar with this. We got our greenhouses. We got bikes, beautiful. We have our own like lanterns. We have our own solar power. We have our own street lights. We don't have to send $30,000 of our tax money every year, or $56,000, whatever you pay a year in tax money per household, to the capital so they can keep a light on our street. You know what I'm saying?
It would require a group of people to have a lot of trust in whatever was going down or whatever was being done. Well, a lot of financial. You'd have to put up a lot of financial, and depending on what the town exporting stuff, then you'd have to make sure everything's like legally, from a legal perspective. You have to make. I don't know. It's a lot of. See, if you were to do it under a corporate structure, say the town's doing an export, you gotta, like, who's to say some nefarious party member or rogue member of the community just starts pocketing all the money and...
But it makes no sense to have all the money because there's nothing to do with it in the community. So it's not about money.
Well,
it's not about getting rich or money.
Well, the town's still going to need money to operate either way.
I understand what you're saying, but it has nothing to do with it, because if you're living in there, you don't need money. You need, because you are using your earnings that what you're, and you're getting your stuff. We could even set up a whole credit system. We could set up a whole thing where you have a credit system with credits, like Republic credits, and...
It's almost like a hippie commune idea, but
but it works, because all of us in the community need to agree that these Republic credits, okay, we create our own like not really a blockchain currency, but nothing so super serious, but something for us to trade within ourselves, and that's it. It's not legal tender to anybody outside of our community.
I like gold and silver.
Right, that's that too.
Like that.
Right. Yeah, I'm just throwing that out there. I mean, it doesn't have to be in Canada or the United States. You could go somewhere in Colombia and do it. You could go somewhere in Nicaragua and do it. You could go somewhere. There's a lot of... Remember the video I was showing earlier of all those ghost towns in Japan? There's hundreds of ghost towns in Japan. The Japanese government is giving free homes to people if they could maintain them.
Well, Japan's doing that now, like Italy.
Yeah, a lot of countries are doing that. So, I mean, you just write them a letter and tell them why you want a home and why you'll take care of it and this and this and that. And they'll do... It's really not that hard. I actually found out from somebody. I even got an email from somebody when I did that whole Japan giving away free homes video. I got an email from somebody from this organization there that's building a community. They were asking if I wanted to join and bring my family, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to move to Japan now, because they were offering me a whole house. They're like, a whole house for your family.
Sounds nice.
Because that's what we're kind of working towards all our lives anyway, right? So imagine you get that right off the hop, and then everything becomes gravy then, and then you start working and focusing on establishing and expanding your business and expanding your mindset and expanding your instead of focusing on paying down a mortgage that you'll never pay off in your life. Your life is a complete waste of thought. Your house broke and you got nothing to look forward to.
Well, I like the idea of living off the grid, but I do still like some modern amenities, like the internet.
No, I'm saying living off grid, but having our electric car station, electric bike station in our town.
Okay.
And completely solar paneling every roof, wind turbines out in the forests to generate power, all the proper hookups, and then we're by a river, and we could, obviously, if you're close to a river, you have groundwater. We could drill in for everyone to have a proper drainage and a proper...
Why not? You set it up as a corporation and then, or something like a gated community. Or a combination of the both, if you can legally get away with it and fuse them together.
The problem is,
then you can keep outsiders out, and you can't be like you're being xenophobic or whatever it is. Be like,
no, it's not even that. No, we can't be xenophobic. We can't be xenophobic because it would be.
I'm not saying you were xenophobic. I'm just saying,
but it
to an outsider, we'll use whatever excuse maybe to get in.
I get it, but they can't call it that one because it's going to be a combination of people from all backgrounds. So it doesn't really matter. It'll be people like, oh, this guy here is an electric technician. He's from Johannesburg. We need him. This guy here is from China. He's an accounting expert. We need him. We got this guy here from Russia. He's a language expert. We need him. We got a farmer from Wyoming.
What happens when DB moves next door?
Woo! But you know what I'm saying, right?
You know what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm. I know what you're saying. I know what you know, but people will get approved through a council. They'll sit in front of the entire council. Everybody in the town will have a town hall meeting, and we'll accept 2 families a month or something. We'll sit there. The 2 families will state their case, where they're from, what they've been doing, what they could contribute, what they've lost, why they want to become part of our world. Oh, it's like that movie. That where there's a prison, the island's a prison, and then they have the good guys, and then they have the bad guys. And so what happens is they parachute these criminals on this island, and if you get caught on the good side, they have a whole farming, a hospital. They have all their stuff set up, but then if you get on the bad side, it's all road warriors and criminals. It was a really good movie in the late 80s. If anyone knows what it's called, put it in the comments section. I think it's called Escape Island. It's from the early 80s, and it's about a prison island. And it depends where you got dropped off parachute-wise. If you're going to die or live or join a cult or... Oh, it's awesome.
Was it called No Escape, 1994?
Exactly, No Escape.
There you go.
How'd you find it?
Just Googled it. The description you gave.
Okay. No Escape. So here's what it looks like, guys. Watch this movie. It's actually really good. What's his name? Here it is. No Escape. No Escape. The old one. This one here. Not this new one with, what's that guy's name there? No. This one.
You ever get to go hiking up in the BC mountains like the Rockies or something?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Is it on your bucket list at least?
I'll do that once in a while. Here it is, 1994, No Escape. 1994. I like to end the show with giving people a movie idea. Here it is, No Escape, 1994. So this guy gets... So these are the good guys. These are the good guys here. And then these are the bad guys here. I'll show you what these are the bad guys. So they're this island, and they're divided, and they have a choice to... You don't have a choice. Well, if you get caught on the wrong side, you're screwed. You're like this. You're you're screwed. The movie's really well made. And there it is. They're living off grid, but very primitive. Like I said, it was a prison camp, so they don't get supplies that come in for them. Yeah. So, it's a good movie, guys. No Escape. And even the Sega Genesis game for it, too. Holy crap, dude. No Escape. Watch it. There's the rebels there. The bad guys trying to break into their camp. I'm not going to spoil the movie. It's really good. Anyways, Leaf, any last words? Because I'm going to sleep. I'm freaking tired.
No, that's it was a fun thought of experiment for the night, eh?
Yeah, we just want to talk about off-grid living, off-grid town. People that are just sick and tired of being scared to go to the local 7-Eleven because they're going to get stabbed. People are sick and tired of driving in traffic. People are getting sick and tired of wasting away their lives on this debt cycle.
It's just more debt, more high costs, more bubbles, more inflation, just never ending. And then they use immigration to keep it all going and spread it around, all that debt. And it's a never ending cycle of Mickey Mouse fraud, basically. The only question, when do you think this thing's going to finally pop? I'm getting to a point, it's been 10 years. I don't know if it is ever going to pop.
We're probably going to a stagnation period, and homes will stay where they are. And the people that got in at the right time will be fine, but no, it's not going to fly. I think a lot of people are just going to have to immigrate. Canadians will immigrate. We'll have housing refugees moving to the States, housing refugees moving to Mexico. It's just going to be, people are just going to have to leave.
One thing that I was thinking about that could finally end the bubble is, do you think when do you think the oil glut will finally, supply will finally dry up? Because I know they're pumping this stuff out of the ground at a loss, and they're also pumping it out on an energy loss. They're spending more barrels of energy to produce less than they're receiving. So
right, they're carrying fuel just to have fuel. I know.
So with that said, with the oil glut, and they're producing oil at a net loss on profit and also on just the energy return. How long do you think the oil glut can last, and when will it dry up? Because I think that might be the breaking point that finally breaks the system, because cheap energy is what allows the elasticity.
They keep spoofing the markets right now with metals and oils and commodities. The only way this could happen is a full-on hot war.
You don't think that we'll eventually run out of the oil supply, or
No.
at least the glut? I mean, not the oil supply, but the glut.
No.
They're just going to keep the glut going. Well, when do you think we're going to have a hot war, and where is it going to be?
It's going to be soon. It's going to be any time. Humans always go to war. It doesn't matter. Look at the Bible. 80% of the Bible is war. We will go to war. I don't care. It could be the two between the two unthoughtful countries or countries you never thought of would go to war, and then it'll move to a grander scale, and it'll just go into big time. It's gonna happen. We're always at war. Humans are always at war, no matter what.
What do you think the next war is possibly? What do you think?
Hong Kong, I think, is going to be a problem. I think once China has its grips fully in Hong Kong, I think that China's going to go move for Taiwan, and I think once China makes the move for Taiwan, I think that's when you start seeing...
Japan will never let China take Taiwan because it's too much of a national security threat.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's the next step right there. Once China moves into Taiwan, it's over. You could start loading up on guns, bring your friends, it's fun to lose. Yeah.
I'm thinking the two highest probability chances of a war right now are between the U.S. and Iran, or it would be or the West versus Iran, or it would end up being something in the South China Sea, a conflict going on there. And things could change if they have a Tiananmen Square event in Hong Kong, because the Hong Kong stuff, now they're starting to build bow and arrows and medieval equipment in there.
I'm trying to get
a hold of Evan. It's only a matter of time
Evan.
before they start trying to kill the cops, and then it escalates, and then the Chinese government's not going to... Because did you hear about the local elections in Hong Kong?
I did.
Yeah, so that's a big slap in the face of the CPP, and the CPP does not like to be surprised. And the fact that happened, they're not going to allow themselves to be mocked for much longer. They're already sending in fake or PLA dressed up as Hong Kong police to beat the local population, but that doesn't seem to be working, right?
No, it's not going to work. People will rather die than give in. A lot of people said they're writing their last letters to their families and saying they're willing to die.
And here's another thing: even if the Democrats boot out Trump, I think there's still going to be hostility towards, like, it looks like the Democrats are pretty anti-Chinese right now. Mm-hmm. So,
well, once unemployment goes rapid in China, and once the middle class starts to default, you're going to see China start a hot war.
It's going to be interesting days.
Yeah. Yeah, if Hill Dog gets elected, someone said in the comments, if Hill Dog gets elected, she would probably be in a major war now.
Hill Dog is not going to get elected, but a lot of the Democratic candidates right now, the front runners, are also anti-China, and they're speaking anti-Chinese rhetoric. That's actually almost more hardline than what Trump is spouting at the moment. So, you know, and it's pretty hard for the Democrats to support China when you know it goes against their ideology kind of a bit with what they're doing in Hong Kong. So it's even a hard sell to their own party. You know, yeah. Not that it stopped Trudeau very much. Trudeau seems to be sucking up to that money.
Woo! Anyways, dude, I gotta go to sleep. We'll talk later, okay?
All right, ciao for now, buddy.
God bless you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys, don't forget to join me on the other channels, guys. I am growing in popularity on other channels. If you want to shoot me a tip on PayPal, go ahead. Support me on Patreon for $1 a month. I'm on Brighton. I'm going to get my Brighton channel here. I'm on Brighton, guys. Get on Brighton, view my videos so I could get to a point where I get unlimited uploading. I could get hopefully they're gonna let people stream on here. Here it is. Oops. Mike Martin's channel. Guys, get over to Brighton right now and subscribe, please. You'll see all the channels that you used to see on YouTube that are gone. V-Man saying, Mike, can we talk about China next week and how they're destroying the West and how we can fight back? Yeah, we could talk about China. And we could talk about, I think China has more of an internal struggle. And I think once we could kind of pinpoint what their internal struggle is. Yeah, it's finance. Yeah, it's fiat. Yeah, it's a fake economy. Yeah, it's built on a house of cards. But there's something bigger, and I think there's something big that China is really, really keeping a secret. You know what I'm saying? So this is me here, guys, on BitTubers. If you guys don't mind going to BitTubers, I'd really appreciate it. I'll give you guys my BitTubers over here. Get to BitTubers. Get on there, guys, and support me on there. All you have to do is watch my videos. I'm getting a lot of views on here. And a lot of views. And I only have 13 subscribers. On YouTube, for me to get 82 views on a YouTube video, and I have experience on YouTube, I would need at least 400, 500 subscribers to get 80 views. I would need that much. I have 13 subs, and I'm getting 80 subscribers. Anyways, let me know what you guys think. Get over there. Support me there, guys, if you can. And if you could support Lord Humongous, he's starting up a GoFundMe to get a few things on the go. I'll get him on the show again to give us an input on what's happening, on what he's planning on doing, and I'll plug his GoFundMe thingy, and then we could discuss what he has in store. Anyways, guys, lots of love. God bless. And, yeah, this is our off-grid community. This is us right here. This is the town we're talking about. It's right here. All of us together here. God bless. And I want to take some open lines next week from you callers. So we got Tig Nim. I want to get him on the show. We got that other gentleman here. Yeah, we got to get Mike Banks on the show. Red Pill Gary. We got to get, who's the other person that was commenting here? Blunt News. Okay, we need you guys on the show. Come on the show. If you're still watching, thank you. But if you're not, Merry Christmas. And come on the show. Let me know, comment below. Thanks for watching, and don't forget the subscribe button.
That they're not doing that bad. That's probably a success.
Yeah.
If you
at
had
this point in life, at this point in the 21st century, that's probably a success. Just getting by.
If your life is going well, regardless of who's running the country, either their policies haven't affected you yet, or no matter what they do, it doesn't affect you. If you're self-employed, if you've got a business that makes money, it's more or less recession-proof. You've got paid-off real estate. 40% of people in Canada have paid-off real estate. 40% of people own their homes free and clear. There's a whole lot of people in Canada. None of this stuff is affecting them at all. It doesn't matter to them, right? A lot of them work for the government, so or they work in finance or something like that. They've been at something for a long time that hasn't been affected by all of this so far, right? But it might get to a point where it will. Then you're going to have a lot of people starting to get angry and getting more politically involved. I don't know if Wexit is going to happen. I don't even know that it would be a good idea. I think this CN rail strike that's going on right now is going to highlight for people back east just how fragile their supply lines really are. Like, for example, apparently Quebec provincially had about a 5-day supply of propane, and we're coming up to the end of November, and it's cold there. But they don't have pipelines.
It's freezing there, dog.
It's freezing there. Yeah, their propane is coming in by train. You got farmers in northern Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta. They want to get their crops off the fields. They want to get them out of the silos and get paid, and they can't ship it because the trains are down because they've gone on strike. So in a case like that, if Ottawa has to start ordering these unionized freight haulers to go back to work, it's gonna prevent some problems short term, but you don't do that too many times, and some long term problems and labor unrest are going to start to come up because obviously there's some deep seated anger there as well. For CN. CN is the largest it's the largest railroad in Canada, and it's one of the largest in North America apparently. It's a big deal when something like that goes on strike. It's going to create a lot of supply chain issues. And it's
definitely going to start making things a lot more. I don't know how to say it. It's going to complicate things, especially when they're saying, "Oh, well, it's what? Guess what? It's not really that bad. We don't need stuff going east to west. We could deal without it for a while." Oh man, as things started to stagnate, things start piling up, and then people start losing jobs, and then it just gets out of control.
That's right. Yeah, you go down to the grocery store and there's no bread on the shelves because the CN hasn't been hauling grain for a month. You know what? Yeah, then people will start to realize, oh, maybe we really all do need each other. Maybe they're not spoiled. Maybe they make the kind of money they did because they actually are doing something very important. A lot of people living in urban environments, they don't know, and it's not their fault. They've lived there their entire lives. They don't know any different. People just assume that no matter what stupid decisions they make or their governments make, whether political or provincial or federal, that things will just keep going on the way they are, and as if it was always this way. Well, anybody over the age of 60 or 70 could tell you that the way things are now, it's very recent and it's very fragile. And we as a country, if we need to think more as a nation, and we need to pull together more, and we need to start listening a little better, because they realize that what happens in Alberta and Manitoba and Saskatchewan on the flyover parts of the country affects them directly. So
we're gonna see what happens. It's logistics. Logistics are key to actually stimulate, and not only that, to thrive any basic economy. So once logistics, destination without transportation means nothing.
That's right, exactly. You can have all the raw materials, you can have the means of production, and you can have a market ready to buy your product, but if you can't get it to them, There's no deal taking place. There's no money flowing. Money velocity starts to drop. Yeah, and especially in the age of just-in-time inventory, where you don't want to carry your own inventory, so you've got stuff coming in, 24 hours before you need it. Well, that supply chain is very fragile, and the whole thing runs on probably 12 layers of credit, between suppliers and the shipping companies, and then the guys that unload the containers, and all of the semis that deliver the goods from those depots to the stores and the restaurants and wherever else. Obviously, propane and oil, things like that. Without them, you start to feel the pinch. You won't feel it right away, but every government in the world has an idea of how many days supply, or every corporation has an idea of how many days of supply they have on the store shelves, and all of the necessities for modern living. And that stuff has to flow. It has to go no matter what.
Got it. Anyways, dog, I'm starting to fall asleep. We've been talking for 2 hours. I've been on for 2 hours now. I had a really frustrating night tonight, bud.
Yeah, I know. I was on shortly after 9. I saw about 5 or 6 attempts to get a stream going. I went over to Twitch, and it was buffering badly. Yeah, you were having some internet problems. We'll wrap up here, guys. The theme was get out of debt. Well, the other reason that you want to be out of debt, or at least have a nice soft cushion to sit on in case things harden up, is because we could have supply, not just employment. You could have supply chain disruptions. You could have things that aren't available unless you're prepared to pay 2 or 3 times more for them because they're hard to get, or cash only.
Or they have to get it in via tractor trailer, and that costs a lot more when it's not being trained in.
Yeah, that's right. Or you may have to order it yourself, or be able to go and get it from somewhere else, right? Just to maintain. And the big thing about being out of debt and having some money, some jingle in your own jeans, is it gives you options. You don't have to panic like all of your neighbors. It's as much about preparation as anything else. Debt is an ankle. When you're trying to swim, you don't want a 20-pound cinder block tied to your ankle.
No.
You might be strong enough to do that, but man, you're going to tire real quick.
Yeah.
You just have fewer options in life, and these are the things that you're preparing for.
Okay.
So that's part of the reason that we hammer on it all the time.
That's right.
Yeah.
Good. That was good. Some good points there. Brighton, have you subscribed to me on Brighton yet?
Yes, I didn't see the video that night. There was a stream I see about it, but I did see it early in the morning. I have an account, and I'm subscribed to you.
Well, yeah, subscribe to other channels here. There's a lot of good channels here. There's The War Room.
Yeah.
InfoWars. Lisa Haven's really good.
Yeah.
We got... Who else is here?
Somebody mentioned Brother Nathaniel.
He's here. He just posted 3 hours ago.
Okay. Okay, that's good. I'd never heard of Brighton until you brought it up. I'd never heard of it. I mean, I would have eventually, but yeah, I'd never heard of it. So it's good. It's there's a lot of producers here already. That's good.
Man, Lord Humongous has 80 views on his video, dude.
Jeez. Hey, superstar.
He is. And he's on here too. I'm happy that he's on here too. Hopefully he'll post a video a week talking about stuff,
Yeah. Is that the video of him going to JP Morgan to try to buy some of that sweet powder?
No, sugar substitute.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Some other
You know what I'm thinking of doing? I'm thinking of actually streaming tonight's broadcast, live streaming it on Twitch.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no reason not to.
Like replay. I'm just going to keep the replay going for like 52 hours.
On Twitch?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, roll it over there and see how many views you get. I did see a couple of people, names I didn't recognize, typing in the comments while you were trying to get the stream going over there.
Oh, what a nightmare. What a nightmare it was. I think I need to increase my bandwidth. I did bring the router from the store. It's working fine. It's working better than the one I had. So I'm going to tell him, look, my router's not working at home. Can you send me another one because the light's not turning on? And then... Yeah, I unplugged, but you know what? The internet was the problem the whole time in this house because we have problems getting Wi-Fi. It was the stupid router the whole time.
Oh yeah, no, the trouble with electronics is they don't always tell you what the problem is. The little lights stay on and blinking, and theoretically everything's fine, but you got no signal for a day. So you try unplugging it or rebooting it or doing all the things they say to do and what have you. But yeah, sometimes they just quit working and they don't tell you that they quit working or why. So yeah, just get a new router and that'll probably solve your problem.
Wow, I am TV's on here too. Yeah, he got kicked out of a lot of these channels. Got kicked out of
Off YouTube.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, well, and this is the thing. This is a good time to be on different platforms.
Tommy Robinson.
Tommy Robinson, yeah, you don't see him anywhere anymore. If you have a big purge, like we think is going to happen on the 4th of December, whenever it is, those people are going to want to go somewhere else. You know, it's like refugees fleeing a potato famine or something. You know, they're going to immigrate somewhere else. So, you know, you want to be early. The YouTube has been purging people since at least 2016 for sure.
Yeah.
And some just disappeared forever, but a lot of others are, they're on BitChute, they're on
Lisa
DTube,
Haven's on here.
They're on everything. Yeah, I've heard of Lisa Haven, but I've never followed her. I don't think I've ever watched any of her stuff.
She talks like you do, very educated, very clear, and she talks like you do. Like if you hear her talking, you'll be like, wow, this girl's got it going here, you know?
Oh, I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Thanks for the heads up.
She just put a video here called Democrats Sneak in a Nightmare Provision into Bill that they signed.
Oh, yeah. Well, all they know how to do is create nightmares, so.
Yeah. Anyway, Supreme God, I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you for coming on. It means a lot to me that you take your time to come onto the show and make a difference. Guys, here it is. Brighton in the comments there. Live comments. Please go ahead and like and subscribe and all that crap. I need you guys to support me on this because right now I've already reached my next level on my dashboard.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'm 22 videos over my level that I needed to reach to upload to 50 videos.
Oh, okay. All right. So you gotta have some traffic before they'll let you load more stuff. In other words.
So I'm at my 10 video limit. I'm already 22 videos over.
Nice.
22.
Nice. Okay.
22 views over.
Well, onwards and upwards. Well, yeah, I've definitely encouraged everybody to go over to Brighteon. I was on it. I watched a couple videos on over there. The speed is good. Apparently, I don't have streaming yet, but I'm sure it will come.
I hope God hears you. I really do.
Yeah, I'm sure he will, and I'm sure that the forces of supply and demand will also kick in because if we have that many refugees looking for places to go from YouTube, they're going to be going somewhere where people aren't going to mess up. Yeah, you might want to just get a different email address and try again.
Yeah,
under a different name.
Ting. Just go get a new email address, dog. Just getting a new email. Just take your time, set it up properly, and then once you're signed in, you're always logged in.
Yeah, no, it works really well. Yeah, usually, just go in, you can go on Proton Mail, or you can go on Gmail and just make another email account. Go in as somebody else under a different name. I saw earlier you said they booted you off of there or wouldn't let you sign up. I don't know what the deal is there, but yeah, if you go in a different email or something, they'll probably let you in. You won't have any problems.
Because I'm also on Thing, guys, over here. Every time I open this stupid. Every time I open this damn thing while I'm going live, it shuts me down. What's it called? Right here. BitChute. Every time I open this, it just lags my stream right down. I got 72 subscribers on BitChute and growing. So I'm on BitChute too, guys. BitChute is clunky, though.
It is clunky. I watched a video on there a week or two ago, and yeah, it buffered a lot. It was a real problem. They obviously need to upgrade a lot. But if it is, censor proof more or less, it seems like none of them ever are completely, because the problem with censorship is sometimes you've got to have it just because some of the material that people will put on is so utterly depraved. Like that. I mean, some things just do not belong. But we're talking about moral things. We're not talking about political things there. When it starts to get into politics, no, that's a bridge too far. They really shouldn't have done that. YouTube is. It seems to me like YouTube, if they're talking about videos that aren't commercially viable, well, I think that means that they just want to keep the mid 5 to low 6-figure channels that are actually, making them money too. They probably they shed $1 billion a year to run that stupid thing. Like, they probably need to do something.
Yeah.
Anyway, but there were a lot of channels that were making money, but obviously they didn't like the message. So if they're going to play those games, they're going to get woke, they deserve to go broke. And if they purge a bunch of channels, well, those content creators are going to go somewhere else. So definitely getting a place early on other platforms is going to pay off in the long run, because all of those people, all of those viewers, and all of that content had audiences, and those audiences are just going to start looking for it. Mm-hmm. So they'll look around. You're fleeing the potato famine. You know what I mean? You're just looking for somewhere else to go. That's all.
Okay, bud. It's been 2 hours.
Right.
I'm going to bed. Thanks, guys, for watching. Thanks for supporting, and thanks for being here. And we'll be seeing each other soon. I managed to rough through this day, and I'm happy. I'm going to go to bed now. Have a good one. Thank you, Supreme.
Thanks, buddy. God bless everyone. Talk soon.
Talk soon. Yeah, so guys, it's been a long day for me. It's the 4-month anniversary. My dad passed away today, and it's been a tough day. So I'm going to hit the sack. God bless. Thanks for watching, and we'll see.
Gemini King, Mike in the night, and the Gemini crew. The night, you're here with Mike in the night. Let's just talk about the world. Give this page another turn, 'cause you're here with us tonight. Everything's alright when you're here with Mike in the night. Mike in through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Giving the world light when you're here with Mike in the night. Mike in through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Sometimes things are just absurd, so let's just talk about the world, 'cause you're here with us tonight. Mike in through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Mike in through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Let's just talk about the world. Give this page another curl, 'cause you're here with us tonight.
Good morning, good evening, good night. I bid you good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you may be watching this transmission on this great planet of ours that we call Earth. It is, and it always is, Mike in the night. Crack a window, let some air in. Maybe close the curtains, dim the lights. Maybe get a little bit of champagne, a little fizzy stuff. Maybe a little bit of white wine. Maybe a nice cold glass of water. Whether you're in your RV, or you're in your camper, or you're in your treehouse, or you're in that back cabin in the woods, or you're just tuning in on break on your lunch break. Welcome to Mike in the Night. What do we got going on, people? What's going on? How are you guys feeling the vibes, the YouTube vibes? A lot of creators are set scrambling. A lot of creators are set basically getting lawyered up. YouTube creators are having a really tough time. I'm seeing a lot of YouTube creators, especially a lot of the big ones, that basically quit their full-time jobs or answer or discussion or what's on your mind. Anyways, comments are starting to roll. We got certain people get into Mike in the Night. And what did people sign up for on YouTube? What did people, well, we'll get to that later today in the show. And we got to go over the comments of a video I did about will Australia exist in 30 years? Because that's kind of important. Because a lot of countries are losing their identity. There's an identity crisis in a lot of these countries. So it's becoming a problem. And I got this huge menu thing that came up. I got my Bixby open up here on my phone. I went to shut it off, and then I accidentally touched my screen, and I got this big thing plastered across here telling me to press menu to exit. And I'm like, I can't find it there right now. Okay, comments are rolling up. We got Jordan Retro in the house. We got Jasmine in the house. We got Farazella in the house. We got 26 Gunter in the house, stating that 0.3% GDP now in the U.S. Oh, that's phenomenal. Stagnation we're headed to. Melissa Mohammed Lord says hi. And then we got Walking Journey saying hello, Mike Martins. Now, Walking Journey basically called me on my phone earlier today when I was driving my son somewhere. And he basically said he's going to be on his last week at YouTube. Well, I hope that's not true. You know, I really hope that's not true. I want to thank Solid Extra for coming on tonight, too, and being a Patreon supporter. I want to thank everyone for coming on and coming on to discuss. Someone's telling me to get on D Live. Okay, you know what we're going to do, guys, on tonight's show? We're going to take you seriously. Well, I always take you guys seriously. And we're going to go check out D Live right now. Because everywhere I'm going is... So it's a blockchain live stream, sorry. And there's people on it right now, D Live, but signing up for me is always a problem. I don't know why. Okay, here we go. I could sign up with YouTube, Facebook. Okay, I'm going to save the link for D Live. And the problem is I got to start porting people on there.
Was on the opposite end with you.
I got to start porting people on there, so I got to find a platform that's going to, you know, the thing is, I need to find... We're not just someone sub to our channel. Freedom free for all. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna look at it later. I'm gonna see if I could get another one on the go going. We got Owen in the house. The reason why I want to get another one on the go going is because I'm on BitChute, and BitChute's really, really slow and clunky, and it's having a really tough time. Having a really tough time at it, and we shouldn't be, in this day and age, we shouldn't be fighting to speak or to have our voice heard, or even forming an opinion, right? There's a guy in town that gives me the finger every time he sees me. He flips me the bird, he flips my wife the bird, he tells me off, he does everything. Every time I go to the police, they say he's just forming an opinion. He's allowed to do what he's doing. It's not harassment. So, how do you form an opinion? Is forming an opinion a one-sided thing? Like, to one side, or... Like, someone needs to educate me on how this works, because I have no idea what a forming an opinion means. Because the police tell me that this guy gives your wife the finger, you the finger, your kids, whatever, creates fake accounts, harasses you, blah, blah, blah. This guy's like 60. He's just forming an opinion. So what is forming an opinion anymore? You know what I'm saying? If you use Restream Inor StreamYard, you can multi-stream through the transition. Well, I'm going to look that up right now and see what the deal is with that. Let's see what the heck this is and see if it has... So this is a multi-stream. Okay, I got it. I got this. I'm going to save this link too on my desktop. So I already have like YouTube, and then I use this guy, right? Then I'll use the other one, which is, I think it's this one or it's that one. Or it's one of those ones. Oh, and I could even have a Twitch account too. And I can stream on Facebook. The problem is I'm not that big of a... I'm not that big. Like, I'm not a big deal. Nobody really knows me outside of our little group. You know? All right, so I'm getting some valuable information tonight. Melissa says, want to say thank you for making the world a better place. At least you're trying. YouTube, Walking Journeys basically sent us a link to subscribe.
But a charter ride does not...
Oh, right here he goes. Freedom for Life. Here they are here. If you guys want to subscribe to these guys. They got 4,000 subs. Night of Tolerant Left. So here you go, guys. I don't know how much of this stuff I'm allowed to read on here until it gets shut down. So there it is right there, guys. Freedom Free for All. They got 4,000 subscribers. Check them out. See what they're up to. How can we make Mike bigger? I don't want to be bigger. I just want to be kind of like a little speakeasy. Kind of a small group of people just to hang out. Maybe have a martini or two. Listen to some fine piano in the back. Live though. Somebody playing a piano. And occasionally go into the tip jar and drop it in a few bucks there every hour. Something like that. I don't know. Just kind of like more of a, you know. We are heavy shadow banned. Yeah, I've been shadow banned. You know, I'm going to be really frank with you guys. My videos are struggling to get to 200 views. My YouTube did so much better when I had 2,000 subscribers. When I had 2,000 subscribers, I made more on AdSense. I had more viewership. I had more everything when I had... guys, there's a lot of creators here tonight on the show. We got Walking Journey, who's a creator. We got Low Roller Scratcher, who's a creator. We got Freedom Free for All, who's a creator. So there's a lot of creators coming here from YouTube, checking out what's going on Mike in the Night. All right, guys, let's get into a little bit of channel discussion. We got to talk about this. It's kind of important. So let's go over channel talk, over channel news. Mike in the Night last week was a hit. We're almost at 2,000 views, and that's heavily throttled. And I don't know if you guys remembered how many people I got on the show or how many people were messaging me via Skype or via comments here or via whatever they're commenting through or messaging me through that they're watching the show live. So we had people from Australia, New Zealand, Isle of Man, the UK, pretty much every country in the UK, even Wales. We had people from Iceland, Denmark, Canada. We had more people saying they were watching me live than there were actually watching with the number of viewers showing according to what YouTube is saying. So I had more people message me saying, I'm live right now, I'm live right now, I'm live right now. We counted, I don't know, a good 70, and we had a pile of people in the comments we never counted too. So there's something not right. Something is not right. Okay, Mike in the Night, guys, don't forget to check out back. We got a lot of people actually watching the back streams. They're all relevant, guys. These shows are all relevant. Watch all these Mike in the Nights, guys. They're relevant and they're good. Lots of good guests on these shows. Trends in the housing market, again, was kind of a flop. Not that many views on it. But the one before, somebody shared the stream live. Yeah. And it got big. Guys, you're watching this now. Go down to the bottom of this and share it. I don't care. Freedom Free for All. Go ahead and share this on your platform. Freedom Free for All. Go ahead. If you want to, for me, you could do this if you want. Go ahead and stream my stream via your channel and let it run on your channel live. Same thing with Walking Journey. Same thing with Low Roller Scratcher. If you want to stream my stream and then just grab my screen live, full screen it and grab it, put it on your channel live. Write a blurb below. Mike in the Night, guys. This is where we meet up. This is our speakeasy. We're trying to go easy here. We don't want to rock anybody's boat because I don't want my boat to be rocking. You don't have to host it. No. Just stream my stream. So basically what you do, I've done this before for other channels. I have two screens. I put Mike in the Night on this screen. I go to my visual capture. So I have OBS. I use OBS. Okay? I capture this screen, but I put the stream key in my stream on my channel, and it allows me to stream basically this channel as it goes on other channels. And I think that would be nice if people could, get it going. And then if Freedom Free For All could do it, Walking Journey could do it for me and have me live streaming on his channel, that'd be awesome. Yeah. Okay. Like James Wright, everyone's got channels. Low Roller Scratcher, if you guys could do it, restream the stream, and get it going. Full blast. And guys, share this, get everyone on here. Okay, so we got Can't Read Market Talk. I came on, I got like 100 emails of people telling me to come back with that. Morning Coffee with Mike, join the team. I was basically making this video asking you guys if you want to join the team. Basically, all I'm asking is if you want to do a story, or even if you want to narrate a video, like you want to stand outside of some building and saying, hey guys, Low Roller Scratcher here with the Mike Martins channel. I'm here and I basically want to tell you guys what's happening at this building. Send me the video in a Dropbox. I'll look at it, I'll edit it, and throw it up on the channel. That's all I'm asking. If you want to share a video, if you're in Australia, go ahead and make a video. Like, okay, the Raven, right now, he just said we laid off 1,600 yesterday. I got that article open. You want to make a video at the yard? Make a video at the yard. And send us the video and tell us what's happening. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to have your own YouTube channel for as long as I got mine. Just go ahead and send a video or two. Oh, I want to make a video a month. I don't have time to make videos like you, Mike. Then make a video a month. Send it to me. So that's that, guys. All right, here we go. Guys, I want to thank my 3 or 4 new Patreon supporters for jumping into Patreon. I got my 20 Patreon supporters by Christmas. I've hit it. Everyone's donating. Some people are donating more, but some people are donating $1 a month. You could be a captain. No, sorry, buy me a coffee for $1 a month. You could be a captain in the group, $5 a month, and a consigliere for $10 a month, and an underboss for $25 a month. I do post on here from time to time. You could directly PayPal me, or you can follow me on Instagram. And don't forget to check me out on The Dirty. All right, that's enough channel news. Now let's get to what's going on, guys. Let's get to this, guys. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. That's The Dirty. I like The Dirty. Anyways, I brought up a video. I put up a video that did, will Australia exist in 30 years? Because it's kind of concerning to me, and it's concerning a lot of people. Because right now, we got Steve Thomas on the phone, and he told us, basically what was going down. And he says that the Chinese are going back and they're buying up property in huge numbers. Now with the Australian dollar dropping, and now with the Australian dollar dropping and the price decline in Australian housing market, it's becoming a free-for-all buy-up from foreign investors coming in and gobbling it up. And what happens to the Australian proper? So let's read some of these comments. There's some serious comments here, guys. Mike, I was asking myself the same question this morning. What will Australia even be or represent? I was thinking in about 20 years or so, I won't recognize this place. There are so many people who are miserable, pushy, and inconsiderate these days, all scurrying around for material desires, which there seem no contentment in. So there it is right there. You can't buy a home from Australia, working in Australia. You need a suitcase full of cash from China. That's very true. This is what's happening. I'm just bringing this forward because this is very important. Because once Australia loses its sovereignty, it's over. There was one here. The scary one. Australia destroyed by design. This is from Royal Sandman. He says, "Dear Mike, I really want to disagree with you. I really want to tell you you are wrong. I really want to tell you you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, but I can't. Because what you are saying is basically correct. I have been following you for years now. But I must say that everything is starting to now align to the point where the average Australian is becoming a slave to debt. I don't state that lightly. The restrictive use of cash bill that went through our government, I made a video on that. That's actually very important. And the bail-in legislation that passed through the Senate a couple of years back should give the average person nightmares. Oh, and pensioners too, nightmares. Because bail-ins, they're going to start taking your money to fund this. Woo! But our media does nothing or little to cover this and make it political knowledge. No one, yes, no one that I have asked is even aware of them. If Mike were an Australian media, I believe the government would shut him down quickly. I am mostly a very positive, reasonable person, but sadly, Mike is mostly right. I really wish Mike was wrong. I wish I was wrong. What do you think I want to be right about this crap? There is only my opinion, and I apologize if I've offended anyone with my contents. Yours sincerely, Royal Sandman. No, you didn't offend nobody with your comments. Because some people need to call a spade a spade. So, Australia is oblivious. Will Canada exist in 30 years? Canada's very sparsely divided, where Australia is very condensed in certain cities because most of the country is uninhabitable. So yeah, we got the Raven said the Bolivia is in chaos now. I actually went on the Bolivian news hold on. After I made the Bolivian video, I went on the Bolivian news. It was on their cable, though. It wasn't on the internet. That's the problem. I wanted to record it. It was on their Canal 8 or Canal 7. I went on the Bolivian news. They had me on, and I was dressed nice. It was like, I think it was like 7 in the morning because it was 8 or 9 there. I couldn't remember. I was up. I was ready. They were streaming me. Okay? But they were streaming me via Facebook chat on their systems. They came on, they were showing images of Bolivia as an uncertainty. I said, basically, in Spanish, basically, that there's a vortex of a void. The president, or the former president, now has fled to Mexico, which everybody knows. Why did he flee to Mexico? If he wasn't safe in his own country, he feels an uprising and blah, blah, blah. I spoke for about 2.5 minutes. And that gave him my opinion, and they said, thank you for your opinion. We'll have you on as soon as possible. And that's it. I usually get messages on Facebook chat under my spam if I want to be on something. I've been on the news, too, with Venezuela, too, talking about the collapse in Venezuela with the shortage of fresh water and the shortage of, it was about fresh water shortage and the shortage of anything at supermarkets. And we went over some of the trucks that were being raided by bandits and stuff. So I go on more on like Latin American news or Spanish news than I do in English. In English, they never put me on. Like, I've been talking about this housing crisis for life, for forever. I've been like talking about the enslavement and debt people are getting themselves into, thinking they're going to work 1,000 years to pay off their debt. I've never been approached by anybody in my life to come on. Well, I was approached by one back in the day, like 3 years ago, but they wanted to tell me what to say, and I'm like, forget it. So, what else? There's lots of comments on this video. So someone says, Mike, absolutely no way out of this one. Very stupid people think it will go on the same forever. They have no idea. Sunday night, there is a 60-minute program going to air about the Chinese soft invasion. For those interested, but alas, too little too late, from the lapdog media representatives that feed multiple ignorance. So if you go back to the channel, guys, and you look here, let's go back to my channel. How do you go back to my channel without exiting the damn thing? And you go here and you search, you go here and you type in I talk about this already. I've been talking about this. Look, Chinese return to Australia. I've been talking about this, and it's going to get bigger, and it's going to get Australian immigration crisis. Oh, this one, I talk about it 2 years ago. That's impossible, because I made this video when I was living in my house in Vancouver 3 years ago, but it keeps saying 2 years ago. It's been over 3 years I made this video. Australian housing disaster. I see it here in Trends in the Housing Market, Australian edition. Yeah, this one. Housing crisis, get out of Sydney. That's from this is over 3 years ago. It says 2 years ago. I haven't lived there for 3 years when I made this video and posted it. So I'm getting a lot of videos that are not, if you type in Australia Chinese. Here we go, lots. There we go. Is China to blame for Australia's housing crisis? Chinese retreat from Australia property market. Chinese military raid Australian formula. Australia urgent message. That's from 5 years ago. Sydney at poop hole. Sydney man leaves to Mexico. No more Chinese money equals no housing crisis. Oh, man. So, guys, you need to pay attention. You know, there's a lot of people giving out signals there, important signals. All right, let's move on. Let's go into some Zero Hedge news. Voters don't want to see crazy stuff. Obama asks, WTF are 2020 Democrats doing? Well, they're not loading up on the good stuff and getting themselves ready, right? They ain't loading up. Vladimir Putin sums up the New World Order in 5 words. U.S. dollar will collapse soon. Yep, David Xavier saying China is building Africa. Yep. There's already a move in Mozambique in Portuguese Africa to kind of straighten things out there with the Chinese. Yeah. Brazil is helping out Portuguese Africa, and so is Portugal. They're trying to figure a way out of this problem they're having in Africa right now, especially in Angola too. Exposing the Bernier dossier. I don't even want to talk about these bunch of losers. Here are the states where Trump trade wars hammering Chinese export. Everything you need to know. Okay, more Trump stuff here. Even with better education, millennials earn 20% less than baby boomers. Study finds. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Trevor's asking, is this delusional Mike or is it a factional Mike? It's factional Mike for now. Don't let me show you what you could buy in West Palm Beach for 140 grand. All right? And I got to get my friend Tony down there. My friend Tony Leone. And then I got Fat Tony down there too. I'll get them both standing outside of a house on Skype with a for sale sign showing you guys. And I'll show it on MLS. On Zillow. And I'll show you the same house for sale. So you guys know I'm not lying. Three Right Guys podcast has a very good point he brings up. To be fair, baby boomers have more work experience. Very good points. Three Right Guys always has my back. Always has my back in the shadows. Lurking in the shadows. Okay, the comments are actually buzzing pretty good. It's kind of funny. We get like 70 comments in like 4 minutes, and there's only like 60 people watching. Woo! Anyways, okay, let's keep going here. Find flights to Manila from Vancouver. Nobody cares. War on terror has killed 801,000 people, and the cost of 6.4 trillion, says the new study. Apple is now bigger than the entire U.S. energy sector. Disney is bigger than Europe's top 5 banks. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Artificial intelligence will enable the future / blockchain will secure it. Oh, I never thought of that. If artificial intelligence was encrypted by blockchain, there's no way for us to hack it or change anything in it. So if robots turn against us there's no way of us changing it. I never thought of that. Gently used ICBM silo in Arizona desert. Oh, they have a missile silo for sale. That's not bad. I know a bunch of people back in remember the 2012 crisis, when they had that big 2012 crisis where everyone thought the world's going to end? A lot of people bought these things and actually retrofitted them to live in them. And they made layers, like different like levels and stuff. It's pretty cool. Three Right Guys says, I'm freezing to death here in Ontario. Oh, here it's nice. We had a great day today. Tomorrow it's going to be 13 centigrade tomorrow here in Merritt. Oh, it's a little bit of rain, but we'll see how it goes. New legislation will throw people in jail for disrespecting cops? Wait. The cops are public sector public servants. They're public servants. Telling people the words they can or can't say or which fingers they could raise. Whoa! To protect cops' feelings is chilling. Freedom of speech does not come with the terms and conditions. I'm going to have to open this and make an independent video on this because I'm going to have to go to the aid of some of these people here who get basically thrown in jail for this, for giving a cop a finger and going to jail. That is forming an opinion. That's how it is in Merritt. I get this all the time to me from a guy in town, and my wife and everybody. Well, not everybody. Everybody in my family gets told off by some guy in town. Every time he sees us, he makes sure that he flips me the bird. And I have it on video 3 times. People in my car have witnessed it. It's the same thing over and over again with this guy. The police here, after all these police reports and this and getting them on camera, creating fake accounts, bashing me, putting me on the dirty, the whole 9 yards, guess what? He's forming an opinion. Now what? You can't do it to cops? That's impossible. I got told off 2 days ago. And then a week before, I was stopped at the light. Buddy stops his car, rolls his window down, and goes, F your mother. It's like every day. I get told off every day by the same guy in town. And he has this delusional mentality that there's an army of haters after me. He creates all these fake accounts to bash me. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. If you guys want to follow that series, it's on my channel here. It's called, if you go to my channel here, I got to get Waptech on the show. I got to get Waptech on here. I've been begging Waptech to come on the show for a long time now. I got to get him on the show. He's a really good guy. If you go to my channel and you go to playlists, it's right here. Oh, I got Mark Dice's book too. Anyways, right here, Merit Harassment Series. It's a picture of like a mean old lady. It's one of the avatars that was in the one of the accounts that was harassing me and my wife. So there it is there. If you guys want to watch the Merit Harassment series, check it out. All right, I'm going to stop with this. Oh, one more. Facebook app is secretly accessing iPhone users' camera. Let's go do a little dance for that. Oh, don't worry. It's only a bug. Woo! Oh, meet the company building a lithium-ion battery that's less likely to explode. Oh, that's so nice of them. Yeah, I don't have an Apple. I have nothing Apple in my life. There's nothing. I have nothing Apple. Everything's Android. Yeah, I'm going to read a story independent about that. We're going to have to get back into the Merit Harassment series to figure this out. Anybody that goes to jail or whatever for giving somebody a finger, I'm going to be the first one there to set them up. I'm going to go there with the police reports, all the different logs, the video footage, and the video footage of the police telling me to my face that he's forming an opinion. All right, let's move on before I get super excited here. Okay, we gotta get the Raven on the phone. CN Rail confirms layoffs, declines to say how many affected. CN Rail has made a difficult decision to lay off an unspecified number of workers. I heard it's 1,600 from what I heard. According to the websites, okay, let's just get the Raven if he's available to come on the show. Let's just come on the show and tell us. All right, he got here. The article has a picture. Blah, blah, blah. All right, let's just get him on the show and tell us what the heck is going on here. Oh, he's unavailable. Okay. So he just hung up on me. So I guess he's Trev Elliott says, Mike, why would someone flip you the bird? You didn't harm them, or people are nuts. That's why I keep to myself. And no, I opened a business in my town that's similar to this guy's. They're similar businesses. Ever since I opened, it's been a nightmare. Watch the Merit Harassment series. Okay, we got the Raven.
How's it going?
Yo, what's up, dog?
Not much.
You're on Mike in the Night. So what's going on with CN?
We got big layoffs, 1,600. So, but I think it's more. I think it's going to be a lot more than that. They're not really saying how many they've admitted 1,600, but it's probably going to be more.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely more next year when this thing starts to take hold.
Interesting.
So,
interesting.
Yeah. Yep. We're going on strike. We're going on strike probably. I think almost guaranteed we're going on strike on the 19th at midnight. 001 on the 19th.
Oh.
So we just laid off 250 managers. So I don't know who's going to be our conductors because usually they go to the managers.
Okay. So is your job on the line?
No. My job will be on the line once we get to phase 3 of what's coming down the pipe.
Okay.
There'll be people in the streets fighting with guns when I get laid off. So.
Okay, so Raven, what's going on with the yards? Are they still empty, or are they hauling oil? What's going on?
They're empty. Like the odd time you'll see a little bit of traffic in there, but I saw some yards. We have 3 satellite yards here. We have. They're just on the outskirts, but they're still, there's some of them have 20, 30 tracks, and normally they were full, but now there's the odd oil train, but they're underutilized. Like we're going to be cutting, and it's going to keep cutting. If we weren't training, like I'm training a guy right now, I'm training a new engineer. If we weren't training people, we could cut 100 more people tomorrow in our department right now. I don't know when those people are all done being trained, because we're training new conductors, we're training new engineers, eventually your training's done and you've made it, you've got no more training. So when that's done, there's another 100 guys in Winnipeg. They're going to be chopped off the block there. That's coming.
So, okay, but realistically speaking, could the rail company, the CN Rail, that basically transports all our goods across back and forth from the country, could they run on a skeleton crew if they had to?
We have skeleton traffic. Like, we lost 25% of our traffic. I don't know if you is that trade war that Trump is that trade war that important? You know, is it that important to bring the entire world to its knees, to cause millions of job losses, to cause tens of thousands of suicides due to job losses, and the repercussions of that trade war are like reverberating through the economies of the world. You are crushing the whole world. Is that the platform that he ran on? Like, is it that important? What he was doing? There was no other option. Like, there was no other, and I don't think they're ever going to sign that trade deal. And you know what? Just to drag it out, let's just start chopping it up into phases. Phase 1, phase 2. Hey, while we're at it, let's push Brexit another 3 months away.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I don't remember what show. I think it was watching X22 report. Jim Willey. He just caught a little thing he said in Switzerland. Credit Suisse, that bank.
Mm-hmm.
Rumors that it's going under. That's a rumor. The repo markets, because that Credit Suisse bank is going under in Switzerland. That's just a rumor that he said he heard from some people but you never know. I never thought of Switzerland. I never thought of Credit Suisse. I always thought Deutsche Bank, Commerzbank, or some German or Italian bank went under, but I never thought Credit Suisse. So
okay. Here's the deal. These repo markets, what I'm looking at, these repo markets, and I've been talking about that they're borrowing or they're injecting more than what the assets are worth. So you know how the risk varies depending on the capital asset being analyzed. And my problem with this is I don't think they're covering. I think all they're doing is keeping companies open from going bankrupt. I think that's what it is. So this is allowing more risk rather than to give more banks more balance sheet flexibility. And then I'm thinking this what we're seeing right now, Raven, is repo strains. We're having repo strains right now from all this repo crap we're doing. That's what I'm thinking is happening.
China just injected 200 billion yuan into their system.
And they bailed out 3 banks last week. Again.
How many? Yeah, that we know of. Yeah.
Yeah,
so.
That's what got out. That's what got caught. You remember how I said the mainstream media is there to apologize for the corporations when they get caught?
Yeah.
That's all they're there for. Once me and you or people start talking about something that's happening and the mainstream media hasn't picked up on it, the mainstream media needs to go there and then give their narrative and then calm down people.
Well, what's happening with YouTube on December 10th?
I don't know if I'll be here. I don't know what's happening.
I don't know. I don't know if anyone's going to be here. So, that's they want to shut us up. They want to shut all these people up. Everybody, all the people in your room. It's growing, and they know that. They're probably watching this channel right now, whoever they are.
Dude, we're growing. And we're not even that really good of a channel. And they're throttling us back so much. Imagine how it was open, like it was an open free game dance floor. Get out and dance on the dance floor, and the better dancer or better participant gets more viewers. Imagine it was set up like that. You would see all these leftists and Mickey Mouse pouring gravy down their pants, and a guy made a lemon meringue pie out of oranges and some crap like that gets 40 million views. None of those things will get views.
I'll know it's all over, Mike, when I see you on YouTube wearing a mankini covered in gravy. Never take the gravy.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Yeah. Well, I hope your job is going to be okay. You have confidence. You sound like you're confident.
I know I'm okay. I got hundreds of guys below me, but I'll tell you how good our economy is. Yesterday, leaving the city, this is the state in our city. Carjackings are up. We're at
I read an article on that actually. Just like
you know what?
A guy parked it. What was that story? A guy parked his car just outside the bank, went in to use the ATM, and came back out, and his window was broken, and they took his like briefcase.
I talked to this lady at the dog park, RCMP lady that was retired, and she says half of what happens in the city never makes it to the news because they don't want you to know what's happening.
Because it wasn't caught. It only makes the news when someone complains so much about it on social media, they have to say it on the news.
You know what, Mike? There's things happening in the city that the people of the city don't need to know. They want to live here and not move away. They don't need to know. There was a guy got robbed down the street from where I live by gunpoint, and he was a off-duty cop. And this 22-year-old kid robbed him with a handgun, and another lady and another guy that he robbed, he got caught, but that never made the news.
Guys, it's Winnipeg. People in the comments are asking which city is this, Winnipeg, and we got Shanghai Larry asking the same thing on Skype. Which city is this? And I said Winnipeg, guys. Winnipeg is pretty much in Manitoba, and it borders the province of Ontario, and it's north of Minnesota.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like yesterday, I was leaving Winnipeg, going west, and going up this long stretch of track where it's industrial and there's some condos and that, but nothing near the railway track. And we see this guy standing beside the track, 10 feet away. He's standing there, and I got a trainee driving, right, and I'm in the middle chair, and I stand up, and the conductor goes, hey, what's going on here? And I look, and I stand up, and I walk over to the trainee because he doesn't know what to do, and this guy's standing there, and all of a sudden he walks out in front of our train. He stands there, he looks at us for a couple seconds, and at the last second he walks away. He's building up his nerve to kill himself. That's how it's like. There's people out there walking in front of trains. There's some problems out there. That happened yesterday. I think that's going to happen more and more. But that happened yesterday to us. That was a close call. We got the police out there because that guy, statistically, they'll wait for 2 trains and they'll kill themselves on the third one. That guy was building up his nerve. Oh. And we missed him by 50 feet, and he walked. He's a 50-year-old guy, not 50, 55 years old, and he walked off. I guess he had enough. You know,
we got Jesse in the comments saying, I'm in Edmonton, and every bus stop you go, there's a meth head there smoking. People run up to you, grab your stuff, and run.
Yeah.
People try to jump you from behind.
It's an epidemic in Winnipeg. Look at Facebook or liquor stores. They're just there's a Facebook video of like 7 people going into a liquor store and just all walking out with cases of booze and bottles and bags and knapsacks of booze, and it's an epidemic here. It's unbelievable how much stuff there is. And then you go on Facebook Marketplace, it's all hot. There's all these websites. Everything is hot. There's a whole underground world of hot stuff for sale online and all. It's just a huge. I don't see how these stores can stay in business with that disintegration of society, Mike. And it's going to get worse.
Mm-hmm.
Faster and faster and faster. It's exponentially going to increase. Every country, and what's that? I can't say his name. Papa Piste in the room there.
Papa Piste is Latin for the chosen one.
Yeah, he listed off all those countries: Lebanon, Iraq, Chile. There's tons of them, and every week there's another one. This week it was Bolivia. Their whole government.
I was on the Bolivia Canal Ocho talking about it for like 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, they created a vacuum there. They have no. And then that lady stepped in. But there's something funny with the lithium mining there, you know.
Mm-hmm. Australia has a bit of lithium mining too, but it's all Chinese owned though.
Yeah, China's big.
Yeah,
China's got huge problems. They're if not in a worse position than the U.S.
Oh, they are. Because the U.S. I mean, there's only so far they could go when the average guy starts looking at things and starting to say, yeah, I could peel back the layers, like you said. I could look. We could audit. We could audit the expenditures and see where we're losing money and fix that. With China, it's more. There's so much lying, and none of the banks there trust each other. Nobody there, like in the high institutional people, they don't trust each other.
You got to remember, you don't follow the narrative there. You're gone. We have a so-called democracy here. They're communist people. They you got to watch what you answer, what you say, what you report. If you're an analyst and they want your numbers on what the GDP is or what, you better give some favorable numbers to the Communist Party there. You're gonna get your organs harvested if you don't. You know what? Looking at articles on China or Europe or the banks or the cryptos or the whatever, the interest rates coming down, or I always want to jump to the big picture. Hey, what's the big picture? What are they trying to do? What's the do you think they're going to fix all this? Do you think they're going to fix the economy? They're going to fix everything so we can go to 9 billion people. We'll be at 8 billion people by 2023. 8 billion. Europe, Canada, US, Australia, 20 tons of carbon footprint per person. And China just lifted, 400 million people out of poverty in the last 10 years? What's their carbon footprint going up to? 400 million more. Mm-hmm. And that's online now that are middle class. Mm-hmm. So what's the big picture? Are they going to fix all this? Or are they going to clean it up? Are they going to clean it up and take care of it all in one shot? What's going to happen? That's what I look at. What's the big picture there?
Or what's the end game?
The end game is, and until you solve the population problem, you are not solving any problems on this planet. Until you solve the population problem, you're putting out a forest fire with a squirt gun. So you have to solve the population problem. How are you going to do that? Mm-hmm. Maybe build these bubbles up really, really big, really, really big. Cause a farming Armageddon in the States.
Yeah, that $50 billion pipe dream of.
In China, what are you going to do? I don't know. Kill 500-600 million swine with the swine flu. Start attacking the food process all around the world. You start seeing the big picture. Build the bubbles bigger. Build them bigger. What's the trigger? Brexit, trade wars, Deutsche Bank, Credit Suisse. What are they going to?
Look, Raven. We're friends, right? So,
yeah.
But I do disagree with you. Two things. I believe that population growth, yes, I think it's a myth, in my opinion. I believe population is growing, but I'm not seeing the full. I'm not buying it. I think we're having less kids than we are than before, like some countries are, and and with the whole global warming thing, I don't think it's man-made. I think we contribute like 0.00005% towards. That's what I believe, right? But you
got to remember, the economy is global warming. The mining, the trains, everything is CO2 emissions. It's growing fast. 220,000 people a day, 80 million people a year.
Okay, hold on a sec.
That's exponential growth.
But you're not factoring all the people that die every day, right?
No, I am. That's with death. With death, we add 220,000 a day, and we can sustain 9 to 10 billion people on this planet, 3.5 billion hectares of farmland. If we were all vegans, we could live off 3.5 billion hectares. So exponential growth at 80 million a year. So me and you, Mike, we go into the elites with the Rothschilds, the Carnegies, whoever's sitting at that table, the Morgans, the bankers, the big corporate. We go sit into those private meetings. We'll sit at the big boy table. What are we going to do here? We got a problem. We're going to let this run its course. So we could pretty much kiss this place goodbye in 50 years. You can say that this is all going to, the society disintegrates by 2040. This is all going to fall apart. If you ain't looking at that big picture, you're wasting your time. You're looking at the small pictures and you're trying to put that forest fire out with a squirt gun. Let's sit at the big table here. Let's look at the big picture here.
Okay? Then why?
We've got an opportunity. We have an opportunity of a travesty here, and never let a travesty go to waste. Whenever there's bad things that happen, whether it be in the country beside ours, bad things that happen, let's get good things out of it. Let's create certain departments. Let's go after certain commodities. So that's the way they operate. That's their motive. That's exactly how these people think. They look at an opportunity. They're not going to fix all this to run us up to $9 billion, because that would exasperate the problem that we have. This is common sense, and I can't believe that everybody's focusing on small little things like, I wonder if the more you look at it, the more you can see they're going to use this as an opportunity. And it was really that snowstorm that woke me up, when I saw how vulnerable people were. And they know that. And it's happening now. The more you can take away from people, the more vulnerable you can make them. Take their jobs away, get them more in debt.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'll get you in a debate with Evan there in Hong Kong if the place isn't burning to the ground, and do a global warming debate. I believe man-made global warming, our life expectancy is too short for us to be a hindrance on the earth. There's only so much time we have here, and we're gone. 50, 60 years in the cosmos, in the universe, is not even a blip. It's not even a puff of air. It's nothing. So I believe the Earth's gone through a lot worse without us even here. And I believe the Earth will be here thousands of years even after we're gone. You know what I'm saying? So
how many times have we been here?
4.
It's a cyclical process.
I think the Earth is restarted 4 times, I think.
At a certain point, rock crumbles and becomes, look at the pyramids. You give it another, what are they, 2,000 years old, 3,000 years old, 4?
Some of them date back up to 30,000.
Yeah, but are they even, can you tell that they are still pyramids? The ones off the coast of Japan underwater are 14,000 years old.
Right.
At some point, the weathering in that, it just becomes unnoticeable that it was a formation of anything, right?
Well, like the pyramids in China.
Let's give it
China has more pyramids than any other country on the planet. Nobody knows this.
Yeah, and they have a lot of tombs too underneath those mountains.
Oh, God forbid anybody knows what's happening in China. Here, look, I'll even show it to you guys if it hasn't been taken down by Google. Chinese pyramids. Look, there's thousands of them. They have tens of thousands. Look at this massive pyramid here. Oh, I want to thank Papa Pist for sending me $2.79 Canadian. Ancient Iranian bloodlines run the world. Well, ancient civilizations obviously started everything. All the bloodlines worked their way out, starting in the Middle East and Eastern Africa. Okay, so here it is, guys. Look at all this. And you know that the Chinese government were telling farmers to cover up these pyramids, and plant trees on them. Look at this. Look how obvious this one is. They planted a pile of trees on this pyramid. Look at this one here, guys. China has more pyramids than all of Egypt and all of the Incas and look at this. Look at these pyramids. Why are they trying to hide this? Why are they trying to hide? Why is China going out of its way to hide these pyramids? Look at this gigantic pyramid right here. See? Chinese have had pyramids forever. You know how many they calculated, Raven? In China?
Pyramid?
That they found?
Thousands.
6,661.
I'm surprised it's not 666.
No. Yeah. Oh, China's got a pile. These are the images that are not getting filtered by Google because the Chinese government, why do they want to keep this such a big secret? I don't get it.
Why do they want to keep the fact that China and the U.S. have been in bed together the whole time a secret? Oh, that's right. So they can control 7.5 billion people through fear. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They're all in this. Trust me, they're not going to fix the problems to pump us up to 9 billion. And it's already happening. You watch Chile. How many people killed in Chile protests? How many people shot in Iraq in the protests? Just wait. When the rule of law is gone, game on, man. Game on.
It's called the law of the jungle, okay? Can you get it right?
Oh, yeah. Law of the jungle. North America, 6 months. If it goes full, I don't want to say the word. If it goes full chaos, 85% dead, 6 months. There's a reenactment done on YouTube. They did a really good job, like a high quality job reenactment of what if it goes full chaos, if that's train stop, truck stop, just in time delivery stop, a breakdown of the banking system, everything, you're looking 85% dead in 6 months, starvation, medication, rioting. It was a great thing. And you know what? I saw what happened to a town of 14,000 in 24 hours. The rule of law went right out the window instantly. And those people, if they didn't get help or if that snow didn't melt, those people were going to start dying off within a week or two. Wait till rule of law is gone. We're going to fix this little population problem. We're going to fix the whole show. Fix the whole show.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
that's, you know what? That's, I just, they're not doing anything to stop it. It's sitting there. That's it's just sitting there, right? I think anybody with, a half knowledge of what's going on in the world knows that there's going to be a lot of systemic risk that's going to cascade across this planet. Mm-hmm. And certain countries will fare better than others. I think Russia will fare better than Canada. I think some of the third world countries, they'll probably be like, they didn't really even notice anything went on.
A lot of the leftists just believe that the government's going to come and save them.
Well, 3.5 billion people live on $2 or less a day. Those people are not going to really notice too much of what goes on. They're going to keep getting their $2 a day to buy their rice or whatever. It's the people with the 20-ton carbon footprint that can't live without their cell phones. They don't know what to. I just ordered a pizza. It just got here about half an hour ago. What happens if I can't order that pizza?
Yeah, you're toast.
Yeah. People will start looking for food. I think that's a big thing. And then again, it brings you to the swine flu. Mm-hmm. It brings you to the crops that are failing in the U.S. They're hitting and a lady said that to me once I made a comment on a YouTube channel once, and the lady came back and said they're going to come after us. She made a long comment about the food process, how they're knocking it out in the States. They're building you up. This big bubble's building you up. And at the same time, they're knocking out the farms. In China, they're knocking out a lot of their food. They're building it up. And then they have what I call triggers around the world: Brexit, trade wars. They got several banks they could let go, the repo markets they could let go. At any time, they could just say, yeah, we're not funding the repo. The banks will seize up. They could shut. Tomorrow morning, they could dump this market right now. Tomorrow morning, I'll say, yeah, we're not going to fund the repo market. Let the banks freeze up. Liquidity stops. Game over.
Yeah.
That's it. What happens then?
Like I said, repo markets.
Yeah, I don't get called to work. The train doesn't move. The product doesn't get shipped. The trucks stop. They don't, the stores don't open. Just like that small town, everything shuts down. Everything shuts down. How much food you got in your fridge?
Yeah. All right, Raven, I'm going to kick you off the channel now. I'm going to continue with some more of these stories. I'm going to see if I could get some more guests on later on the show.
Sorry about the gloom and doom. That's just the way I see it.
Yeah, I know. It's good to have you on to give us a little insight on what's going on. And thanks for hooking me up there in Israel.
Hey, you know what? And it's weird because the last day that she was in Israel, they shot rockets at the Jihadist Islamic and killed that guy, the leader of the jihad. The Israelis did. They killed him. And then the jihadists, they sent 150 rockets at Israel. They hit Tel Aviv. They have a thing called the Iron Dome in Israel, and it shoots rockets out of the sky. I was talking to her; she could hear the rockets in the background. What a crazy place to go visit!
Whoa!
The entire perimeter of Israel is trying to take them out. They want to kill them. It's like you got Hezbollah, Hamas, you got Islamic jihadists, you got Iran. They're all around that place, and they want the history of our Bible gone.
Well, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Yeah. You know that. Anyways, okay, I'll let you go. I appreciate you giving us the insight there. And, let me know if you want to do a video once in a blue moon for the channel and send it to me, and I'll upload it.
You should let her talk to you about Israel and that. Come on there and tell you about the Rothschilds are out there. Microsoft, the biggest buildings in Israel were Microsoft. She said it was unbelievable.
Really?
Yeah, there's big money there. They they want that place to continue. It's the history of our,
lineage.
It's pretty interesting. Yeah, but those parcels were delivered there, and she like to talk to you about that and tell you all about that.
Sure, I'll talk. Well, I'll talk to her. I'll talk to her maybe sometime during the week. I guess when she's off or something. One day she's off.
She'll be back tomorrow. She's in Toronto.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Oh, and she said that her son-in-law, who's an economist at Canada Pension Plan, their entire organization is prohibited from going to Hong Kong. Not even on personal holidays are you allowed to go to Hong Kong. They told all of those employees, the CPP.
What if you have ties to the triads and you got like a deal going down and you can't get in there?
The triads are the muscle men for mainland China, though.
Right, I understand. But what if you have a deal going down with some like big organization down there? What do you do?
You're not allowed to go there. They were told that. You're not getting sent there, and you're not allowed to go even on your personal holidays. They told their employees that. I don't see how you can control what someone does on their personal holidays, though.
Yeah, I know. They're controlling. Anyways, all right. That's a topic for another day. Raven, thank you so much. God bless you, okay?
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Put 3. Okay, bye.
That is the Raven giving us a little update. And, okay, what else we got going on? Okay, we got Walking Journey. Where is he? I don't see him on Skype. I wanted to get him on the show just to give us a little bit of an update on his channel. He's kind of worried about his channel. He does a lot of... Here it is. I found him. He hasn't been on for 6 months, though. I don't know if his account is active. Let me see if I could call him. All right, it's ringing.
Mike?
Oi, ¿cómo estás?
Bien.
¿Qué estás haciendo?
Trying to put a shirt on.
No manches, ¿en serio?
I'm serious.
All right, guys, we got the Walking Journey on the channel. My fellow Mexican friend. I speak Mexican, and I practice with him sometimes. Speaking Mexican, that is. Anyways, he called me earlier in the day and basically was concerned about this whole YouTube being hacked or cutting heads off or heads were rolled. So I got here I'm going to bring up all these other stories here. This new YouTube's new kids content system has creators scrambling. So Walking Journey, how long you been on YouTube, buddy? Let me open up your channel here for people to see. I have you subscribed unless they unsubscribed. I used to have 140 channels I subscribed to. Now I got 79.
Yep, same here. Hey, how come I can't see you, Mike?
Oh, you don't have to see me. Don't worry about it. I have you on audio, but I'm going to put up your channel right now.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. Walking Journey, guys. Check him out, guys. There he is. He's got 6,500 subscribers. He's got some really good content on his channel. Really good. His video here, why I hate what I hate about living in Texas. Really good. Oh, here he is. We got some visuals of Walking Journey. Walking Journey is a 2-time world champion on the channel. Based out of Texas.
Hey, man, that last guy you had on, he seems like a little bit of a nut job, man.
No, he reads a lot. He reads a lot of articles. Everybody here needs to be, we all need to respect each other's points of views, right? You know what I'm saying? That's why we can't be like the leftists and just dismiss everything. We need to be open and willing to hear everybody's feedback. You know what I'm saying, SA?
Nah, it's all good. It's all good.
Now,
Just,
you tell me now. You tell me now, SA. Now, I got a really important question I need to ask you. Okay, you know, the 2020 election is coming up, right? They're going to be hacking YouTube channels that anyone that's Christian and conservative and that believes there's a God out there. Now, my question to you is, Holmes,
Yeah.
are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to use her real name here because I don't want any problems with them flagging my channel. Is Hill Dog going to run in 2020?
Well, she already hinted she is, right? I don't know if you saw that.
So, what do you think are Hill Dog's chances of winning even if she cheats again?
I don't know, man. I don't know the future, but I don't see her winning, to be honest with you. But it's kind of pointless if she doesn't win anyways. In my opinion, Trump can't do nothing anyways. Regardless which party has control of the Senate and the House, they don't give him anything he wants anyways.
Interesting. Hill Dog. Someone's asking in the questions. Hill Dog. Think of the 2016 elections. So are you still a pro-Trumper?
Oh yeah, I'm voting for him again. I see the change in the economy. When Trump wasn't president, I was working a job I really, really hated, making a little bit of money. And soon as Trump got in office, I had the courage to quit the job because I saw the economy doing better. And a lot of jobs are giving on sign-on bonuses just to go work for them. So, yes, I see the difference. I don't know in Canada, but I'm just reporting here from on the ground. On this,
hermano, en Canadá estamos chingados, güey. Estamos puro chingados aquí.
I'm sorry to hear that. My income, what I used to make in 2 weeks, I've been making it in a week now. So, and I know a lot of people in the same situation.
And okay, so listen to me, SA. What? So you left California for greener pastures, and you made a video recently that why you hate Texas. What's going on, dog?
No, I was just talking about hold on. I was just talking about the fact there's no nightlife here. Everything closes down by 9 o'clock on a Friday night, Saturday. Everything is closed. Sunday, forget it. Nothing's open at all. So they're practically a party life does not exist here at all.
Mas si tú vas a Houston, ¿está bien ya?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't live in Austin. I can't
Houston. Si tú fuiste a Houston a un discoteca o algo, ¿no hay nada abierto?
No, I've worked down there during the weekends, and everything closes pretty much at the same time, 9 o'clock.
In Houston? Mm. There's like 3 million people, 5 million people living in Houston.
I'm serious. I could do a live stream one day and just drive around. You'll see everything is closed. One time I stayed down in San Antonio. It's worse over there. By 3 in the afternoon, everything's closed as well. The restaurants, everything is closed.
Is it a bylaw? Is it a city law? Or?
I have no idea, Mike. All I know is that someone told me all there is to do is have sex, go eat out, go to the bar and get drunk and watch sports. That's all there is to do. And go to Walmart.
Yeah, okay, how far is the nearest 24-hour Walmart from you? ¿Está lejos?
Like 15, 20-minute drive.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
And there's a lot of people there at this hour. There's a lot of people walking in there.
Okay, so now let's get back political. Who do you think, in your opinion, because this is kind of important because the whole world's hanging from a thin string, like a thread. My question is, what are the Democrats doing? We had Obama come up today and say, well, WTF are you doing, Democrats? You're not strategizing or building anything. I mean, is there anybody for the Democrats that you might think might be better? Who would be better of all the choices that are out there?
I don't know, man. I hate the Democrats, period.
Well, if you had a choice to choose one that made sense.
None of them. They're all New World Order globalists. That's all they are. Population control globalists. genocidal maniacs. That's what they are. Because if the Democrats get in the next election, you could kiss your economy goodbye. They're going to raise taxes on the middle class. They're going to drop taxes on the 1% they claim they're against. They're going to start the wars again. They want war against Iran. They want war against Russia. They want war, period. They're the party of war, and they're not the party of the working class. So they're the party of the illegal aliens. So they're going to reopen the borders again, and it's just the Obama era policies are going to restart all over again.
Okay, that's scary. That's scary. So, do you think so? Texas, economic wise, you're in Texas, the Lone Star State. There was also talk on and off for the last 10 years, on and off, every other year they bring it up, secession. Would you think Texas will be stronger if it seceded from the Union?
Oh, of course it would be, but it's not going to happen. I mean, how are they going to get the United States Congress to agree with it? That's the problem, unless it secedes on its own, right? I don't know.
Well, it's in the Texas Constitution that they are allowed to secede. That's why they're the Lone Star State. They're allowed to secede at any time if they choose to.
I really doubt that's going to happen.
What about Andrew Yang? Do you have any faith in Andrew Yang?
No, man, they're all scumbags. I'm telling you. Each and one of them are just scumbags.
What's that Pocahontas lady there?
She's another scumbag.
Oh, okay.
Scumbag. Another puppet. They're all scumbags, Mike.
So what do you think is going to happen? Now, let's talk about YouTube. What's happening December 10th? Are we going to be gone? What's going to happen?
Most likely, they're probably going to start. I doubt it. Suddenly, they're just going to pull the plug on everybody. I don't doubt it. They're just going to, first, they're probably going to erase our channels and gradually bigger ones. And, well, they're probably going to erase the big, giant, million subs, like their conservative channels. They're all going to be gone. Most likely.
Well, if they think I'm going to get cable if they cancel YouTube or get rid of our channels, I'm not getting cable still. I'll find a way to get my stuff.
The thing is, you understand, Mike, YouTube is moving towards a paid subscription. They don't want to pay people to make videos anymore. Even the big channels, I follow Goon Squad, which is a big car channel. I've been noticing even on Scotty Kilmore channel, he's almost at 3 million subs. I've been noticing they're always selling products. Buy this, buy that. Support me on Patreon. Support me here. Support me there. Buy a T-shirt. So obviously they're not making money off of AdSense. I don't think anybody really is anymore. So YouTube is moving from a pay you to make content for them to paying for you have to pay. I'm always getting these. I don't know if you get them too. I'm always getting these notifications. 3 months free of YouTube. 3 months free of YouTube TV. I refuse to give these scums back any money. I'm sorry, but I refuse to give them any money.
Yeah, I know. We're heading into... We're in the 21st century. I think we could start... I think, with quantum computing just around the corner, I think with time, they're going to have better servers. I think right now, the YouTube servers are running off a prayer and a wing right now. And I think they haven't updated anything in many years. And I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing what I've been hearing out there. And you know what I heard? You want to hear this rumor that I heard? Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
BitChute is secretly owned by YouTube.
What the hell?
Yep. I was going to tell you that earlier when I was with my son. I was going to tell you that BitChute is secretly owned by YouTube. That's a rumor that's been circulating now for the last 6 months. It's apparently some person in the startup of it. Basically, it's all coming kind of surfacing. I even looked it up on Google. I can't find anything on it. But somebody that knows something.
Did you try DuckDuckGo.com as a search engine?
Yeah, I was looking at that too. Apparently, they have affiliation with Facebook. Apparently.
I don't know what to say anymore, man. It's just well, Alex Jones is on BitChute. I don't know if you watch him on there.
Yeah, but he's on BitChute. That's fine. But what they're doing is, I think they're grooming, or they're putting everything to. They're basically forcing everyone off YouTube. They don't want to have like a right leaning channel. You know, right leaning. You know, to the one that if you're Christian, go here. So they're segregating the internet. They've been segregating us by religion. They've been segregating us by language. They've been segregating us by culture. They've been segregating us by everything. Now they're segregating us on internet channels we watch now.
I don't doubt it, man. That's what I've noticed. If you make a channel about this, it's about this. If you make a channel about that, it's about that. It's like you can't be a channel, be creative, and come up with something new, something different all the time. You have to be categorized. I don't know, Mike. We're heading in a real bad direction, man. That's all I know. We're in a really bad. And you know what? I don't blame the politicians, the laws of the land. I blame you, the people, myself, because we sit around and do nothing about it. And there's a bunch of idiots out here that have this false sense of reality. Oh, I'm not gonna vote. I don't know. The two-party system is the same. Well, you just sit back and do nothing about it. Let it all go to hell. And honestly, I don't believe the whole world is a bad place. I'm watching this YouTube channel, this guy that travels all over the world, and I can see the difference between us and other places they've traveled. It's just here, people. I don't know how to explain it, Mike. It's just all I know is like Malcolm X and Albert Einstein said, it's not the bad people that are doing the bad thing. It's the good people that sit around and do nothing about it. And it's kind of frustrating. I've been saying this on my channel for a long time enough. It's the bad people that sit around and do nothing about it. Nothing. All they care about is being a homeowner. Like that's everything in life. Owning the latest sports car or watching sports. And some of these people don't even attend to their own family because they're too busy watching Illuminati sports. Why you waste your time watching that garbage? Why? Why do you need to watch a bunch of men in tights throwing a ball around, getting paid, what, $30 million to throw a ball around, and you barely can't even pay your bills because you want to live in a coma? I don't live in a coma, personally. I don't live in a coma. But it has to be a group effort. It just can't be me, Mike Martins, some crazy nutcase named Alex Jones. It has to be all of us, regardless of what you think about those people. It has to be. What happened to the the people during the civil rights era? I'll give you guys an example. Do you think black people would have gained the freedom they got today if they would have sat around and said, well, I don't believe in the two-party system. I'm doing nothing about it. Just stay at home and do nothing about it? They actually got out. A bunch of people got killed, stabbed, put in prison. But they got out, protested, do something. A lot of them were arming to the teeth. No, but unfortunately, we don't have a culture like that anymore. Look at all the evilness is going on. I don't want to talk about a certain group of people, Mike, because I don't want to get you in trouble on your channel. I try not to mention the people. But I'm talking about the fruit bars. You see how the fruit bars are doing whatever they want? Mm-hmm. There's a reason why it's been banned throughout history. But no, all of you are going to sit around and do nothing about it. But that's all I got to say. That's my 2 cents, Mike. I got nothing else to say.
All right, man. That's Anthony out of Houston, Texas. Katy, Texas, right?
No. I don't live in those New World Order Babylonian systems. I live in Conroe, Texas. 50 miles north of Houston in Montgomery County, which is the most conservative. This is the county, the district of, what's his name? I keep forgetting his name. He ran against Trump. What's his name? During the primaries. Mark, what's his name? The guy that ran against Trump. He was getting a lot of votes.
I know who you're talking about. I know what the guy looks like.
He almost lost the election to Beto lately. The guy named Beto, the Irish guy.
Rubio.
Ted Cruz. Yeah, I'm in the district of Ted Cruz here. So.
Yeah, I like Ted Cruz. He's a good guy.
So I'm in his district. So. Power to each and one of you. Try to enjoy life, please. I know life is hard, but try to enjoy. I try to enjoy my kids, company of my wife. There's probably not much we could do because most of the people choose to live in a coma. But try to talk to your friends, your neighbors, get prepared. I went back to church just recently, so that's all I gotta say.
All right, brother. God bless you. Thanks for coming on, and Jesus loves you, eh?
Hey, you too, Mike. Hey, check out my channel, Walking Journey, guys. Love each and one of you. You guys are the best. Bye bye.
I'll leave a link in my channel here.
All right, guys.
Hasta la vista.
Hopefully we're not gone on December 20th. Sayonara.
Hasta la vista. That is the Walking Journey 2-time world champion. And on the show from Conroe, Texas. And there's his channel right there. I'm put a link in there, guys. Just go ahead and subscribe to him. He's got some really good videos. Like, go into his archive. He's got about 1,400 videos, but he's got some good archival videos about when, here. If you go to here, just go videos. I'll show you some of his good ones here. Sort by most popular. This one. The main reason to leave California is a big one. Please don't move to Texas is a really good one. Because he's telling the leftists, stay out of Texas! And then please don't leave California is a big one. And physically attacked by Walmart employees. All my friends in California are literally suffering. That's a really good one. 2018 midterm election results prophecy. And that was all true. And making homemade ice cream. I've never seen this one. I've seen all these videos. I've seen all the videos, but I've never seen making homemade ice cream. I'm gonna watch that later. Yeah, he's got a lot of good videos on here, you guys. Oh, he's got his friend there in jail there. Anyways, go ahead and check out his channel. I welcome everyone to check it out. He's good. He's got a soft heart. You know, he loves everyone. He's a true Catholic. He's Roman Catholic, just like me. All right, let's keep going here. Okay, Food Mart grocery chain. Listen to this. Listen to this. Stop the press. Food Mart grocery chain to introduce facial recognition payments in Canada. This could be the first large-scale physical payment system in Canada. And the Chinese supermarket chain Foodie Mart is looking to integrate some form of facial recognition in its stores. So basically, it's a Chinese food store in Canada, which there's a lot of. All our old folks' homes are owned by the Communist Chinese Party. Own all our old folks' homes, basically, our retirement homes in Canada are owned by 93% of Chinese private companies, and the Chinese government owns a lot of Canadian old folks' homes. A lot of people don't know this. They don't. Woo! Yeah, here we go. We have a Foodie Mart here in Markham, Ontario. So they want to bring this in by basically the Chinese supermarket chain started in 2001 and operates 4 large scale stores in Greater Toronto and Vancouver areas. Foodie Mart says it wants to have its shoppers create a profile with their faces would be scanned at checkout so they won't have to bring a card or cash with them to pay at the store. This is not good news because what if you don't want your wife to know you're out shopping or something? Or what if you are skipping work and pretending to be sick and you have to buy groceries and they, I don't know. Okay, we got real German instincts here in the comments here. Let's just get a few more videos here. So YouTube, live streaming wars. Here's who Mixer, Twitch, YouTube have signed up. So there's a lot of YouTubers leaving the platform, like the big names, right? Like I said, unfortunately, this channel's heavily throttled back. And I could guarantee there's at least 200-300 people watching this live right now. And unfortunately, that is... yeah, Real German Instinct just sent me a link. I'm going to open it right now. And it looks like protesters building... Okay. Let's open this link here. This is from the Sun, the Scottish Sun. Game of Thrones, Hong Kong protesters build a medieval-style catapult firing petroleum. Okay. All right, let's get Buddy on here. Let's get Evan in the show and find out if this is true. Let's see if let's get our man in Hong Kong on the ground. He's probably next to one of these people here. Let me see if I could find him here. Evan, I hope he's okay. Hope he picks up, pick up.
The person whom you're trying to reach is currently unavailable.
I hope he's
Please
not in the
leave a
middle
message.
of a riot or... Yeah, he's been sending me a lot of stuff here from Hong Kong. A lot of his own footage. And if I show any of this, my channel will be gone in a second. Because I'm showing footage, so much footage that the mainstream media doesn't even have their hands on. It's kind of scary how a little nut job like me in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of Canada, in the middle of nowhere in the Rockies has reach. And that's what social media creates, reach, for us to communicate. But the sad part of it is they don't want us anymore. They don't want us. See, the Lloyd, I'm going to do what that gentleman was on my show earlier, to live stream blockchain here, to do a new legislation, blah, blah, blah. Where is it? Multi-stream. I'm going to do multi-stream platforming. I'm going to start tweaking around with it through the week. I want to stream through this, and it filters me through via YouTube. It filters me via Twitch. It filters me via this. But I'm not big. The problem is, I go on Twitch. I'm lucky if I have one person watch me on Twitch. One. You know, or Mixer. Okay, Mixer. I'll get a Mixer account. I'll stream on Mixer. The problem is, I might have 2 people watching me on those channels. That's the problem. The Raven, couldn't someone just use the information you've given on the show to track you down? Works for CN, born 1970, bald, Winnipeg, etc. Oh, no, the FBI, CIA, BIA, KIA, Census, CSIS, they could find you even if you're not. Find me regardless. Even if I wasn't on social media, even if I wasn't on YouTube, they could find me if they want. So what? They could find me if they want to find me. This way, it's easier for them to see what I'm up to. Yeah, they're building bow dots and arrows to fight the cops also. So let me get Evan on the show in Hong Kong on the ground to kind of give me look at this, guys. But yeah, there's a lot of people. Wow, that girl's pretty. There's a lot of people. A lot of people. Ooh. So there's like anti-vehicle could pass through there. There is those cocktails, Molotov. There's the boxes of instant noodles are stacked inside the university food hall. Yeah, these people aren't giving up without a fight, man. This reminds me of that when I see this, it reminds me of the Teen Spirit song by Nirvana. Load up on guns, bring your friends, it's fun to lose. And that's what I feel like. It's like girl got something in her eye there. Wow, these guys are really hitting out with these arrows. But they're soft tip arrows, that's the thing. But I guess if they travel fast enough, they will pierce. Kind of throwing that out there. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert in... My friend, a really good personal friend of mine, is an archery champion of Canada. Won gold 3 times. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I want to mention... I'll have him on the show talking about it one time. Maybe some good news. Archery champion. He's always on Facebook, and I'm so proud of him. So, Let's see if I could get Buddy on the show here. Come on, Evan, pick up.
The person whom you're trying to reach.
So we're not getting a hold of Evan. I really want to talk to Evan. He's on the ground in Hong Kong, and he's going around all this to get to work. He goes to work. He works pretty much 6 days a week, and he's really trying hard to get into work or do what he does in Hong Kong, and he's having a really tough time navigating through this. It's not a surprise. We know what's happening. All right. So we got 3 right guys in the comments. Let's see if 3 right guys could come on real quick and give us an insight on what he read the article.
Hey, Mike. At the top of that news article is a video of them using a catapult with petrol bombs.
I see that. I don't want to flag my channel though.
Oh, that's okay. Well, yeah, no, it's pretty nuts, man. My friend in the UK sent me. That's why it says it comes from the Scottish Times or the Scottish.
Oh, it's one of those trajectory ones with the elastic type of.
Yeah. That's crazy, eh?
Yeah, a lot of archers too. Wow, I'm just watching this right now. A lot of archers too.
Yeah, they don't have guns, right? So they now, and they were the Chinese government was complaining that they're turning the universities into manufacturing weapons now.
Oh,
so that's what they're doing. They're basically they fortified the university and they're mass producing bow and arrows and stuff like that and petrol bombs.
Wow, they're just throwing random arrows, hey? Wow.
One thing with a lot of the police you see in Hong Kong, a lot of them are actually just PLA dressed up as Hong Kong police now.
Right, that's what I heard. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard they're being infiltrated. But the problem is, why not, like in any other war that we've had in the last 20 years, why isn't America arming the Hong Kong citizens?
The army, what you mean, the Western military?
I'm talking about why, okay, you know how when there's a war, America arms the side they want to favor?
It'll probably happen. Maybe they're waiting for it to spill over into mainland China. There's actually been an outcry of support from mainland China for the Hong Kong people, and the government's trying to scrub that religiously right now.
Really?
And there was also reports that now the Chinese government, because they got booted off of social media because they were trying to do anti-Hong Kong propaganda on Twitter and Facebook, they moved to Pornhub because they got kicked off of Twitter and Facebook and social media. So they started using Pornhub as their forum to start spreading crap.
Yeah!
Yeah, that's pretty surreal, isn't it?
Okay. So go ahead and so tell us now. Give us your insight without swearing or freaking out. I'm gonna try this thing. I had a gentleman on from another channel. It's called Multi-Stream 30 Plus. It's a restream. I might start using this. I record and then I link to YouTube. I link to I don't know what this is. All these other ones here. And maybe start doing it like that.
I've never used it before. I'm not aware of. I've never done it.
Yeah, I'm going to start doing that. But then what's going to happen? So what's going to happen on December 10th? Can you give us your opinion on what you think? Nobody knows. YouTube purchased 17,000 hate speech channels after policy change. So what do you think is going to happen? Just tell us your opinion without freaking out.
Well, here's the thing with YouTube. It's been a pretty bad dumpster fire as of recent with hackers taking over channels and then putting up scams. Scams like they take a live stream from a well-known crypto community, and then they live stream that or pretend it's a real live stream, and then they put donate. You give us airdrop or something, right? And that's been going on, and a lot of channels have been being hijacked, and YouTube's team has done almost nothing. But they were able, when it was public, where some people found out in the public code that you could check your PE score, they fixed that in less than like almost 5 seconds after it was published. So I don't even think YouTube is being ran by, like, there's no, and then there was the Markiplier fiasco, where all the only thing people were doing is putting emotes for blue sign or red sign to indicate what way they wanted the stream to go, and people were losing their accounts. Their Google accounts were being shut down. So it's like I said, YouTube's kind of a dumpster fire right now. I think it's like you said, it's going to probably be the next MySpace. There's going to be a bit of a lag, but I think that's where it's headed.
Yeah. I don't know what. See, the problem with the company is they don't have like a chairman of the board that could sit there and tell the people that watch YouTube and the people that have spent their lives on YouTube to give them a definite answer on where the company's headed. They want us to guess or kind of read between the lines or send it. They're sending smoke signals and we're not getting the right message. So there's nobody on the board there that actually wants YouTube to be YouTube and wants it to be ThemTube. ThemTube isn't going to work. No one's going to watch ThemTube.
Yeah, here's another thing. A lot of people aren't aware of this, but this is already actually happening as of recent. So as we talked about, as soon as I brought up the fact that the social media companies are coming for the left now, and they've made it almost into a hockey fanboy situation where everyone's rooting for their side. So now that the tech companies are starting to censor the left, people on the right are like, yes, censor them more, you know what I mean? And they've made it into this type of fandom. So now the tech companies are going to end up censoring both sides. Like, look at how they censored people over the Hong Kong stuff. The Blizzard company, Blizzard Entertainment, Activision, have been censoring people over their IPs and their pro MLG players that have came out in support for Hong Kong. And look at the NBA, they're starting to censor people on the left now. It's going to be a downward spiral of censorship on both spectrums, I think, moving forward.
Guys, refresh the stream. A lot of people saying they don't got me. Refresh the stream.
Yeah, you got to type it in chat. If they can't see the stream, they can't hear you, right?
Yeah. So we're up. So, okay.
So here's a fun fact that I found out today. So do you realize that if you were to account for all the money that goes to Quebec from Alberta, just Alberta alone, $13 billion, if you divide Alberta's population, that equals out to about $5,000 every month they could be giving to Albertans. That's a lot of cheddar. $5,000 a month? Who in Alberta would like to have $5,000 extra in their pocket? That it goes to Quebec.
That goes to Quebec. That's correct. That goes to Quebec.
So here's the thing. When people say, "Oh, separation," it's such a bad idea. I don't know. Do you want an extra $60,000 a year? I think people would there's people robbing people and taking other people's lives for less.
Oh yeah, there's people robbing for a bag of Cheetos or cheesy poops.
I know. You tell people, do you want an extra $6,000, and they'll get violent real quick if word starts, because a lot of people haven't, like, they never thought, what is that extra, because it's like $13 billion going to Quebec and Alberta, and Alberta's suffering right now, but that doesn't even include Saskatchewan and BC either, what we send. If you combine all of that, it's insane how much money we're sending per capita per person to Quebec and Ontario to finance their socialism.
Yeah.
Quebec and Ontario are failed provinces. They're failed. They're basically like, if we were to go independent, they become a failed state overnight, like Greece. We're basically they're like parasites. They're leeches.
Okay, I got Steve Stevens in the comments. Mike, look up Baffin Bay Iron Ore. I have a friend that actually works there. I have a friend that works in Baffin Bay. Company in Nunavut laying off 600 workers out of 20,000.
Here's a fun fact. Nunavut only has 20,000 working people. To slice off 600 workers is like cutting their unemployment rate just jumped up 3% overnight.
Mm-hmm.
Just by that single one move. And I think that company alone contributes to like 2/3 of their entire economy or something.
It does.
Their GDP.
It does actually.
It's something like insane.
586 contract employees. See, this is what they're doing. Nothing's unionized anymore, and nobody's working a real job anymore. It's all bullcrap contracts.
The only unions that are left are the boomers. And they're slowly retiring or dying out now.
Mm-hmm.
And those unions and that way of life is dying with it.
Yeah, I hear
But when people are complaining boomers make 20% more, but they've also been working with the company and been loyal to it for 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And when they were going to work, it was a different culture. Like, you were loyal to the company.
Yeah, people were loyal. Nowadays, we're having all these people ghosting jobs, not showing up to job interviews, you know?
Well, these jobs aren't offering enough to work in these major cities. It's a joke what they're offering. Mm-hmm. But because do you know how many people are crossing illegally over the border right now per day? It's like 5,000 people are crossing in from America. 5,000. Now, let me ask you this. Are we building 5,000 new homes in Quebec every freaking day?
No,
I don't
we're
think
not.
so. So there's a problem there with just the math.
Yeah, I'm
It's disgraceful. We should, when these people cross our border legally, we should be detaining them and deporting them back to their country of origin. Then they can submit paperwork and figure it out. But until then, just deport them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Steve Stevens says there is 600 million tons of the purest iron ore in the world up there.
That's what I heard. It's the purest iron out on the planet. And before they came there was zero infrastructure. Like they were that company's building Nunavut, building the roads.
Is
the
it Chinese?
The hospitals. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know much about that company until the Rebel Media was talking about it this morning.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I wasn't aware, but yeah, that's what they were saying. Purest iron in the world.
Okay, because I know there's a couple of Chinese mines that open up, but they're not having any Canadian hires.
Yeah, that should be illegal.
Oh, what are you talking about? It's liberal, buddy.
If you're a foreign investor and buys a foreign or a Canadian company, you should be forced to hire a certain percentage of Canadian citizenry. It should, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They should be fined and penalized for every day that they don't do that.
Here, guys, so you know I'm not making this up.
Oh, I know.
No Canadian hires for 4 years at Chinese-owned BC mine. It's one of our biggest mines up north, and it's been updated several times. And this has been going on since 2012, and it's been updated in 2018. And it's been going on for a long time. And you have to be fluent in Mandarin or Cantonese to work there.
That should be illegal as well.
Oh, what are you talking about? We need to deport more Portuguese.
I don't think so. I got no problems with the Portuguese.
No, okay, you know I bring up how my culture was heavily deported, right?
The Portuguese and the Spanish they're descendants of the Visigoths. They're Celtics like me and my British ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
But I digress. Here's another thing. A lot of people think that all the Chinese foreign buyers, they're buying their houses flat out. There's a massive amount of them that are actually taking out Canadian mortgages to purchase our
and the
homes.
Canadian taxpayer will pay for it.
Oh, yeah. So if these foreign buyers, they end up going bust, guess who gets to foot the bill? We Canadians get to pay for them taking our country away. Piece by piece, parcel by parcel, division by division on the real estate market.
But let me ask you one very important question. Did you sign up for any of this?
Of course not.
All right. Now, second important question I need to ask you. Is Hill Dog going to run for the Democrats?
I don't know. Oh, you mean Hillary Clinton?
Oh, you're not supposed to say her name. They're going to flag my channel.
Sorry. Yeah, you know, I have a personal... I personally hate the Clinton family because they affected my family.
Right, okay, we're not going to get to that right now because I don't want to get shut down. They affected every family on the planet. Just put it that way.
I just want to say something that they did to Canadians back in the 1990s. We're during the Bill administration. Bad blood from Arkansas. My mother contracted hepatitis C back in the 90s from bad blood that came in through Arkansas through the Bill administration. So my family, technically speaking, is a victim of the Hill Dog dynasty. A lot of Canadians were affected. There was a class action lawsuit later in the mid 2000s that we won, but a lot of people have forgotten that a lot of Canadians were infected by prisoners, and they contracted AIDS, all sorts of nasty stuff. They weren't doing blood screening, and they were taking the blood from American prisoners. So I personally hate Hill Dog and her family. Look at just look at the Clinton bad blood scandal.
Yeah, I heard about that. That just happened. That happened like 15 years after the White Rock, White.
There's a lot. I'm surprised this woman is like their family's still alive. So you'd think someone.
Well, she donated $800 to Haiti when they had the big flood.
Yeah, there's certain areas of Canada that got infected with these diseases that I wouldn't be surprised if someone just got drunk one night when she was doing a speech if she showed her face, and someone just dealt with it.
Slosh McGee is saying, yeah, Slosh McGee, we had an episode where I was actually showing people certain words that we cannot say here, so I'm going to say this word here. I'm not going to say it because...
Got to develop our own code language.
Yeah, we have to be very censored, very careful what we say here on this channel.
We cannot
say this word.
I wouldn't be surprised if you can't say the Christian word either.
Well, they're gonna go after Christian words too.
Well, they already
What they're gonna do? Let me tell you what they're gonna do. How they're gonna do it.
They're gonna pass something recently in Toronto, legislation against the Christians in Toronto. Are you not aware?
Well, let me tell you what's going on. They're gonna start deeming people that believe in a god or believe in a religion. They're gonna deem them as mentally ill.
No, just Christians. Huh? They don't need to mess with the religion of peace. Just Christians.
I understand that, but I've already heard it on Coast to Coast. I've already heard it on different other radio stations that if you believe in God, you are mentally ill. I believe in God because that's all I have right now. I have my family and I have God, and Jesus, the Prince of Love. That's all I have, and I would rather walk the gallows or walk the plank than have them take that away from me.
Yeah. So in Toronto, they passed legislation that doesn't allow Christians to protest or hold signs near government buildings or libraries. But Muslims can. Just Christians can't.
Interesting.
Because they're bigoted. They just passed that recently 2 weeks ago in Toronto.
But you know what the problem with that is because I don't know. I'm not going to go into it right now.
It's completely biased. There's Christian phobia, as you may. Hateful bigotry. Of course, I don't really subscribe to that way of thinking, but if you were to turn it on its flip the table over, that's what it would be. But that's acceptable to target Christians.
Yeah. Hill Dog.
Hill Dog.
Here it is, Hill Dog. So some people call her Hill Dog in the South. Anyways, I'm going to let you go, buddy. I'm going to continue with the show here.
She's such a satanic, evil-looking person. And she looks mentally ill.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, thanks for calling in, bud. I really appreciate your input. Sorry, I'm sick.
It's okay.
We'll have you on very soon, okay?
Yeah, have a wonderful night, Mike.
God bless you.
God bless.
Bye. That is Real German Instincts in the show. I've been on the show many times, and man. Yeah, so Hill Dog, is she going to run in 2020? I know she's going to. She is under enormous pressure to run in 2020. I don't even know. Yeah. Blow Scratcher. Can you cover Bloomberg run USA for president? Anyways, I'm just reading the comments. So kind of a few things I can't say on the line. But all right, let's get back on track here with tonight's show. I don't want to get too much off topic sometimes. I don't mind going on to... I have 11,000 and change subscribers, and I have 86 people viewing. When I had 2,000 subscribers and I went live, I had 180, 200 people viewing. It's really good, eh? Really classy. All right, let's get back to tonight's agenda here. With YouTube hacking channels, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna have to start asking people to. I want to thank my new Patreon supporters. Supreme Cannon's in there. Bald Cancer Guy. A couple of new supporters here on Patreon. I want to thank them very much for coming on and supporting the stream. $1 a month, that's $12 a year. If I could get 900 supporters at $1 a month, it adds up, and I could start maybe figuring things out on what to do if the channel gets hacked on December 10th. I'm not sure. I just had Walking Journey early on the show, and he thinks a lot of these politicians are scumbags, and I don't blame him for that, because I think I see more politicians as mouthpieces. I don't think they really understand, because we have our government here in Canada saying that the books will fix themselves, or the books will correct themselves on their own, or our budget will correct itself. That's dangerous. And with people agreeing to that, that's dangerous. If I sat down and I audited our exports for 6 months, I went through all the Canadian exports for 6 months and audited it, I'll find so much mistakes, so much lost money, so much revenue so many pitfalls, so many mistakes we made on the Canadian side, and we're letting people getting away with running amok with our country. You know what I'm saying? I have to go to Discord soon. I'm going to have to figure out what to do, guys. So, anyways, what do you guys think? You think Hill Dog is going to run in 2020? That's going to be dangerous. YouTube's homepage redesign means people will see bigger thumbnails and fewer videos. Yep. So they're basically setting it up so you could see things better, I guess, on some of these smaller devices, I guess. Bill Gates thinks Windows Mobile will have beaten Android without Microsoft's antitrust woes. Lithium's electric air taxi is finally actually flying in a new video. Logitech's MX Master 3 scroll wheel is focused on hardware at its best. A genius Japanese invention allows you to communicate in 43 languages. Chiropractors baffled. Simple stretch relieves years of back pain. Watch. And first inexpensive smartwatch has arrived. Nice. It's all advertising, guys. There's no news out there. It's all advertising for you. They send it to you in every form, every different... All right, let's get somebody else on the show. I want to get Low Roller Scratcher on the show. I don't know why he's not picking up. I don't know why. I mean, not picking up. Sorry. I don't know why he doesn't want to come on the show. He's got his own channel, Low Roller Scratcher. I don't understand why. He did some reviews on some chicken sandwiches. He has a lot of political views. I don't know why Low Roller Scratcher doesn't want to come on and talk to us. So let's see if we can get... Raven is green. It says no answer, but I don't want to bug the Raven. Evan. I already called Evan twice in Hong Kong. I don't want to bug him again. I kind of want to know what the heck is going on there, because this doesn't look good. And Food Mart grocery chain to introduce facial recognition payments in Canada. Really? Seriously? Yeah, Steve Stevens says every buffoon they have thrown up run against Trump have been a disaster. I think the only person that could have a good run would be that lady that keeps getting that lady Camilla, no, that lady that Hillary, that Hill Dog's been making fun of, or calling her a Russian agent. Actually, everybody on the planet's a Russian agent according to her. Not Warren. No. I'm talking about. She's actually a good-looking lady too. I think of the one I'm thinking of. No, not Warren. No. It's a really good-looking lady. She's been denounced by Hill Dog many times and calling her a Russian agent and this and that. Tulsi Gabbard. Here we go. Let's look her up here. Oh, I date this girl. 81. She's younger than me too. Oh yeah. There she is right there. She's the only one. I think she's a former war vet. I think she fought in a few wars. I think she's okay. I've heard a few speeches. I heard a few of her rallies and stuff. She's the only one that makes, I don't know. That's just what I think. If I were the Democrats, I'd actually put her front and center. I'd actually put her front and center. You know what? If I had a choice, I'd actually have Ron Paul as president. Not Rand Paul, Ron Paul. He's been trying to get the troops out of the Middle East for 1 million years. The senator there, what state senator was he? Oh, God. It's just, yeah. She's a member of the CFR, says Ryan Holden. Ryan, why don't you call the show, dude? Someone says she looks Latina. I know. She looks hot. But I don't know. I mean, this is it. This is it on Fox News, where Hilldog was calling her a Russian agent and a Russian asset, and then they switch over to The View. I don't know who the hell even watches The View. And we're talking, well, she didn't even denounce herself as a Russian agent. She should have denounced herself. Like, oh. I'm just reading the she's Hawaiian. Yeah, she's got yeah, there she is right there. Yeah. Very beautiful woman. Oh yeah. I like the dark features. My wife's Filipino, right? So I'm into the. Yeah, anyways, Tignim is going to bed. Hilldog needs to retire. No, see, the problem is, Hilldog, listen, everyone's been punished since she lost the election. Since she lost the election in 2016, mainstream media has taken a nosedive. Mainstream media has taken a nosedive, and social media has taken a nosedive. We're all being punished for her losing the presidency. And I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you guys, man. Let's see if we could get. I wonder. I see Supreme in the comments. Let's see if we could get him on for a 10-minute plug. 10 minutes, Supreme. If you could come on for 10 minutes. guess Supreme went to sleep. Oh, he's calling back. Yo, what's up, dog?
Hey, man, you just called?
Yeah, I just called. I was going to get you on for a little plug here at the end of the show. Okay, first question. What do you think is going to happen on the 10th of December with YouTube? Your opinion. I mean, just tell us what you think or what they are planning.
Right. Well, apparently the message, and I saw a screen cap from 4chan saying they're basically going to take it down to 50,000 approved channels and everyone was going to get wiped out. That seems pretty extreme. There's got to be millions of channels on this thing. Yeah, Raven, no, I've checked out Tulsi already. I don't think anything's going to happen. I don't think anything more is going to happen. What's happened already? It would be pretty cataclysmic if they did that, and it would drive a lot of people to other channels or other platforms, you know. And BitChute is already overloaded, so even if Google owned it, it's just going to seize everything up. I don't see it happening.
Okay. Now, next question. Where do you see? Where's that? I had a lineup of questions I wanted to ask. What are the first question of the two-part question? First question: is Hilldog going to run?
No, I don't think so. I don't think she's up for it.
Because she's setting herself up here. Where the hell did that stupid article go? She's setting herself up saying, I'm being pressured to run. That's kind of precursor saying that, oh, you know, people are saying to do this when no one's telling her to run.
Yeah, she says things like that. Or, you know, or people are telling me, or many voices are urging me to run. Well, the voices are probably in her head, for one thing. And for another, I think they've got her out there just to keep their base stirred up. I mean, they still have half the population that, you know, really, really wants to vote Democrat. And they just don't have anybody that can bring this thing home. So I'm kind of, no. If she hasn't missed the deadline, I don't see her showing up.
Okay.
And I don't think she's, medically, I don't think she's up for it.
Okay. Next question. Tulsi, why are they kind of shadow banning her?
They've been throttling her for a while. She's actually been on Fox complaining about that.
Yeah,
talking to Tulsi or Tucker Carlson, right? She sounds reasonable, but the big thing is, I mean, she's the best looking, you know, easily of all the candidates there. She's a squishy lib socialist. I mean, other than the anti-war thing, which, you know, if she got into office, she wouldn't control anyway. The donors would control that, like everything else. She would be just as bad as anybody else. She sounds reasonable, and, you know, there's that halo effect of looking at a pretty face with a soft voice talking about you know, being an American patriot and a veteran. But I mean, she was a medical officer in Iraq. I don't think she ever heard a shot fired in anger. She's a veteran, but not that kind of veteran. You know what I mean?
Well, at least she served, right?
Oh, she served, yeah. There's pictures of her in a uniform. She's in the reserve. She keeps herself in good shape. She takes that part of it very seriously. I think she is a patriot, but she's not, you know, she's not a JFK style Democrat, right? Mm-hmm. She's not that patriotic. To a lot of these people, America is open borders, high taxes, and you know, universal basic income. As far as they're concerned, America is the city on a hill, and it should just be open for everyone. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I don't, they're obviously trying hard to keep her from getting the nomination, and the super PACs in the Democratic Party, if they don't want her there, she won't be there.
Interesting. So, now, I'm just kind of digesting what you're saying. So China, how long are they going to keep bailing their own banks out? Because apparently they bailed out 3 more banks last week that we know of, and they're not really doing good financially. And How long is this Chinese empire going to stand? How long is the Red Dragon going to stand? I know they're having energy issues, and they're the biggest energy consumer in the world, second to the United States.
Yeah.
Where do you see them going?
Well, it was still in many ways a planned economy, and planned economies don't work. I mean, the reason they were able to get away with as much as they did was because they were making stuff to sell to America, so they were getting foreign exchange, right? Mm-hmm. Credit creation apparently there has also started to drop off a cliff, which means that people aren't taking out loans, and a lot of these loans are non-performing. I have a feeling it's going to be something similar to what happened in America, is that there was government mandates that they had to loan money to people who really shouldn't have gotten that money. Mm-hmm. You know, like a lot of factories are owned by the People's Liberation Army, right? They owned by Communist Party officials and things like that. They're just personal fiefdoms to put money in their pockets. There's a lot of corruption. It's a terrible thing. They've got a real problem. Plus, if they were hoping to isolate themselves monetarily from America, well, they have a flu that's been going through the poultry. Mm-hmm. Something like 30 or 40% of their swine herds have been killed because of a flu that went through the population. So they, even if they don't come to a quote unquote trade deal with America, they're going to be buying lots of soybeans to feed what pigs they have left. They're going to be buying lots of pork. They're going to be buying lots of chicken. They're going to be buying, number one is the Iron Rice Bowl. They got to feed their people. So they have no choice. They've got to make deals with the West, and they're going to have to be using those US dollars. So unless they're desperate enough, and if they have all the gold that they supposedly had, they might peg their currency to gold at that point. But I think the reason no one has done that yet is because it just gives everybody else a chance to peg at a higher rate and screw them over. So, and they're relying on exports to fund all of this. So they can't afford to do that. I think it'll be like this repo thing going on in the States. It's just basically there's a hole in the ship, and the U.S. is running the pumps as fast as they can in that one sector of the banking system. So it's basically a stealth QE. Mm-hmm. Like it'll probably just go on forever at this point.
It's going to be QE infinity. But the thing is, this is supposed to create a more stabilized balance sheet for the banks and create flexibility. But the thing is, now we're starting to see, I said this earlier in the show, we're starting to see things like the recent repo strains.
Yeah, the repo strains, that indicates that some of these banks are not liquid at all.
Yeah.
Like they're tied up in really, really crappy assets, and the banks aren't trusting each other. They're not lending money overnight or short-term loans to each other to cover their nighttime needs, right?
No.
So it's when you get that level of that lack of trust, that's what the Fed is supposed to be there, the lender of last resort, just to make sure that things stay liquid. But all of these losses and all of these worthless assets, the bill sooner or later comes due. Somebody somewhere wants to sell these things, and for the income, or to liquidate them, or to for an income, right? So it was all going to melt down anyway. So this is probably a manifestation of like that. You see what's happening with Deutsche Bank, right? They're hanging around $6 a share or €6 a share, what it is right now. Like it's just epic.
I think I'm going to go to the shareholders meeting there, pretend to be a shareholder, and see what they offer for the shareholders. 10 years ago, they had lavish chandeliers, lavish plates, lavish lamb, rack of lamb, lobster, and then this last year, during the shareholders meeting, they had sausages.
Yeah, that's right. And probably not real high quality ones either. Yeah, it'll be wieners and beans at the next one, or the German equivalent, no doubt. They have to show that they're serious, right? And part of the way you do that is you cut back on the free coffee, you cut back on the benefits. And when times are good, that's how they live. And when times are bad, the people lower on their totem pole definitely start losing their jobs. They stopped, they get less stuff. There's less to go around, and they get to a point where they, maybe we should go back to running this like an actual serious business again. Unfortunately, it might be too late for some of them, and they're probably counting on the European Central Bank, right, or the Federal Reserve by proxy, to bail them out. This is the thing, Mike. We all think that these people are all joined at the hip, and that they're all sit down at tables and plot how they're going to take over the world. Well, there might still be a room of people somewhere smoking big cigars, plotting about taking over the world. But when you've got hundreds of thousands or millions of people, or hundreds of millions worldwide, working in the financial sector and taking these easy money policies as a signal to speculate themselves into oblivion, then this is, they don't have their finger on the pulse everywhere. They don't understand until something blows up. It's like, holy cow.
PK 3500 says Deutsche Bank is only holding 700 billion in derivatives.
Yeah, that's all. Like, big deal, hey.
And the problem is, and the risks, I think what they're doing is they haven't properly assessed or analyzed the capital that's it's not properly, I guess, covering their nut, or the capital assessed is not being analyzed properly is what I'm trying to say. To derivatives.
They're leveraged to the hilt, and the problem with derivatives is they're these random things that are put together from little slices of other assets that might actually have some value, and they don't have a clearinghouse. There is no stock market for derivatives. I think they just take this paper and they just put them in filing cabinets somewhere, and it gets added onto a balance sheet.
That reminds me,
they take the premiums and put them in the bank.
For people that want an easy understanding on that. Remember the movie Dumb and Dumber?
Yeah.
When the guy spent all the guy's money and he wrote him an IOU for everything he spent his money on?
Yeah.
And the guy's briefcase, instead of being filled with money, it was a bunch of IOUs.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's what it was.
Basically what it is. Yeah, and there is so much money out there sloshing around looking for a place for a return. And that's where it went. And I mean, it was professionally managed money. Large financial institutions were putting money into these things, or part of their portfolio in these things, because there seemed to be a return on them. And as long as things look good, and all of their tea leaf readers and said that, things are looking pretty good, it shouldn't be an issue, they would go ahead and do it. But no, every single transaction ever done in the last 20, 25, 30 years is they're not keeping track of all that. I'll be honest with you, where it comes to bankers taking over the world and all of the things that we've talked about here in the past, right, including that bank that shall not be named, I'll be honest with you. I think they missed their shot. I think they were asleep at the wheel.
Yeah.
The perfect, I was thinking about it this week, the perfect opportunity for them to take down the global economy and just take possession of everyone's assets was 2008. I think they were asleep at the wheel. I think things had been so good for so long, they spent all their time, doing cocaine off nubile maidens, stomachs on yachts somewhere, and they just got lazy and they got careless and they missed their shot. I think this caught them by surprise. Mm-hmm. I don't think they understood just how reckless and careless and corrupt the people throwing their money around were with the things that they were inventing. Because J.P. Morgan, as crooked as they are, they don't seem to have got caught up in this derivatives thing. And the same with Goldman Sachs. It seems like these guys, as nasty as they are just, they're not that dumb. They're greedy, but they're not that reckless. You know what I mean? Or it's something they let other people do. So it's not, and everyone was angry. Even you had lifelong conservative voters that voted for Obama, the mocha chocolatey goodness guy, because they were going to, they wanted a change. They wanted something different. Everyone was fed up, right? That would have been the perfect time to bring that guy in the event of a collapse. But that's not what happened. They turned on the taps and reinflated everything. I think there are people that are actually, seriously thinking that they can keep this Keynesian monetary system going.
Look,
because
we're all serfs now. We're in serfdom right now. You know that, right?
Well, sure, absolutely. Believe me, I feel the serfdom. I mean, but most of human history, and even in the West, has been serfdom. That's been the normal state of most people in the West. Watching a movie or a clip for a movie that the guy that did Lord of the Rings put out last year. It's called "They Shall Not Grow Old." He took old World War I footage because it was the 100th anniversary of Armistice Day. And he colorized it and he put sound to it, and it just looks amazing. It's 100-year-old footage, and it looks like it was taken right outside in your backyard. It's incredible. But you see these people, right, from England and from Germany 100 years ago. All these people that we memorialize. They're all 19, 20 years old. Their teeth are all falling out. They're all skinny and sallow, and they're probably 5'6". They're just little guys, and a lot of them were just kids. Right? They had no rights. They had no prospects. Their lives were hard and brutal. And what else is new? It's just, you know what I mean? We had a pretty good run after World War II, but all that we're really experiencing right now is the life that most people have lived through history. I mean, that was basically a one and done. And the question just comes down to, okay, well, we generated more wealth, created more wealth than has ever been seen in the history of West or probably of the world. What happened to it? Where did it go? Well, most people wasted it. They're up to their ass in debt now. They just assume that the way things have been going for the last 60, 70 years was going to go on forever. And it isn't. It's going to end. And if that just means that a few people at the top hold all the power, dudes, that's nothing new. That is the normal state of humanity. It is what it is. Remember the divine right of kings, Mike? Right? Yeah. If you lived in Britain or France or Prussia or wherever you lived, you were the personal property of the sovereign of that nation. This is not
That
new.
was before the Magna Carta, right?
No, that was after the Magna Carta. That was the first real. That was the first real time in the Western world where the little people, the nobles, and the people that the nobles were in charge of actually had a say. They put limitations on the power of the monarch, and they also put limitations and they ascribed duties to the nobles. There were still peasants, obviously, and there were still serfs for a while, but it wasn't until really like we've talked about before, the Age of Enlightenment, and the Industrial Revolution, the emergence of the Hanseatic League, right? And those city-states like Venice and Genoa and Florence, like the places where people who started with nothing could become, through commerce, became wealthier than some of the nobles, right? And they built big, beautiful mansions, and they sponsored guys like Da Vinci and Michelangelo, and they had their own armies, they had their own navies, they had their own technology. So that all kind of led to the Industrial Revolution and this eruption of democracy in the world. But democracies never last, because in the end, people are not bright, and they just keep voting themselves more and more crap, and they give rights to more and more people that really should not have those rights. And now we're to the point where they're taking it all down. I don't think it will completely collapse. But what probably will happen is something like the French Revolution. You'll have this uproar. The people who are still growing food and have a place to live will probably be okay. But we're going to have something more autocratic. We're going to have somebody like a Pinochet, or Canada might break up into 2 or 3 pieces.
Yeah. It's better for
like
Canada
America.
if they do that.
Yeah, like Canada is not one country any more than America is one country. There's like 6 or 7 distinct regions in the United States. It just the fact that they're all kind of a loose confederation is the only thing that has really kept it all from blowing apart. Because you don't have a central government making decisions for everyone. They've tried it, right? Especially liberalism post-war, trying to get all of us to live in a pod and eat bugs, and turn our boys into girls and our girls into men, kind of a thing. All this weird stuff that they got going on for the last especially the last 30 years. But, there's already a reaction against that. All of this so-called middle class we've had is financed with an unbelievable amount of debt. All of these derivatives, all of these problems, the Chinese and India are trying to have the Beverly Hills 90210 kind of a life for people who with an IQ of about 80, and it's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And you can hide those problems for a long time with debt, but sooner or later the bill comes due, and every debt gets paid. It either gets paid by the borrower or it gets paid by the lender, but that debt gets paid.
Okay.
So yeah, it's just a matter of which is going to blow first.
All right. So we're gonna wind down the show now. So I'm just gonna say a few things here. So I talked to my to my lawyer about this YouTube thing, and basically he asked me straight up, "What did you sign up for?" Well, YouTube was advertising, be yourself, create a name, create a brand, create something, and be something. That's what I signed up for because YouTube was advertising that. And he says, yeah, that's what you agreed to. Now, if YouTube wants to change policy on you, they actually have to send you another policy agreement and make you sign it. Is he right about that, or?
Yeah.
Are you there? Supreme? Hello? Supreme, are you there? I think we lost Supreme Cannon. So basically, I talked to my lawyer about it. Basically, he said straight up, "What did you sign? What did you sign up for? What did you check the box to agree to?" And I said this. Then that's it. That's it. It's like they're gonna have to send you another thing, and then then they shut your channel down. Are you there?
Hello there.
Yeah.
Hi. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I guess my signal dropped, I guess.
Yeah, so that's it. I just had a conversation with my lawyer, and that's it. He asked me what I signed up for, and basically he said that YouTube needs to resend you another contract. They can't do this. It's illegal. They're breaking like 30 laws. What they're doing.
Yeah, well, just about anything that you go online, they give you the 10 miles of boilerplate, the fine print, and at the bottom usually people just hit accept and don't bother reading it. But when they change the terms, they got to notify you, and I think you've got to accept it again. They can't just unilaterally change the contract. It's their, it's like they're a landlord. This piece of cyberspace, you're renting from them, or they're letting you use it for free in exchange for ad space or something like that, right? And in a case like that, your landlord can change the terms of your rental too, but they've got to give you notice and you've got to accept it. I think probably part of the reason that they get away with it is because nobody can be bothered to spend the money to push back. I mean, nobody wants to go to court for against Alphabet for
my lawyer.
10,000
my lawyer
followers.
I have a lawyer that I've had for about, I don't know, maybe 20 years now, and he lives in Florida. And he said he's going to be working on a class action lawsuit, and he'll put me in there regardless. He said, I'll have like some big clients in this, but I'll just add you to this class action, even though you're a small channel, you still signed up to the same terms, and you signed up for the same things that these guys did too. It doesn't matter how big you are.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's and a lot of it is they don't define what their terms are when they cut you off or they choke your views or whatever it is they do, right? I mean, Google, Sergey Brin, Zuckerberg, all your favorites. I think I'm not sure about Amazon. I don't think Bezos has been dragged into Congress yet or Senate, but all of them have been dragged in a couple of times now. And Google, I believe, there are 50 U.S. attorneys that are putting a case together against them because of their interference with free speech.
Yeah.
So it's going. Yeah, it's not all just going one way, because, like I said, it's a power struggle, and these guys are not all globalists, right? Like, some of them are like, no, you can't do this.
They have to deregulate the platform and get it back to when it was good.
Well, it's what they need to do. Like that, the whole promise of the internet, it was going to be an amazing opportunity to get messages out there and create new communities and all the rest of that.
That's what I signed up for.
They want to regulate it.
Originally, when I signed up for YouTube, okay, like 10, 11 years ago, when I started my first channel and my second channel, they even emailed me to come back to YouTube. We miss you after my first channel got squashed. They emailed me, I think it was in 2011 or 12, told me to come back and says, create your brand, create videos, be yourself, blah, 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 and use YouTube for its potential to be you and stuff. And that's what I did.
Yeah. That's what YouTube was supposed to be for. And for some people, it's been very successful. And that was the promise of it. I've seen several channels that, got up to 100,000 subscribers very quickly. And they probably were making money of the rest of it. But there was somebody, somebody complained about their content because it wasn't sufficiently woke. And
but
the next thing you know,
telling these people to watch it.
Yeah, that's right. That's the thing. They say the same thing about porn and everything else, right? Well, you don't like it, don't watch it. Right? Yeah, absolutely flood the society with it. Well, if you don't like it, don't watch it. Well, it's on every freaking billboard and every second ad. Like, come on, man. You're being bombarded with this stuff. So, you know what I mean? So it's the same thing. If they don't like what you have to say, well, then, they don't have to watch it. Or they can be like the trolls you get on here, come in here and make poof art jokes and think you're clever for a little while until you get banned, right? Well, there you go. I struck a blow for the woke culture. Right, and then go about their day.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's the thing.
That former Alphabet worker that sent me that email, and I read it about basically if I was on the old YouTube platform, I'd have 40, 50,000 subs easy, and I wouldn't have 70 people watching me on my live shows. He said it'd be a lot bigger, but everything is pretty much controlled. Everything's got a control. Basically, I read the email. It's in my show, one of my past shows I did, where he basically discusses how things get stealth banned, and he brings up all these big words I've never heard of before, and explains how it gets filtered through a system, and then it gets revisited every quarter. The channel gets revisited, and then and things like that. And it's they've gotten it to a point where it's like. They're winning because now I can't say certain words now anymore.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, the problem is you get successful, you get to a certain stage where the thing is starting to grow and you're starting to see some fruit of your hard labor. And you might be, and then they say, okay, well, you can't say that anymore, right? Like you've like literally, if you get 100 or 200,000 subscribers on your channel and then one day it just gets deleted, and there's nothing you can do about it, like that's got to be incredibly demoralizing. Because there were guys that literally put out content every single day and were growing, and they had Patreon, they had people that were enthusiastic about what they were talking about, they were building momentum, and then somebody comes along and some little purple-haired social justice warrior just hits a button and shuts it all off, right? Which is just, in the end, it's just harassment.
You know what? I'll be really frank with you.
They hate us.
There's one thing a lot of channels don't have on their channel. Is what I got one thing on my channel a lot of channels don't have. I have over 4,200 videos.
Yeah, you've got a lot of videos.
You could check on my channel. It says my channel, my subscribers, 4,200 videos.
Well, you were saying that you had one clip there where you had to basically go through each one and say, okay, no, this is not, or it is kid friendly or family friendly or whatever.
Yeah.
Or they would be deleted. Yeah. No, this is harassment. That's just stupid. I mean, the thing is, well, part of it is I say, okay, they're social justice warriors and they don't like us or whatever else. But the fact is, they live in that bubble, right? They live in that termite mound. They literally do not know how most of us live. Mm-hmm. They have no idea. They only know people who live like they do and think like they do. The cities are like a concrete bubble. They really are something else.
Asphalt jungle.
Asphalt jungle, that's what it is. And they think that's the real world. I mean, that's why people think that the world is overpopulated, because everywhere they go, there's traffic and they're just tripping over people everywhere they go. And they have to line up for baseball games and they got to line up at the till. And, they got to wait 20 minutes for a taxi.
They go 40 miles away. It's all rural and farms and...
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, you can, like, even in Vancouver, you know, a half-hour drive, you can literally be all by yourself in the woods. But why would they go there? That's not where life is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they probably think it's like Deliverance out there, right?
We got to put
Some
together
guy.
a project for the Raven. He believes we're overpopulated. I know there's a lot of people on Earth. Our life expectancy isn't that long, and I believe
Yeah.
we'll get into that another day. But I'm gonna let you go because I'm falling asleep.
Okay, bud. Yeah, you bet. We'll do it again.
Yeah, we'll
Okay. Yeah. Well, Raven, you remember Thomas Malthus, right? In the late 1700s, he said our resources are only increasing arithmetically, but our population is increasing geometrically. So we're going to have a major starvation event soon, right? And obviously, the world at that time was pretty much empty in comparison and not terribly well developed. There are answers to every problem, and the more brains we have working on it, the more likely is we'll find a solution.
Mhm.
We've had people saying that the oceans were going to catch fire because of pollution in 1980. You know, there is a lot of population, but most of it is because of unequal distribution of the blessings, right? Like, there's no reason why Venezuela should be a shithole. There's no reason why Russia should be broke. I mean, they have every element in the periodic table. They have endless farmland, beautiful farmland, and chess is a spectator sport. They're not dummies, and yet most of them live hellish lives, right? A lot of it is people and their attitudes. It's not potential. Why on earth would Canada, of all places, be as prosperous as it is? You know, like we're just clinging to a 300-mile stretch of barely habitable land along the U.S. border, and everyone else needs natural gas and electricity just to stay alive, right? Like we shouldn't be as well off as we have been, and yet we are. It's because of property rights. It's because of people who, smart people, right? Who are able to generate value.
Okay, all right. Here it is.
Yeah.
It's in stone.
Okay.
The Raven versus next week. The Raven versus Supreme Canon in global warming. Everyone will have their little time to talk, and then kind of talk to each. That's it. Supreme Canon versus the Raven next week on Mike in the Night.
I'm up for it.
All right.
I'm up for it.
All right, Supreme. You
Big
have a good
excuse.
night. Stay out of jail, okay?
Well, I'll do what I can, buddy. Nice to interact with you, and
Oh,
God
thanks
bless
for
everyone.
supporting me
Stay
on
safe.
Patreon.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Thank you so much. That's
Well, yeah,
gonna
but-
get me a coffee.
Good deal. Get some coffee in you, yeah.
Thanks, brother.
And maybe we could, yeah. Take care. Talk to you later.
Come and see me before the roads get bad.
Yeah, I absolutely will. Yeah, probably, within the next couple of weeks, I'll be out.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
That is Supreme Canon. I'm hoping you could do a few videos for the channel. Guys, if you want to throw me some change in the tip jar, here it is. Mike Martin's on PayPal. You could find my contact information up here on the top of my channel. YouTube's robbing us of everything. There it is up here, PayPal. If you wanted to donate $1 a month and join Supreme Canon, and I'm 10% complete. Yes! I don't care if it's art. I don't care what they think art. If you guys want to, I'm 10% completed of my channel's goal. Hopefully I could get to that, and then I can start doing a private stream on this one once a month, just for my Patreon supporters. Follow me on Instagram if you want. I'm on Instagram. Follow me on The Dirty. Come and check me out on The Dirty, guys. I'm on The Dirty. Guys. I got 122 comments. I have a lot more comments on here than the damn Kardashians all put together on this Dirty thing. Come and check me out on The Dirty. And yeah, hopefully I could go back on this channel here. I had a good time on that channel. The Bolivian news there that I was live, believe it or not, on their live cable, believe it or not. So hope they bring me back again. And yeah, and there's old Hill Dog there. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Thanks for supporting the transmission, and thanks for being here. Thanks for being part of the whole thing. And thanks for my Patreon supporters for, $74 a month I'm raising. You know what? That pays my internet bill right there. I'm already starting to see something happen, Peace out, guys. God bless. God bless everybody, and God bless. Stay good. Stay good with God. And remember, guys, the only way to banish or get rid of fear or the only cure for fear is love. Thanks for watching.
Just great. But the problem is that you still got something called heart and soul. You've still got something that has to be fed, and it can't be fed by more, carbs, and more smut and more digital diversions. Like, you need real things to do with your mind and with your hands.
Right.
If you're not doing that, then you're creating a suboptimal world for human happiness, and there's no point. So, I mean, they might go ahead with all this technology, Mike, but it's just going to be something where people no longer find a point to live in it. And they're not going to conveniently just kill themselves so that all the weirdos can carry on. They're going to burn it to the ground. We're not going to continue to grow the economy at 7% a year over year forever. That's not going to work. It's gone hockey stick already. We're going to have a financial crash, or we're going to have a sudden shortage in some kind of critical material, and this whole thing is going to lock up. Now, it doesn't mean that you're going to have millions of people starving, but what it means is they're going to have to go back to something more analog, something more, just something simpler. People are going to have.
But there's no telling that to NASA. There's no telling that to our governments. I mean, I think our new space race is quantum computing. I believe that it's going to break the threshold, and is it going to be good for us? Like you said,
yeah,
maybe not. Is it going to be good for the average human? No. Would it impose more control? Yes. Will it impose more fear? Yes. Would it impose more cancers and more crap, like with the 5G? Because for 5G to work properly, you need a good computing. You need good computing for 5G to be, instead of having like the whole cryptocurrency network we were talking about earlier with the Raven, instead of having all these computers all over the world mining Bitcoin, they could have one room, and that one room with quantum computing could basically organize the Bitcoin or mine the Bitcoin for an entire country in quantum computing, so they could monitor their country with their currency under one roof, as opposed to having a pile of computers doing all the number crunching.
Oh, sure. Yeah. The whole idea is to centralize the control and make things simple so that, somebody in a position to set policy can set that policy with as much as possible real-time feedback from the people that have to live with those policies. I don't think it's all just a matter of, okay, we're going to improve control so that we can just torture people. I am sure there are some psychos that feed off the agony that they put people through with their policies. I'm sure of that. Some people are just jerks. There's no other way to put it. Well, I could put it stronger, but I won't on here. We'll keep it PG-13. But there's always someone fighting back against that. The thing about quantum computing or anything that puts the world at someone's fingertips, if that person is not competent, then human beings will just barter. They'll say, screw it, I'm not playing. If it's going to be a matter, it still comes down to the same thing. If they can't get people to do what they want, well, then they're going to pass laws. And if people won't obey them, they're going to have to put more cops on the street. It's going to be ruinously expensive to try to enforce something that is not improving happiness. And a lot of people are just empty shells, right? Bread and circuses will work for them. But there's always going to be a sizable minority, at least. I don't want to sound elitist. Maybe I'm one of them too. I don't know. But you're still the goal has to be, if you're going to create utopia, you've got to sell that utopia to people. And they're not doing a good job of selling it. They're just telling us, well, this is progress and this is how it's going to be, and it's going to be so great and we can't wait. And look how many people are already being left behind by the nonsense they're doing already. Right? Like, I'm sure that there were a lot of people in the French aristocracy in the late 1700s that thought, man, life is great and it's just going to get better. Right? And within 18 months, they were riding in a cart for their date with the guillotine. And something new and bloody arose and took over from there. But the bottom line is, even after that, they tried to go back to the old ways, and they hadn't learned a damn thing. And I think that's where we are now. It's kind of a quieter revolution. There is unfortunately a lot of beheading right now, but it's still, you've got a disruption in the matrix, if you will, and these people are just trying to. See you later, Leaf. Take care, buddy.
Yeah, see you
and
later.
They're trying to. And they're trying to reestablish their manufactured consent of the population, and they're getting resistance for it. And their only answer so far is to try to deplatform people. I mean, we have social credit already. You've been demonetized. You're getting your views choked. You're not pouring gravy down your pants, and you're being punished for it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? We have social credit here. It's happening. They want more of this. They want more control over your life. The Internet of Things.
To invest this money in this technology, in this sector, creating this and making this. And what? I got 24, maybe 30 good years left to live in my life. What the F is the point? It's costing them more to monitor me than it would to actually create a longer lasting light bulb or get us to Mars. Why would they even invest any time following me when my life expectancy is going to be, if I get 25 good years left? What's the point?
Control. And some of it is experiment. I mean, we're always going on the assumption that these people behind the scenes pushing the buttons and pulling the levers know exactly what they're doing. No, they don't. This is an incredibly complex society. There's things that hit them in the shins on a regular basis. So far it's an attempt to restrict access to the world, to the internet, and to other people as much as possible, right?
We got Mix in the comments saying I've been unsubscribed from Mike's channel like a few times now. I don't know what's going on. It's not just him. I've had many people messaging me saying I didn't know that you're not making videos anymore. I'm like, I sure am. I had a guy from Arizona come into my store a few weeks ago and told me, are you still making videos? I'm like, yeah. He's like, I don't see you anymore. I go to my channel, it's unsubscribed. I'm like, well, it's not subscribed. He's like, yeah, it is. I used to watch you every day. You know? You there?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. He was unsubscribed, but he was still watching you.
No. He used to watch me, but he was unsubscribed, and he never saw my stuff anymore. And he came into my store, and he told me he can't find me anymore.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
What, on YouTube?
On YouTube.
But you're on YouTube. It's. I mean, if you
he brought in his tablet. I saw his tablet.
Out of sight, out of mind. You go click on the start page, and
I went on his tablet. He
literally could not find your channel on YouTube.
No, I went on his tablet. Okay, I went through his thing. And he wasn't subscribed to me.
Yeah.
He was subscribed to 8 other channels. I go, but look, you're not subscribed to me. He says, yes, I am. I've been subscribed to you. He says he's been subscribed to me like in and around the 800th subscriber. And I know his comments when he comments on my videos.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he came to see me in person because he was in town from Arizona. Right. He spoke to me. He told me. He showed me his tablet. I went through it, and then we resubscribed to me, and then rang the bell, okay? Then he messaged me like a few days after, when he left town, saying it was unsubscribed again.
Wow.
And that's not the first person to tell me that. Lots of people have told me that they keep getting unsubscribed to my channel. And it happened to RT, and RT brought it up, and they were getting reports from thousands of people of saying that they've been unsubscribed to RT, Russia Today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, RT's had a lot of problems. Well, obviously, the American government really doesn't like RT for obvious reasons. In a case like that, I'm wondering, because it's not something that I've ever seen. And I watch a lot of your videos, and how many times have I called in now since January, right? Mm-hmm. These things aren't happening to me. They seem to be happening to certain people. And I'm wondering if somewhere along the line they actually put some kind of a script on your device or on your computer so that it unsubscribes your particular device.
Interesting.
It seems kind of strange that, I mean, they're there's shadow banning, right? Like there's certain people, if they're isolated and anonymized, they don't know that other people have been blocked or their notifications aren't getting through or they're being unsubscribed, right? I mean, you can tell from your own views, right, that they're being scrubbed, right? Or they're being throttled. You've been demonetized. Last Wednesday, you had damn near 400 people watching. Obviously, it isn't on all the time, right? It seems to be some kind of random harassment, and I don't know if it's an algorithm. I don't imagine it's some purple-haired person with a bone in their nose hitting a button sitting at a desk. It's probably something in their programming where they just turn a dial and they throttle it up. They turn it up or turn it down. I don't know.
Okay.
Because there's millions of channels on here.
If there's millions, yeah.
It's got to be automatic.
We got Tignim saying, I can't find you on BitChute. I'm right here on BitChute. If you go to my channel, right beside my Instagram, you'll see a little bubble, and that's the BitChute right there. You can click on it, and that should go to my BitChute right there. I got 61 subscribers on there. So I do upload from time to time when I have patience, but it's really tough to upload to that site. There's always problems.
Well, it's obviously not as well financed or well developed as the Googleplex, right? So it probably does take a while longer. Yeah, Sopica Matt. Yeah, I'm speculating out loud. You probably know better than I do. It probably is on the back end. It's just that some people seem to be unsubscribed, and it seems to be targeted to them directly, as opposed to a mass unsubscribing. It's never happened to me. I've been subscribed to Mike the whole time and never had a problem. And I've called in as much or more than just about anybody else. Mm-hmm. So it seems like it's something random. It might be directed, but I don't know. It seems kind of scattershot, right? Mike's dad, they want everyone to rely on alerts, so if they take a channel down, you won't notice. Basically, they want this stuff to quietly fade, right? They want it to be something where they keep you isolated and you think, oh, well, maybe it's just me.
Yeah.
Or, maybe they must have taken his channel down because I went looking for it in my subscriptions tab and it's not there anymore. But it turns out he was there. So that's why it's suggested to me like it's a script that would actually insinuate itself onto your device or your computer, but it seems to be random. It doesn't make any sense. And exactly why they do it. Well, there's a political angle to it, but
we got a guy here. We got Hector in Albuquerque, who just sent me a Skype message saying, Mike, that's impossible. I'm going to tell you straight up. I know at least 5 people in my area in Albuquerque that watch you and that have found you through Via Housing, and they're watching you on Mike in the Night. I know they're watching. And he's basically, what he's trying to say is that I have 125 people watching. Do you think they even screw around with that? Like if I have 5 people in Albuquerque area watching me, just 5, and there's 125 people, what are the odds of the percentages? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. You got a lot of new names on here going through the comment thread, and your comment thread is it's lit up like a Christmas tree right now. It's they're probably choking all of it back, and probably it's so that
okay. So here we got Victoria here. In San Juan, she's saying the same thing. She's saying, "Yeah, I'm watching it, and my aunt is watching your show right now too."
Yeah.
So that's 7 people. So you telling me? So how many people are we realistically reaching all over the world? We got all those I-10 truckers that are listening to us live.
Yeah, you've got a lot of people tuning in. Yeah, absolutely.
But what I'm saying is like the 121 people viewing. Is that realistic?
Just from the number of comments going by on here, I would guess it's more than that. But the part of it too is it's 125 watching right now is what I'm seeing. But you've got people that come in and come out all the time. Yeah, too. Like there were some that probably tuned into the start of your show, or they heard what they wanted to heard, or they were moving through to something else, like channel surfing, right?
Mhm.
I mean, that could be a dynamic number. It could be, okay, it's not 123 people that are watching. It's just, they were clicking through from somewhere else. I mean, if all 125 people were watching the show, well, it just went to 123. Did two of them, did they just lose their internet, or did they click through from somewhere else? Like that number could be turning over rapidly. You could have people clicking on and clicking off on a constant basis. I don't know what internet service is in different places all over the world. Maybe
So we got,
like every
we got
time,
Mike's,
every second time I'm
Mike's,
calling to you.
Mike's watching. I'm watching you from India. I left Canada about a month ago after 8 months because of the politics and the economy is too abrasive. So, I just wish the analytics was more in depth to show, because if I have 5 people alone watching me from Albuquerque and there's 124 people watching, I'm just talking about the odds of that one little city. You know what I'm trying to say? I don't know how to explain it in English to try and explain it to you, what I'm trying to say.
Your audience right now is probably larger than that number is suggesting. Yes. Yeah,
because if there's
probably
if there's 4 or 5 people watching me just from Albuquerque, something's not right.
Well, the number watching right now is part of your analytics, right? So your total views, your interactions, the number of people watching, total number of views, even after this video goes off the air and you upload it afterwards, they're probably throttling all of them.
Yeah, I think so.
And part of it is partly to discourage people who are watching it. Oh, okay, well, this is just a little pissant show. I'm going to go watch something else. For someone's pouring gravy down their pants 3 channels over. I'll go there. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, he's got turkey gravy tonight because it's Thanksgiving. That's perfect. Yeah, we're gonna turkey gravy in the pants. Perfect. Yeah. It all depends on what people are looking for, right? You're going to have a smaller audience by definition because of your subject matter. You know what? It's going to be fairly narrow. I mean, doesn't mean it's not still millions of potential people, but it's going to be fairly. We don't talk about the Kardashians on here. Nobody cares.
Yeah, nobody cares about that.
Hey,
hold on.
Late on Saturday night.
Okay, I got Janet just Skype messaging me. Hey, Mike, watching you live right now with my boyfriend in Auckland, New Zealand. And my baby's screaming. Okay, and then she's typing. Hold on, she's typing. She's typing. Hold on. A lot of people know you here. Don't doubt yourself. And then she's saying, yeah. And then she's saying, everyone at work knows me. At her workplace. What do you do for work?
Yeah.
I'm just asking her.
Yeah.
She's a logistics director. What does that mean?
Well, there you go. I was just talking about logistics.
Yeah.
Logistics director, well, depends on the industry that she's in, but she's probably either in materials purchasing and handling or
something like that, yeah.
Or running a warehouse.
So people in her job know
that,
her, know
or
me.
intermodal, trains, planes.
So people at her work know
you've
me,
probably
I guess.
got you probably got a fair size audience.
We got Ray Palmer saying in our chat here that we could see watching you, Mike, from Perth in Australia. Stay true, dude.
Oh yeah, all the way, Ray.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, we're taking the opportunity. I mean, the analytics is discouraging because I think you should have twice the subscribers you have now. Now, the rate of growth that you had over the last year, you should be twice what you are now. But
okay, I got another message in. There's a message from Poland. Watching me from outside of Poland.
Go ahead.
His name is Leszek. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Leszek, who's outside 29 miles east of Poland, of Warsaw, Warsaw, Poland. His name is Leszek, and he's watching me right now too.
Oh man, he's up early in the morning.
Yep. So what I'm saying to you, like in realistically, is like, yeah, it doesn't know. Yeah, I don't believe in this thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, for some reason I don't. Yeah, yeah.
No, we don't know. All this means. Yeah, I'm fine, Elizabeth. Thanks. I'm
Okay, I got another one,
still
another
clearing out.
YouTube. Another Skype one. Somebody's watching me from. I'm watching you from Japan. You really should have more viewers. YouTube must be holding you back. So someone watching from Japan now.
Yeah.
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 So,
No, it's yeah. That's right. Yeah. No, you're right, Sapika. It's not accurate. They're messing with your analytics, and the reason for that is either to discourage you, or to get you to change your message, or to discourage people from watching you. Right? There's a certain critical mass of people that it seems that past that point, then your numbers start to go hockey stick. You know what I mean? Like they start to really take off. And I've seen it with several channels that I've watched over the years that have either been taken off YouTube or have been choked back or demonetized. And they probably got some kind of routine, algorithm or something. I use the term algorithm. Some of you know the better term better than I do. But it seems like the idea is to keep you throttled to a certain point so that you don't go exponential, right? Get that hockey stick where you really start to expand your audience. So the real numbers, you don't know the real numbers. That's the bottom line. You don't know the real numbers, but they're almost definitely much larger than what we're seeing right now.
Well, here's the difference. Listen to the difference on this. I got this guy right now. Another person messaged me in Skype. Typhoid. He's messaging me from Iceland. He's watching me in Iceland. He's been watching me in Iceland, and he says something about a station, and they there's a group that listens to me in Iceland, and I've already mentioned them on my show a few times actually. This group that listens to Mike in the Night in Iceland, they follow me on trends in the housing market, right? Mm-hmm. So. It's weird because it doesn't make any sense. Like when I go to my analytics, I'm not getting any correct numbers. Like before, my number one viewership was from Australia.
Yeah.
It was like 60%. And now Australia is not even in the top 10. So I'm being held back in Australia for some reason.
Yeah, they're messing with a lot of things there, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I used to be like 60% of my viewership was from down under.
Well, the housing market alone, I mean, there's a lot of people in Australia, no doubt, are experiencing what we're experiencing here. It's the same everywhere.
And right? I've been predicting this crap for years. I haven't been post-dicting. I've been predicting.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been a few that have been trying to call this thing and for a while, and some of it is just simple math. But you still got to have a feel for it, for sure. I mean, the timing will never be exact because you're talking about an enormous, complex thing with the individual decisions of hundreds of thousands or millions of people. You're always going to be looking for, the trend, right? But no, you've been calling it, and you called it to that specific jurisdiction, and Australia seems to have a real problem with that. But what about Walk the World? They're down there, aren't they? They're in New Zealand or Australia. Are they getting choked, I wonder?
I don't know.
Maybe it's because of country of origin. Because it seems to me that there are some down there that are I don't know, they're probably being throttled too, but they don't seem to be getting messed with the way that you are.
Well, so Pika is saying lots of problems in YouTube is having is because of new internet laws in different countries. That's right there. That right there makes a lot of sense because there's different internet laws in different countries.
Well, that's the thing too. That's a good point, and I'd like to take us to address as well. Oh, and David was like, can you see my comment? Yeah, we see you perfectly. You bet. Just to confer that if you're still here. Yeah, there are new internet laws in all these different countries. So I want to point that out, guys. The idea that there is this enormous global matrix that's about to take over the world is obviously not true, because there's laws being passed all the time. Now, a lot of them have to do with restricting people's access to information, and that's a problem. But as long as there are countries in the world where that's not an issue, and you're on the internet, whether through VPN or anything else, you can still access that information. Like China regulates its internet, but we're getting all these videos out of Hong Kong right now, and even Tiananmen Square, somebody got news footage out of there. Well, that was going on, so it's harder to regulate all that than it sounds. I mean, even putting up millions of cameras, well, it's still going to be, people wearing uniforms and collecting a government paycheck monitoring all this stuff. It's not going to be efficient. It's going to be something where you got to be a little bit nimble and a little bit aware, but you can get around it.
So
it's going to be tough.
Some Kus on Affordable Australia saying Australia is very authoritarian like China.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sounding like it. It sounds like individual freedom is really getting whacked in the shins down there, and it's not good. But I'm hoping that some of those Aussies will, start rising up.
Well, we have someone from Chile watching. Hola, Mike, ¿cómo estás? Muy bien aquí. Estoy mirando tu transmisión. Estoy aquí en Santiago de Chile. Mucha fuerza y mucha suerte. Gracias, hermano. So there's someone watching me in Chile. So you're telling me,
Yeah. What's he saying?
He's basically saying, I'm watching your channel from Chile. Good show. Yeah. I watch it all the time. So I mean,
great.
Like, so people I'm getting flooded now with a lot of Skype messages now. Like I have like 13 unread ones. Look. Wow. Brisbane checking in, Mike. And then this one was for like 30 seconds ago. Isle of Man? What the hell is Isle of Man?
Isle of Man is off the coast of England. It's in the Irish Sea, I believe.
Okay, Isle of Man checking in. Iceland checking in. Iceland checking in. Iceland checking in. Holy crap.
Nice.
New Hampshire. Providence, Rhode Island. Where's this? Johannesburg, South Africa.
Wow.
Wow, I'm just getting bombarded with Skype messages. Holy, I have like 1,400 people on Skype, right?
Yeah, that number has gone up quite a bit even in the last couple months, hasn't it?
Yeah. And then there's a lot of people that want to add me on Skype that are messaging me right now. Watching right now. Alberta. We got somebody here from Miami Beach, Florida. Woo! It's late down there.
Yeah. Just got back from salsa practice.
Oh, Dublin, Ireland. Good job, Mike, watching you from Belfast with the wife. Interesting.
Yeah. Like, it sounds like there's a whole lot more than 120 odd people watching right now.
There's another one here from Belfast just messaged me right now.
Yeah, you have 11,000 subscribers, even if only 10% of them were tuning in to your Mike in the night. That would be 1,100 people. Are you still there?
Interesting.
Can you still hear me?
Of course I could hear you.
Okay, good. I thought I heard something go bleep, and I thought maybe my Skype had gone south on me, so good.
Oh, there we go. Like, I just got Shanghai Larry message me.
What's new there?
He's in the Shenzhen province.
Oh, okay, just north of Hong Kong.
Yep. We got here Jan Shuan saying, watching you from Australia, a new law just passed where authority, small a, can throw you into a health system for being obsessive. Example, asking too many questions.
Oh, yeah. That stuff is going to get really tight. But this is the thing. Somewhere along the line, there's going to be a court challenge. The thing is, the system is still complicated, and that's a problem for the average person. But it's also a problem for the people that are running it and trying to enslave you. They still have to maintain the semblance of democracy, right? They still have to maintain the idea that this is for the public good. And what they do, it seems like they throw a lot of stuff out there, say it's for the public good, and then force people to fight back and overturn it. And if if they overturn 90% of it, well, then they still got 10% of it. They still move the needle further to the left, right? But you're getting to a point now where they're not selling you on utopia anymore, right? There's just too many people that are obviously not cooperating, or obviously not going to be mindless consumer drones, actually care about their history and their culture and their heritage, and want something better for their kids and grandkids. And these people don't have an answer for them, and ignoring them is a pretty short-term and a pretty short-sighted strategy. They've gotten sloppy. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. These are I've said it before, and I still believe it's true. The evil geniuses that concocted all this stuff 100 years ago are all long dead. This is their inbred grandchildren running this thing now. They're just used to getting their way, right? And now they're starting to not get their way, and they're think about this Greta Thunberg thing, right? This 16-year-old that they trotted out as the Joan of Arc for the planet kind of a thing, right? Nobody's buying this, and the people who are buying it, nobody cares about them. They think they're idiots. We don't care. Right, who cares? The urban termite mounds, yeah. Well, when you literally don't know where the carrots at Whole Foods come from, nobody takes them seriously, and there's only so much that they can impose before the supply lines start drying up. You can't throw.
We got Jan saying they've got drugs and electric shock still in Queensland Health. Hold on. Let's go over back home, man. I'm getting bombarded with Skype messages. I got 44 messages. Holy crap. Everyone's coming on Skype now and messaging me, telling me they're watching live. We got Luke in Perth. We got Peter Johnston in Tokyo, Japan.
Yeah.
We got Dallas Marcus in Phoenix. We got Audrey in South Carolina. I'm just reading through some of the comments so I don't have to read the whole what they're saying, right? We got Anthony M. in, where's this? In Texas. Anthony Marcus in Texas. We got Noel watching from Darwin, Australia. And then we got Jose Catala watching from Madrid. So I think I'm getting bombarded with so many of this stuff now. So
yeah, is it spam, or are these people checking in?
No. These people are messaging me right now because we're on live.
Okay.
So they're messaging me now on Skype to tell me like I'm watching you right now.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's good. They're checking in.
There's a lot of them checking in. Oh, here's another one here from Manchester, Jamaica. Yeah. Is it Manchester in Jamaica?
That's probably the name of a city in Jamaica.
Yeah. We got somebody here from Tahiti. Yeah, I can't even pronounce that name.
Tahiti.
Yeah, I can't even pronounce the name. Feminista from Tahiti.
Formosa?
No.
Oh, from Tahiti. Oh, okay.
No, Tahiti. I don't know.
Some funky Polynesian name.
Yeah. So, yeah.
John Yu.
TJ Jack from California is watching. RG. I don't know where he's watching from the Philippines. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. John Yu, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Sir. It's all good, but ask a question.
Okay, we have him. Steve Stevens. No. Yes, Manchester is in Jamaica. It's in
Bauxite
County. Yeah, I got quite a few people that watch me from Jamaica from another big. There's a big YouTuber down there. I think his name is Marcus St. Clair, and he basically promotes my channel down there in Jamaica too. So
Nice.
yeah, so
Nice. Yeah, well, that's good. And you've got people that are helping you move this thing forward too, and that's great. That's really good. It's nice. It's I really I enjoy the interactions in the comments, and I definitely enjoy the opportunity to call in and spill some of my thoughts here. I don't want to hog the mic all night here, but
oh no, I'm going to sleep after you, man.
Yeah,
I've been talking for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, well, 120 watching, so I haven't driven too many away anyway. It's the thing about what's going on in the world right now, and I'm gonna go really, really big picture for a moment. I've mentioned here the idea they have to sell utopia to. They're doing a lousy job. So either they really don't know what they're doing, or they think they've got to a point where they don't have to anymore. They can just pass rules and take over. But they're getting pushback. And again, the most important vote of all, whether you live in a democracy or not, okay, is what you do with your day, what you do with your money. What are you supporting and not supporting? There's no need for you don't need a mass movement. All you have to do is check the contents of your own heart. If there are things out there that you've been participating in, or you've been buying or consuming, that they don't support things that are important to you, look for alternatives. If 10 million people in the Western world said, okay, well, I'm not going to buy your overpriced real estate, and I'm not going to buy your overpriced cars, and I'm not going to put my money into your ridiculous investments, and they voted en bloc for a third party that, even though they never necessarily got control of the government, managed to do what the Green Party did in British Columbia, or the NDP in the last federal election, where you've got those votes that enable the governing party. They have to talk to you in order to make anything happen, and you start to lean things more in your direction. We're getting pushback. The internet is a two-edged sword. The people that developed it, the idea was, okay, we're going to literally change the world with this thing. But the idea was we're going to control the world. The problem is these people are boring. They have no sense of humor. All they understand is violence and smut. Mm-hmm. And when the violence and smut, when people get tired of that and seeing the damage it does in their own lives and in their own hometowns, right, they start looking for alternatives. You have 121 people, according to the official YouTube stats, that are on here from all over the world on a Saturday night. Right? Mm-hmm. They're not at the clubs. Right? They're not watching, sports. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They're not doing any of that. They're here wanting to participate and interact and learn.
Speaking of here,
and hopefully teach.
Petrov here in the Skype from St. Petersburg, Russia, watching, and he's basically saying that he would comment more often, but he watches me on his big TV.
Oh yeah.
So there's a lot of people that do watch the show that tell me that they don't they do watch me, but they don't comment in the comments because they're watching it on a television.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm using my TV as a monitor right now.
No. They watch it like how you have YouTube built into the TVs now.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean smart TV, right? So people watch it.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're watching the stream, but they're not maybe seeing the chat go by, or they can't participate directly.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Petrov.
Yeah. I'm too old for clubbing too, Robert. Yeah. I'm way past that, I'm afraid. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it's like I've said many times, and I'll say it. I'll sum it up. History is not linear. It's dynamic. You have all of these forces that are constantly pushing against each other, so it's not going to go one way. You could be pleasantly surprised about the way things could be in 5 short years. Mm-hmm. It might not be that bad. There's going to be some reckoning, obviously, but there needs to be, and that's good. Consequences are good. Consequences mean that some things are still true, and they can't be signed in. You can't sign the opposite into law.
You know what the funny
Right?
thing
Like,
is? It's like
math
when
isn't
the market crashed in, was it 80, 81? 80, 81,
Yeah.
82? They raised interest rates to like 13% overnight, and then literally overnight, the economy basically started to recover almost instantly when they raised interest rates like that high.
Yeah, well, the money had an actual price to it again. The thing is, money is supposed to represent human labor and toil and sweat and creativity. And that's why when you put it in the bank, you were expecting them to pay you to hold it, right? You were loaning your money to the bank. Now the bank basically charges you to hold your cash. And then they say, well, don't hold cash because inflation will eat up the value. Well, if you put it in the bank and they're basically charging you to hold it, well, then you've just increased the rate of inflation. You're better off to take that cash and put it into something else, or literally put it in your mattress.
So we got,
just hang on to it.
Cesar Rosa watching us from Medellin, Colombia. I got like 70 Skype messages here, dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to do a show this week on just those messages.
Marcus is watching from Martinique.
Yeah.
Jameson is watching from Key West. It's really early in the morning.
Welcome, yeah, no kidding. Welcome, everyone. It's great to hear that you're here.
Yeah, I mean, it's all these weird like places from everywhere. I guess the internet, it kind of backfired. But you know what? Let me say something, Supreme. Let's say there's this guy watching me in St. Petersburg. Okay, he's watching me, right?
Sure.
But he's not watching global news, let's say, from Ontario, because he can't see it. He's not watching, let's say, KTLA news from Los Angeles.
Right.
But he's watching Mike in the Night.
Yeah.
So that's why these big corporate companies are getting peed off, because they're not reaching the masses like YouTube people are.
Yeah, they're not controlling what you say, and they're not controlling what you think anymore. And the fact is, their product is just not very good. They're getting to the point where they've been trying to push the window so far to the left in the progressive direction for so long that they've left. Beg your pardon, everyone. They've left half the population of the world behind. Like they've just literally gone so far that all of the ties that were pulling everybody along, finally they just snapped. And then you got a bunch of people standing there at first for a few years going, okay, well, what's going on? We're over here. We don't want to do any of that. And they just got ignored. And, we're leaving you behind. You're the wrong side of history. And then somebody came along and said, hey, if you vote for me, I'll shake things up. Right? Like these things happen on a delay, right? Like the election of someone like Trump, right? Brexit in the UK, Doug Ford in Ontario. People are you got a lot of people on the progressive side of the spectrum saying, they're terrible and we need to get rid of that. It's like, no, dudes, you don't understand. You're too late. Mm-hmm. You had your chance to govern for the whole province or the whole country. You had your chance to make this work. You had your chance to make this pitch. You got lazy, you got complacent, and you waited way too friggin' long. It's like I said about the uprising in Chile and in Santiago and in Beirut and in Hong Kong. It's like, no, you people, the reason this is happening is because you're too late. You screwed up. These people know the deal now, and they know that you don't really care, that you're not even thinking about them. Right?
Like Can you say that thing again? That one time that it made me laugh. The people that this whole climate change with this girl who's the Joan of Arc, and the people that follow her, nobody cares about them. Can you say that again?
Oh, I can't remember it verbatim. I'll have to play it back later. Yeah,
that was
nobody
funny.
Cares about them.
I couldn't stop laughing. Yeah, the people that follow this Greta girl, idiots. Nobody even cares about these people.
No, nobody cares about them. I don't want people like that having any say in my life whatsoever. Like none. I don't care what they have to say anymore. It's obvious that we won't agree. Fine. Stay in your urban termite mound and have a great life. Just leave me out of it. Mm-hmm. I don't want anything to do with it.
You don't want to compromise. You don't want to negotiate. You don't want to try to find some kind of common ground. You're just going to yell at me until you get what you want. How about bugger off?
Yeah.
Simple as that. And that doesn't necessarily mean that every nation state in the world has to bust up. But the government's trying to ride herd all over these people. They gotta, they need a kick in the shins.
Yeah. You know what my favorite line is?
Straight.
Like there was, I can't remember what I was doing. I was in downtown Vancouver. I was doing something, and they were protesting something. So I'm at the stoplight, right? Like I'm standing at the stoplight because I'm going to cross the street, like walk across. I wasn't in a vehicle, right?
Yeah.
And some guy comes up to me and says, "Well, what do you think of this whole movement in Antifa and they're doing the right thing?" And I look over at him and I said, "Hey, buddy, why don't you just get the F out of here?" And then he looked at me and he just walked away. So like it's like you said, nobody cares about these people. It's like, "Hey, buddy," this is the best line. It's go, "Hey, man," or "Hey, buddy, why don't you just get the out of here?"
Yeah.
I mean, I just have to bring that up because I was in a couple of, tangled in a few protests in downtown Vancouver. Get the out of here, man. Who cares? Nobody cares. Well, and then when you said that Greta thing and nobody cares about them, that brought that memory back in the back of my mind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, they've got to they need a whack in the shins. They need figuratively speaking, right? They need to understand that there's just a whole lot of people that don't care about them, don't care about their opinions. Most of these people, everything comes out of their mouth is the intellectual property of some television show anyway. It's pretty obvious. The idea of, exactly, Ryan Holden, NPC, the non-playable character. That's what they are. Mm-hmm. And shame on them. Because if you talk to them individually, some of them, it's amazing that they will have insights. But when it comes to, the issues of the day, they're depressingly mainstream. They're not open to anything different at all. And so it's like people like that, they can't have a say in your life. You have to do everything you can possible to reduce their power.
Sorry, I see you talking and I see you deleting messages at the same time while you're talking to me.
Yeah.
I'm seeing that. I'm noticing you're talking and you're also deleting messages. Man, you're a Superman.
Yeah. I'm doing what I can here. I've seen some streams that are, just got ridiculous numbers of people on them. And man, being a moderator gets to be a full-time job on that kind of thing. So I'm trying to multitask a little bit here.
Mm-hmm. No, it's okay. It's okay. No, I'm noticing you doing that, which is good because I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm not really paying attention to what's happening. I'm just paying attention to you only. So I'm not watching anything else.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like, to all the trolls out there, hey guys, why don't you just get the out of here?
Yeah. These guys here, this is actually, if we get another one here, getting trolled by caller, what the hell? John, develop a sense of humor. Okay, at least be witty about this. Like, this is the reason we use terms like NPC and stuff like that. You guys can't meme. Seriously, get a sense of humor. Okay, like we don't mind getting burnt. Curts don't fit in your bum sideways. Yeah, see what I mean, Mike? It's always about your butt, right? You talked about Grindr a minute ago. Like this is the fourth account this guy has set up in like 20 minutes. Dude, you're boring.
It takes me like 3 hours to set up an account because I can't even read.
It's amazing. Yeah, like you're boring. You absolutely are not funny. Like develop some humor, man.
Do you think anybody cares about those? Do you think anybody cares about these people?
Well,
no, just say no. That's okay.
I care. These people are, man. Like that's sad. Like I'm on here, okay, and I spent a lot of time, and God, I'm pulling stuff I've thought about for years out of here. I appreciate your kind attention, everyone, but it's man, come on, learn something. At least learn to be funny. There are trolls that get in here, and it's got like, okay, man, you got me there. That was really good. I haven't seen one on your streams yet. Haven't seen it. These guys are not funny. It's like, carrot fits in your butt. Like, my God.
Woo!
Like
okay, we got. Hold on,
yeah.
we got. Where did I see that? Oh man, I lost it. I'm getting so many messages on Skype. Mark Rogers watching me from Orange County, California. We got Red Love watching me from the Philippines. We got Robert Skat, Skattz, watching me from Atlanta. Wow, it's late in the morning there. Early in the morning. Atlanta. Wow, okay, so I'm seeing all kinds. There's all these messages. There's no way. There's got to be more than 100 people watching this thing. Not with the amount of people that are messaging me.
Yeah.
So I got 144 unread messages to go through in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you agree. We appreciate it. We appreciate people checking in because, we're all here to learn and we're all here. We're looking for a tribe, guys. We're looking for a community. We're looking for people to interact with. We don't all have to agree on the same thing. And certainly, as you've seen on the comment stream, I mean, I'm pretty sure me and Raven or me and Leaf or all of us could gather around a table at the pub and have a hell of a good time. And there would be lots of things that we wouldn't agree on, right? Or it would be on a curve, right? It would be on a bell curve kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. But you've got it's a heart thing, it's a soul thing, it's hard to articulate.
Okay, I got a question.
It's not right. And go ahead.
I got an important question in the chat from OK Player One, and I'm going to answer this. Explain why China wants to buy precious metals to devalue the U.S. dollars. Well, China's secretly been selling a lot of U.S. treasuries in the last 3 years. They're using it in rebuying physical gold. They're buying golds, and they're filling their vaults. China wants to deleverage some of its debt, and they want to basically have the Americans pay for it. Now, what's going to happen is China's sitting on 20,000 tons of gold right now. I think they've semi-announced it, and now they want to have a crypto-backed gold currency. And right now, we just read the article that in Australia they're doing it too, right? Gold-backed cryptocurrency. China is, I think, a few steps ahead of the game because they're embracing the 5G. They're embracing the quantum computing. They're embracing the whole social credit thing. And people are going with it like zombies, right? And the dangers of some of this stuff is so dangerous.
Yeah. Well, they don't have a lot of choice in the matter, obviously. The thing is there must be a lot of low-level dissent in China or a lot of non-cooperation because we've had this idea, and it was the same problem with the Russians, right, when it was the Soviet Union, right? Well, they were the Soviets, right? When we were bombing Dresden and we were landing on Normandy at D-Day or taking Vimy Ridge in 1917, they were the Hun, they were the Boche, they were the Nazis, right? But the fact is, no, they were just German citizens that got caught up in a governmental system.
Exactly.
And a major
lies.
And a major diplomatic blunder. And
lies.
It's the same with the Chinese.
Lies. It was all lies.
Yeah.
It was all lies. It was all built off lies.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, people just wanted to go about their lives, and they and their governments screwed up, and they got them involved in this. In these massive conflicts. And once they get going, you've got no choice. You got to go all the way. And that means you got to lie if you need to lie. You've got to take what you need to take. You need to direct your forces to seize what you're going to need in order to keep winning and expanding. Once the thing gets going, that machine has no brakes. It's going to go until one side or the other finally collapses. And that's the scary thing about war. It's also the scary thing about financial collapses. What China's doing is financial warfare. Now, their weapons aren't as big as the United States yet. I mean, they might have 20,000 tons of gold. They might. But that would have to be subject to independent verification because that's almost 3 times what the Americans say they have. So if the Chinese were going to back their currency with gold, they're going to have to pass some major smell tests for people to accept that. Now, people in China have to take what they're given because obviously Beijing has the guns, so they make the rules, right? But the Chinese China is 100 different nationalities. They don't all get along. You know, the Han Chinese are the largest single group. They're probably fairly monolithic, but they still are human beings and they want to have decent lives. They don't want to toil for their lives away to produce goods and services for people that they'll never meet and that they know don't give a crap about them. That's the problem with socialism. That's the problem with even the socialism light that we have here. You know, I don't run a business so I can pay taxes for a bunch of, purple-haired bureaucrats that don't like me, and I wouldn't like them either. Right? I don't want those people making decisions concerning my life. Unfortunately, I can't really overthrow the government. So I kind of got to work with the system that I have. And it's still usually better to try that. You know, the people push back against the government. The government always tries to impose its will, but people push back. Either they do it electorally or they do it economically. There are 1,000 different ways that people can respond to government pressure. And governments are always trying to put their finger on the pulse. The idea that they're going to control the actions of every single person is a pipe dream. It's not possible. You would literally have to read people's thoughts. Look at the surveillance state that the Soviet Union had to set up just to try to maintain control over that country.
Oh, they had lists of extermination to exterminate people. They had lists and lists and lists that just went down from... that just did the print up new lists every day of people they need to take away in the night and people they need to extinguish because they maybe heard a rumor of somebody said something.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And but they still had to do it kind of on the QT. They might have come around in the middle of the night and taken your neighbors away, but if you didn't know your neighbors, you might not have noticed. Right? I mean, it was still in a way kind of an atomized society. People were absorbed into this machine. Right, this depersonalizing machine that was deliberately trying to break up families and family unity and even national sentiment and trying to create this new Soviet man, right? And they're trying the same thing here. They want you to be a consumerist corporate drone. I've said before, they want you to live in a pod and eat bugs and consume products that, and wait eagerly for the next product to come out and spend your life doing that. Right, they remove all meaning from life that way, and that's not a good sell in the end.
So I got over 144 unread messages now on Skype, just coming in the last 20 minutes. We're talking to each other. We got
there you go.
Yeah, we got a Marcos, in Athens that's watching us. Man, we got Jennifer.
Yeah.
In Berlin, we got Jam. I don't even know. So,
there you go. And on your channel here, Mike, the highest. Oh, someone calling?
Yeah, no, that was Real German Instincts. But I'm gonna end the show. I'm tired, man.
Sure. I just want to point something out real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
The highest number of people that I see on my screen tonight watching the show was 129, and you have 144 messages. And that's probably just the ones you haven't read yet.
That's in the last 20 minutes. Like my total new messages for today. It says chats.
Yeah.
Right now, it says chats 266.
There you go.
Today, from right now. In the last 40 minutes we've been talking about this.
Sure. Yeah. So damn near twice as many people checking in here than YouTube says we're watching your stream the whole time. So there you go. Your message is getting out a lot further than they just don't want you to believe that.
Yeah, when I get people from what was that place, Tahiti, messaging me, it's like, what?
Yeah, that's amazing. That's on the other side of the date line, isn't it? Like it's tomorrow there already, or yesterday.
Well, Australia's tomorrow too. It's already Sunday afternoon in Australia.
Yeah.
Right, so a lot of people watching in Australia right now. But
no, that's great. Well, I'm gonna get off here, buddy. I guess you're ready to shut it down. It looks like we're just coming up to midnight. So
I'm falling asleep. Yeah, I'm gonna go up and check on the wife, make sure she's snoring, and I'm gonna crash myself. Tomorrow's my day off. I'm just gonna take it easy, man.
Just chill. Yeah, I got a stepdaughter in town from Williams Lake, so I'm gonna go have lunch with her tomorrow in in Kamloops, and then Remembrance Day, we're having a big dinner out at my parents' place. So yeah, I've got a full dance card for the weekend. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Anyways, you have a good night, Supreme Canada. I really appreciate you taking the time to come on, even though with the disruptions we had. It's fine. I mean, it's good. It's good. It makes us stronger. We just harness off their dumbness. We become rich off them. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know what? It's time to feed off that energy because these people are pathetic.
Yeah, it's nice though. Then I don't feel so bad about myself not being so educated, or you know what I'm saying? I don't feel so bad about myself knowing that there's so many people out there that just have no idea what is what, but they think they know what is what. They just strut.
Yeah, well, it's just the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? They think they're that smart, and it's like, wow, what can you do but shake your head and feel a little bit sorry for them, and hope that they learn, hope they have their come to Jesus moment, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what a terrible way to live. What a terrible way to live.
Absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
Anyway, Supreme, God bless you. We'll talk soon, okay?
God bless, Mike. God bless everyone. Stay safe, please, and we'll talk again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Guys, that is Supreme Cannon. Maybe I'm going to get him to do a couple of, maybe read one or two articles a week. I hope you guys, maybe I'll talk to Supreme Cannon. What I'll do is I'll have a talk with him, ask him if he wants to record a couple of videos on his end, put it in a Dropbox. I'll upload it to Mike Martin's channel for you guys. If he wants to do maybe one or two articles a week of some key, kind of doing like a freelance, just helping out the channel. I think that'll be nice. Maybe having one person in Australia to kind of watch the housing there and kind of watch what's happening with the 5G. If somebody in Australia wants to do, like, if they don't want a channel and work on it and do all that crap, so maybe they want to just do a story for the channel. I would really appreciate that very much if somebody wants to do that for me in Australia and New Zealand and the UK and the States. So if someone's in the States wants to, maybe like someone in Arizona, for example. For some reason I got like 40 people watching me in Arizona for some reason. But if they want to make a video saying, "Hi guys, it's me, Kevin here for the Mike Martin's channel," they don't want to make a whole channel, right? They don't want to make a whole entire channel just to make 3 videos, right? So let me know if you guys want to be part of the channel by contributing a video. And you don't have to worry about, being algorithm and being watched or whatever. Yeah. Let me know what you guys think, guys. Supreme Kansas, I'd be into doing that. Sure. Get your laptop set up, get your thing set up. You don't have to show the article like I show on my side. You could just be kind of pinpointing, kind of analyzing a bit of an article and kind of talking about where this might head. Keep it around 10 minutes and just, Okay, guys, have yourselves a good night. It's midnight here. It is Sunday morning right now here, and it's time for me to get some rest. You guys get some rest. I love you guys. Thanks so much for being part of this. And remember, guys, the secret to beating fear is love. Thanks for watching. The repo buybacks have to keep jumping in and bailing every day, and now they're extending it to January 2020 from what I heard. And it's like, what the heck?
Elizabeth Warren came out and said, "What are you guys doing?" She's asking questions, eh? "What are you guys doing with those repo buybacks? You better not be loosening bank policy with those repos."
Oh, they are loosening. They're loosening bank policy. You know they are.
And now Mnuchin has gone and talked to 6 of the big banks. And he talked with Jamie Dimon, and Jamie Dimon said, "Well, we could have fixed your repo problem, but you wouldn't let us spend the reserves. You got to get rid of that rule." They want to get rid of that reserves where they can spend it. It's all, was that all done on purpose? Because now they're going to start loosening the bank's policies.
Well, then they'll just scrap the overnight rate. So then if banks don't have the liquidity in their vaults, they could stay negative. And then that's it. They're just going to keep going down.
Well, it'll help put downward pressure on that overnight rate. Because if they can't let money, the rate's going to skyrocket. But if they can get whatever they want from the reserves, the rate will stay lower.
Right, of course.
That's the way I see it. But how does Elizabeth Warren What is she, a genius? How does she come out and financially, forensically go through that to figure out that this is what they're doing? How did she come out with that? Last I heard, she was lying on her application saying she was Native.
No, but let's call a spade here, okay? Let's call a spade a spade. She's 70, dude. She knows. She's been there. She's been around. She's been in those rubbing elbows with those high affluent people all her life. You understand? She knows the game.
You know what? It's the same thing when Trump goes, we got to go to 0%. We got to start QE. Do you think Trump knows? Trump don't know that. But
I think he understands to a point.
Who's whispering it in their ear? Who whispered that in Warren's ear? One of those people. They talk. Those people talk. When you see the figureheads talk, think about who whispered it in their ear. Because I'll guarantee Trump ain't coming out with any independent thoughts. And that Elizabeth Warren, pretty sure she didn't figure that out. People are whispering it in her ear. They're talking behind the scenes saying the banks are going to do this. The banks are going to do that.
All right. Let's argue this. She's right. Okay, she's right. She's on the money with that. No problem. We know she's right. Me and you, we know she's right. She's asking the right questions. My problem is, okay, you found us. You found it. You found the problem. Now what do we do? That's the question. They're going to have to raise rates.
No, I don't think so. They're going to take these rates down, but you know what? They got to get that digital currency going quick. People will pull their money out of the bank if they go negative with money still. If you can still take your money out and we go negative, they're going to be pulling their money out of the banks. They got to get a digital system, and the U.S. is going to come out under the guise that they're being competitive with China. We have we have to act fast. We have to do it now because China's going digital. We can't, they'll be too far ahead of us. If we don't go digital, we got to do it now.
So we got Scotty F in the comments saying there's a bank run in China now. I'm still trying to get word from Shanghai Larry on what's going on. He's saying that a lot of bank machines are out of money in Xinjiang province and two other provinces. He was telling me that the two biggest banks, a lot of the bank machines are out of money. So I'm just waiting for Shanghai Larry to give me an update on that. And I'm still waiting for Evan to tell me what the heck is going on, because right now I shorted a lot of Hong Kong banks. So we're going to figure out what's happening with that too. But to be very frank with you, I think like I said on Morning Coffee with Mike, I honestly think wholeheartedly that the repo market is over leveraging the banks for what collateral the banks have to put up. So basically they're covering a spread of, let's say, of $1 million loan, but they're only covering $600,000 in assets. That's what I'm afraid of. I think that's what's really happening.
Well, it's anybody's guess. I think whatever's happening is nefarious. It's a con man's game with those guys. I don't trust them.
It'd be very interesting. I would like to get our rates back to 5, 6, 7, 8%. Actually, not have to risk your money in stupid.
You can't go back to 5, 6, 7, 8%.
No, I said it would be nice to.
No. That's a dream. We can't go to 5. We can't go to 4. We're never going back there. That's done. When we go back there, that's game over. That's default land. That's default for everybody. Very few people will be walking around after that. You can't go there again. We're going to 0, and then we're going negative, and that's coming here. And they're going to lock us in digitally. So I wouldn't be too worried about how I'm going to invest my money. I'd be worried about how I'm going to keep my money.
Right. I talked about this on Morning Coffee with Mike a few days ago, where you're getting punished for saving money. Basically, they're taking money away from you for saving it.
Yeah, in certain countries they are.
Yeah, you get punished. They go negative. We're all getting punished for having money.
You're getting taxed by the banks. That's a tax on you.
Mm-hmm.
0.5%, 1%. And then what are you going to do? You're going to let your money rot there, and they take a percentage off you if you borrow money, and they're going to take a percentage off you if you give them money.
Woo!
We should have been bankers. What were we doing?
Yeah, we should have. Yeah. You know, I just couldn't. I don't want to be part of that whole scene.
You
It's
know, everybody's so worried about where am I going to make money? Where am I going to make money? Where are you going to make money? Because I look at everything that's out there. You got to become a speculator. Like, you're gambling in that market. What are you buying? Puts? You're buying puts. That's gambling, man. You're
I
gambling.
bought a few puts on Hong Kong banks, and I'm doing okay.
Yeah, and your silver's coming back again.
It is. I bought it on the 2 drops, eh?
Yeah.
I bought on 2 drops. I doubled down.
Yeah, good. But you know, you got to remember they're printing money like with a vengeance now, and when they print money, you can see like the stock market's going to go up, houses are going to go up, everything's going to go up. The value of their dollar is just getting whittled away to nothing. What are you going to, whatever, like they say, hold cash. Like Warren Buffett's holding so much cash right now. He's one of the smartest investors out there.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, the rich, they say, are holding cash, but cash is depreciating at such a fast rate, 5 to 8% a year. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Where do you find yield? Like, do you buy real estate still?
I would not even touch that. Maybe I wouldn't entertain. Maybe like if I got with some friends and we bought a like a nice 2-bedroom condo down in Florida for like 50, 60 grand. And then we all pitched in 10 grand each, and then we take turns using the condo type of thing. Something like that I would venture into, but buying an actual property to rent out and headaches, and forget it.
Yeah. I don't, like, you know, we might get more, another year, 2, 3, who knows? Maybe even 5, who knows? I just think we're long in the tooth there for this game going on, and we're seeing all the protests around the world. Things getting pretty hot everywhere.
Well, Chile's hot right now. Lebanon's hot right now. You got protests in Syria right now. You got protests in, I think in Greece they start rallying back up again. Catalonia is protesting. Santiago de Chile is protesting right now. It's really
Hong Kong, France, Iraq, the Dutch farmers. You got it everywhere, man.
And then I think you had a little bit of noise down in New Zealand with the dairy farmers too again.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
they
didn't want the blame for the climate.
We went from wealth building to basically debt building, and I love how the politicians like to massage us, saying, "Oh, today's generation so much comfortable with debt and comfortable with taking on more debt." What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Generational debt at this point, you know. Generational mortgage where your kids will pay off the rest of the mortgage. Well, it's generational debt. We're handing debt down to our grandchildren. Just keep building it up.
And it's scary. It's scary. So do you agree with me? Multiple sources of income, multiple streams of income is a good way?
That's diversification, eh? Yeah, it's always a good idea.
I got a few. I got like 4 or 5 streams. Some tiny ones and some that are decent. It does okay for me. It takes care of my entire family, so I'm not worried.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm not too worried. So, and did you get that letter I sent you?
Yes. Yeah.
Good. Just get your wife to your ex. Sorry. To leave it in some prayer centers. Usually, there's prayer centers stations.
She's gonna take it right to the wall.
Yeah, take it to the wall. Leave it there for me. I would really appreciate. That means a lot to me.
Yeah, she said she would. She'd be honored. She said.
Okay, yeah. I got Evan on the ground. Okay, guys, we got Evan on the ground, and he's saying he's in a little bit of trouble right now. He cannot come on Mike in the Night Live. He just sent me this photo right now of a child. I guess it's a child's dressed up in riot gear. It looks like military, semi-military gear. He just sent me this right now, guys. You're seeing this live right now on Mike in the Night. Let me see if there's more images he sent me. He sent me this rally here. Fighting for autonomy, stand with Hong Kong rally. So this is underway today. This is on its way today, sorry. And then Evan sent me this. So Evan right now on the ground is telling me that, I don't know what this is depicting, but there's a child. This has got to be like, this has to be a child. and in riot gear here. So I'm not too sure what they're planning here or what they're going to do here. But I don't like seeing images like this when children get involved in this kind of crap. You know what I'm saying?
They're in recession too now. They're Hong Kong.
Oh, he's telling me that a couple of Americans got arrested here on Halloween. Oh, there's another image coming in from... Oh, he took this picture. Right here. So it looks like somebody is dressed up like an angel. They got wings on their back, and it looks like the police are, I guess, taking them in or something. But so these are live images, guys, on the ground. Evan's at the Chinese border right now, on the border of China and Hong Kong. So maybe he might come on the show later. Not sure. So there is runoffs on the Hong Kong banks right now as we're speaking. And China has been bailing out some of their big banks. You know, China won't tell us, right? You know, China, it takes them to get caught to explain it, you know? So
there's a lot of insiders in China that are telling people.
Yeah. So he's basically, so what's going on with China is that they're bailing out banks and they're not telling anybody. Of course they're not going to tell anybody. It's none of our business, right? But still, it's causing this ripple effect, and they picked the wrong time to go after Hong Kong. They picked the wrong time to start this crap. They could have waited 10 more years to do this.
Hey, Mike, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
If they go digital and say America follows and Europe follows, if they go digital, how much longer do you think they can make this game go, getting all that extra tax revenue from everything? You can't get around it anymore. They get taxes from everything.
Nope. Okay, let me tell you a story of how that's going to get fixed. They're in South Carolina. I think it's in Charleston, South Carolina. There's I'm not too sure, but there's a factory there that produces silver coins. The employees get paid in silver coins. And in that little town, they actually buy and sell stuff with silver coins.
What's the town called?
It's somewhere in Charleston. I have to check. I watched a whole YouTube documentary, and the guy's talking about, and he's pressing the coin. He's showing the old machines that they bought secondhand, and they're pressing the silver. And they got 6 employees. All of them get paid in silver. Every single one of them get paid in silver. And I think that I'm going to dig it up and see if I could find it. And it was great. I saw it. I saw how they were pressing it, and they had different sizes, and they get paid in these rolls. And he was showing how, there's like a local, not a corporation, but a local hardware store that accepts the silver. There's a local, butcher shop, local, that accepted the silver. You just have to be on par with people to agree legal tender, right? We have to be on par with legal tender. If I say, Raven, give me two ounces of silver and I'll give you this 24 pack of steaks or something that'll last you 2 months or something. And you'll be like, yeah, this should be worth 2 ounces of silver for me. We have to be on par with legal tender, right? If I agree and you agree, then it becomes a currency.
I don't know. We don't make the rules. They make the rules.
No. You come. Okay, me and you are hanging out. I see something at your house I like. Wow, I like that ship in a bottle. You got this assembled ship in a bottle.
That's barter.
Right, but we're still buying. I'm buying it because I'm not trading you. I'm not trading you a loaf of bread for it. I'm trading you legal tender, and I'm trading you silver.
That might work in a black market scenario. That's never gonna. I don't think that's ever gonna be. That's never gonna be a currency. Silver and gold are never. They're gonna be a storage of value. But we're gonna be that's too bulky, too heavy. That's a storage of value. There may be some black market currency, and I think silver would be very valuable if you can exchange under the radar, with no one watching, with silver. That's, I think, something that's going to be very valuable in the future. But I don't think that they're going to be walking around buying and selling each other silver. I don't think so. They would maybe a bit of barter with it and that black market and that, but it's going digital. We're going digital. They make the rules. We will be digital. That's going to happen. And they're going to be able to probably carry this game on for another 10 years if they can get us digital before anything catastrophic happens, I think.
Okay.
My best guess.
All right. I understand. I know. But, okay, this is how I feel. See, China is going 5G, but their infrastructure is too big. It's too big of an infrastructure. They need quantum computing. Okay. For us to go fully digital, we need quantum computing, and I think America's putting everything in, not in space travel or space exploration, not in nuclear weapons. I think America lately has been secretly or covertly, in my opinion, putting pedal to the metal to quantum computing. It's very tough to go digital, Raven, for all of us to go digital and be protected.
China's going to be fully 5G by next year. Beijing, Shanghai, Shangzhou, and that other one, what I can't pronounce it. They're all fully 5G now. There's 24 states in the U.S. that are 5G. Last year there was 2. Now there's a couple dozen. It's coming fast. You can't stop it.
I know Australia right now. I know Australia right now is rolling out the 5G in Darwin. We covered that, remember?
Yeah.
And I think it's a test ground, Darwin, Australia. They're testing it there and kind of feeling it out. But you see how they're all going after the Commonwealth countries? Because that's the last wealth or the last bit of hope and freedom we still have.
I think they're going wherever they're allowed to put a 5G footprint, because the U.S. is trying to get Netherlands said no to them. The States is telling go, and which made the States fall behind in 5G. They're saying don't go with Huawei. Mm-hmm. They're trying to ban them in that, which is making them fall behind. But the minute that we're fully 5G and it's coming quick, you're gonna be autonomous vehicles. My train will drive itself. You're gonna have everything's going to be locked.
But do we have the computing power for this, Raven? Realistically,
I believe so. Yeah.
I don't think we are. I'll disagree. Let's disagree on a few things once in a blue moon, but I want to disagree on this one. We don't have quantum computing. We just don't have it. I know what they want to do. I get it. No dark space. No dark space. Everywhere you go, you're being watched. Your computer's watching you. Your toaster's listening to you. Your everything. There's not a dark spot in this planet anymore. They want that. They crave that. I just don't think they have the computing power for it right now.
Well,
do you remember back in the 60s, the 2 megabyte computer would fill a whole entire room?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's where we're at right now, because quantum computing needs, I think America's going full blast with quantum computing. Because there's too much algorithms going. There's just too much. Your train, you're listening to somebody at home. There's just too much. And I think they need the right infrastructure to launch something like that.
The trains will run off the railroad that they work for. The railroad responsibility to have all those computers. That's not the government's.
Right,
and
but who's monitoring the trains? The government, the rail company will. But who's monitoring?
Yeah, it'll be the railroad. They'll take care of their own. That'll be theirs. They'll do that. And the computers are already on our trains.
Yeah.
I look at one every day. It sits there. It looks at me. It's black. There's no screen on it. It does not lit up. Once they plug that in, that thing comes online. Look, I told you a month ago they took away our rule book and they gave us a little computer to use. We're going digital. This is coming. And in the U.S., those engineers that are on that train, they're not driving that train. They're just sitting there. Those guys just sit for the ride. And if a problem arises, then they fix the problem. But it's the computer driving the train. When I meet those guys in Minnesota, they told me, we're not driving that train. We're just sitting there. That train drives itself. That train does everything. We just sit there. If there's a problem comes up, then we'll deal with it. They're trying to work the bugs out. This is coming quick. This is going to be here. Probably around the time I retire, there's going to be no more people working on trains.
Yeah. Trains are a huge, huge artery of logistics for our countries.
It is, yeah. And there's not as many as there was 6 months ago. I can tell you that. We laid off 60 people yesterday. Yeah. It's getting slow. That guy typed in the room there that Union Pacific laid off 125,000. No, that's not right. They don't even employ 125. We're a bigger railroad than them, and we only got 23,000.
Mm-hmm.
They probably laid off, I don't know, 1,250 maybe.
Yeah, that's probably what he meant. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not that big of a railroad.
Okay.
It's big though, but it's not huge. Warren Buffett's away.
All right, Raven, I'm going to kick you off. Thanks for coming on and giving us an insight on what you think. Huh?
No worries. And that parcel will be gone on the 6th of November. And I'll get a picture for you.
You don't have to do that.
She'll take. I told her she'll take a picture of where she put it and the location, and you'll see exactly.
All right, I appreciate that. It means a lot to me.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, God bless you.
Okay, right on.
Good night.
Bye.
That is the Raven. Hold on, we got Evan here. What the hell? Let's see if he picks up. It's ringing.
Mr. Mike.
Evan, what's up, buddy?
Oh, not much. The usual shenanigans here.
What's happening in Hong Kong?
Well, the trains are running, so I'm going to treat myself to a train, Mike. But Halloween was quite a mess. We had, how would you put it, a lot of people in masks, and the police said, no, you're not allowed to have a mask. So there was quite a shootout at Lang Kwai Fong.
There was a shootout?
Well, tear gas, rubber bullets, live ammunition yet to be confirmed, raiding of residences, kicking in doors, that sort of thing, Mike. Usual freedom sort of stuff you get in a police state.
What are we on? What week are we on with this?
That started, I would say, on the 2nd of June, roughly. So how many weeks is that, Mike? 22, 23, roughly. Getting there.
This is an absolute nightmare. Are you still working?
I'm working today, Mike. I'm just going to make sure I get around the trouble to do it. I mean, I was a bit tied up earlier. I'm a bit tied up now. I do have some time to fill you all in on what's going on. But police have attacked the fire department as of yesterday. They're quite literally manhandling and trying to arrest the fire department commander, and that's going to go down really well, because you know what will happen. The police departments will start catching fire and no one will put them out. That's what's going to start happening. So, gradual deconstruction, gradual degradation. Usual story.
Mm-hmm.
You could imagine, Mike, the police aren't really, doing any favors for themselves, but they're not meant to. They're a proxy.
I see a lot of those Guy masks. Guy
Which
Fawkes?
one, Guy Fawkes?
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of those masks. Are you seeing them down there?
Yeah, loads of them. A lot of children, a lot of students I have. They want me to cut them a Guy Fawkes mask, so I'll cut them one and wear it. Winnie the Pooh is pretty popular too. Winnie the Pooh, Winnie the Pooh. You know that song, Mike?
Mm-hmm. Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, I know.
He's a really silly old bear, Mike.
So, okay. We know what China's end game is, but we know what they want. But why are they doing this now when they're going through this financial they're going through a really bad financial situation right now in their own country? Why are they pulling this stunt right now? Is it something strategic? Is it a strategic move on the chessboard that I'm just not seeing?
Well, it's pretty simple, Mike. Whenever you've got financial turmoil at home, you create a scapegoat outside of your home, and you blame that for all of your woes. That's what they do. Think of any country, think of America, think of the UK, always the external enemy, always. As long as you've got that external enemy, you can always prop up the war budget, and you can always, control the capital a bit better. When you've got a free society, Mike, people are free to use their money how they like. If you can shut down a business on a whim, that's far more convenient for a top-down government.
Okay, so when are we going to start seeing things normalizing in Hong Kong? When are people going to go back on vacation? Or is this it? It's over for Hong Kong.
Well, I mean, like I'm looking around now, Mike, on a train here. It's mostly business as usual. The only time it's a problem is when the police show up and attack people. So, I mean, everyone's offside with the police.
So are these
There
all
aren't many-
hired thugs?
Oh, they got hired thugs too. You got the triad from Fujian province up in China. You've got the mainland Chinese army that are recruited into the police force because under the emergency, what would you call it, ordinance, emergency powers ordinance, the equivalent thereof, Patriot Act equivalent, same thing. Anyway, the chief executive can deputise anyone she wants. And you see that little midget there? He was deputised in that photo I sent you.
Oh my god, so you can be deputized just like that? Evan?
Anyone. It's so vague. Anyone can be deputised. So what they've been doing... Oh. Connection drop, mate. Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I was saying, anyone can be deputised, whether inside the country or out. Absolutely anybody.
I usually you kind of walk in and the sheriff hands you the badge and says, "I'm done with this. You are now deputized. You are now you're the lone ranger now, or you're the lone sheriff in town." That's usually how it works. What are they just going around and just handing people, I guess, a license to cause trouble?
I'm sure it's a certain group of people. It's basically the Chinese armed forces are being deputized. They are the majority of the people getting shipped in, and you can tell they behave differently.
Hello, Evan? We got poor connection. I think Evan's on the subway right now in Hong Kong. Zombie Apocalypse Gary is basically saying Hong Kong citizens are westernized and the rest of China, old communist resin, and it has hit its breaking point. Yeah. China's going bankrupt. That's the thing. That's what happened with the Cold War, right? Good, great. China's rolling out the 5G just in time so they could keep an eye on their citizens, but the country's going broke. The country is a paper tire right now. It's not doing well right now, and secretly they've been bailing out a lot of their big banks. That was our man Evan there in the comment basically in the discussion there. I hope he's okay. I know quite a bit. It's just not looking good right now in Hong Kong. I don't see an end. I want to see an end to this. I want to be able to visit Hong Kong sometime. I want to see an end to this. I mean, who wants to deal with this? I've been to Taiwan many times. Okay, look at the amount of money they put into lobbyists. That's what they say here. All right, let's see who we got here in the Rita. I got some Spanish in here. Man, I got all kinds of stuff, man. Just all kinds of languages. People messaging me in Spanish. Oh, I gotta wake up, guys. Oh, there's a Lost Kanakis awake. Let's see who else we could get on the thing. I want to get the Raven in. Oh, there's Anthony. I don't know if he's awake, though. It's like, what time is it in Detroit? Like 2 o'clock in the morning? Let me see if I could get him. I don't know. He's probably sleeping. I'm probably going to wake the guy up.
The person whom you're trying to reach...
Yeah, he's not. He's on. But he's not. Owen looks like he's on. Real German Instincts is there. We got... Who else is live? Well, not live. Who else is on awake on Skype here? Quite a few people, actually. Supreme Cannon's off. Supreme Cannon, turn on your Skype, dude. It says you are away. No. I want Supreme Cannon to come on. I want Supreme Cannon. Turn on your thing, dude. I usually save you for last. It says away. I'll call it anyway. Let's see what happens.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, wow. How did you, it didn't even ring.
I don't know. I just went over to my Skype. I didn't even hit anything. I didn't hear it ring, and all of a sudden, there you were.
Wow.
In my face.
Yeah, I usually like to have you on last. So if you need to take your time or you want to explain something in more in depth, So let's kick off tonight's topic first. Wealth building.
Sure.
What do you see? Me, it's not about wealth building. It's about keeping myself off of life support and keeping a good rhythm going. For me, it's just multiple streams of small incomes. And that adds up to, so if one stream dies, I could replenish it doing something else. What is your thing? What is your idea for wealth building? Not hedging against the crash, but building a little bit of green in your bank account.
Right. Well, number one, no matter what you're doing, to my mind, is you got to balance your books. If you need more, pardon me, guys. I had a really bad flu this week, so I'm just kind of clearing out now. To my mind, you've got to balance your books, and if that means that you got to go live somewhere else, if you got to find a different job, if you got to find a second job, as long as there's a purpose to it, right? Don't go get 3 jobs for the sake of getting 3 jobs. I mean, if you're 20 and you're trying to build your grub stake, to make your start in the world, that's a different thing. But if you've got a family, if you've got house payments and stuff like that, the big thing is you've got to you've got to live your life too, right? Like you said, Mike, you want a rhythm to life. You want a flow to life. We all got to go to work, right? We don't like treading water. We want to be getting ahead. I mean, there's just so many people that are addicted to consumption, and they just don't think of it that way. They don't imagine that they're going to get old someday, and or that they might get divorced, or they might have a family later in life rather than the time when people usually did, right? Mm-hmm. It's taking some pains to think about the next 5 to 10 years. Of course, nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. Of course, we've all got good guesses. I think informed, educated guesses. There's a lot of overlap in everyone's viewpoints, so I think that's good. But the big thing is you got to treat it like a marathon. First of all, don't lose money, right? You want to build wealth. Don't lose money. Now, there is such a thing as good debt and bad debt. You've got a fellow on here that said he found some good deals in real estate in BC, Alberta, and out the Maritimes, and that stands to reason. If you've got the capital to play that game and you know something about it, I mean, to be fair, everyone has to start somewhere. It's got to be manageable. And storing wealth, when I look at gold and silver, I see it as storing wealth. So if you're building wealth, and that counts, there probably are ways that you could, rather than invest directly in the metal, that you could get into revenue streaming companies. Silver Wheaton, I think, is one. There's these royalty streaming companies. Most mining companies don't pay dividends, but they will. There are certain ones that are set up almost like trusts, and they will stream some revenue to you. You'll get some kind of a dividend, and you can get into that. Solid Exeter, I heard if you don't have 500K, you shouldn't buy stocks. No, lad, it's going to take you a long time to get to 500K if you don't buy stocks.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, they're still the thing that's growing the most. I mean, will that change? Probably. You have a crash once in a while. That's why you want to sit in cash. Yes, inflation is eating up the value of your money, but every 10 or 12 years, you have this glorious thing called a crash, which erases all 10 years of inflation, and then you step in and buy stuff cheap. Think of it, if you're familiar with the term dollar cost averaging, right, where you buy something of a certain asset every month, the price is up sometimes one month, and the next month it's down, Okay, so your average price over time is going to be lower than, the highest price, right?
Right.
Well, I look at it the same way with holding cash. You hold cash so that when you have this disruption, okay, every 10, 12 years, whatever it winds up being, sometimes as short as 8, okay, that's when that cash suddenly becomes twice as valuable as it was the day before. You go in and you buy stuff at the price that it probably was last at in like 2009, 2010, right? If you look at the last couple of really big Dow Jones stock market crashes, all of the gains from about 2000 on got erased by the crash. There's no reason to think it won't happen again this time.
Right.
Right. So in other words, prices go back to 2000, 2001 levels for a little while. And that's when you step in and buy the good companies that have a lot of cash in the bank, but just because of the panic and the automated selling and things like that, in 2008, 2009, you had mining companies with a total stock value of $40 million, and they had $50 million in cash in the bank. Like, it made no sense at all. Mm-hmm. At times like that some things are just stupid cheap, and that's when you want to have cash so you can get in there. You don't want to not have it before the crash, so you have to set some aside, regardless of what you're afraid of inflation, because you want it there for that time when the inflation disappears for a while. Mm-hmm. So you can't be too concerned about it. But generally, if you're starting over, the first things, again, building wealth. This is where holding cash also helps too. That's where you get the best deals. In the end, you're going to build wealth by buying low. Mm. You have to sell sooner or later. You've got to take a profit, or it's probably going to be a waste of time. But the big thing about building wealth in anything is buying low. Or if you're in business, producing something at a lower cost than what you sell it for, right? Obviously.
Right.
Pardon me. Yeah, that's and it doesn't matter. I mean, if you're producing lumber, if you're you're doing Amazon drop shipping or something like that in your spare time, if you're delivering papers, or
you know what I've been doing, Supreme?
What have you been doing?
It's kind of weird. I got into a hobby where I'm restoring handheld gaming systems.
Yeah.
So
sure.
I fixed a Nintendo Switch that was broken. And I bought it as junk on eBay, and I ended up selling it at the store for like a pretty mint.
Yeah.
Right. I fixed a bunch of Game Gears, like a Game Gear old system from the 90s. I ended up changing all 13 capacitors, and I'm doing it because I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
I sold them online for $145 a piece.
Oh, that's the thing. Yeah, you've got a skill, and you're familiar with the market you're dealing with.
I never picked up a soldering iron in a million years.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Like, I just thought I could, take my time. But the thing is, it's the initial capital to invest in that junk and to take the chance.
Yeah, that's right. And
a lot of people don't want to take that chance.
They don't want to take the chance, but I mean, what was your risk, right? You bought a handheld that didn't work. What's wrong with it? Well, it didn't work. Well, what do you buy something for when it doesn't work? Pretty much nothing, right? Yeah, you rip it apart. If you can fix it and make it fully functional again, there you go. You took something that was nearly free and you sold it for $145. Repeat that times a week, and there you go. There's some side income that take you about an hour or two a night. 2-3 nights.
And I do this with my son. So I'm teaching my son how to test capacitors and how to check for capacitors. I taught my son how to take apart one of the old school Game Boys. And then I taught him how to check the capacitors on an ohmmeter. And then I'm just going to start doing all kinds of stuff like that. It's fun. I love fixing crap. And I think if I get good enough at it, I might start actually on the side just fixing cell phones for some bizarre reason. I don't need the money from it, but I think it's a good way to keep my brain active, and it keeps me going, and you make some good money on the side. I made some great money repairing handheld gaming systems that from the 80s and 90s that are going up in value. And I just stumbled upon that, Supreme. It's not something like I got to make some money doing this. No. Not even close.
Yeah, and the thing is it's probably something I'm sure somebody else in the last 25 years has had the same idea. It's just that it's not something that you'd have a franchise doing, right? You wouldn't have 2,500 stores across North America buying and yeah, it's good advice, Belinda. Thanks. Yeah, buying these things and reconditioning them, like it's just something that someone would do in their spare time wherever in the world they happen to be. It's also something that you get to do with your son. Your son gets to learn about this too, and make himself some bucks. Like you might just have your own little department and have him hit the ground running after high school and doing that.
Oh, yeah, I told him. I even was talking to my mother today. I said, you know what, my son, your grandson or whatever, like when he's old enough, he's going to help me at the store. If I still have my store, he's going to start, working summers. He's going to start, he's going to hit the ground running. He's going to learn the home business. He's going to learn this. He's going to learn that. And by the time he's a teenager, he'll have 3 languages under his belt. He understands Portuguese perfectly now. Because I ask him, I tell him a word, and in Portuguese he tells me it in English, so he knows what we're talking about now, right? Which is really good. The only way you could speak a language is by understanding it, right? So, he's doing really well for 5 years old, and I'm taking my time. I'm not pressuring him. I'm allowing him to do his thing. I'm letting him, I'm not pressuring him. He just hangs out with Daddy, and we spend time together. And I think this is a good father and son bonding, and I think some of the most important wealth we have is in our skills, in our mindset. What do you think?
Oh, huge. Yeah. My skill set. I mean, I've had, like a lot of Gen Xers, I've had 6 or 7 careers since high school. I don't have any formal training in anything, but I've sawn lumber. I've run machinery. I've worked at a copper mine. I sold real estate for a little while. I sold insurance door to door in between logging jobs. I tended bar for a little while. That was an interesting experience in hostage negotiating and psychology, to say the least. I've been back in the family business for 5 years. Things are getting a little tight in our industry, as they sometimes do. But the thing is that because I'm self-employed, I'm also prepared. That's the other reason you hold cash, guys. That's the other reason that, if you're not going to have EI, you don't immediately know where your next, paycheck's coming from. Well, you better make sure you put some away so you don't have to panic. And that's something I'd like to address too, about what Solid Extra said as well. Don't think about investing in the stock market. No, Raven, that one maybe I'll save when I have my own channel. Hookers and JP Morgan, Lord Humongous, that's right. That's where the money will be. It always is. The thing is, if you're self-employed especially, okay, theoretically you have EI, you have other things to fall back on if you pull a paycheck from somebody else. But if you're self-employed, the first thing you want to do, as I always say, once your debts are covered, and I would say even before then, put at least 6 months worth of expenses away. Right? Some say 3, some say a year. I would prefer a year. Actually, I'm at the point now where really, if I put everything together, I could probably survive for 2 years before I'd have to go into my RSPs, that kind of thing. Well, you know what I mean? That was my goal.
But hold on. Getting your debt level or your cost of living down to nothing. Like right now, for me, all I have to take care of is my property tax and my electricity bill and my gas bill and my cable or internet, whatever. But other people have rent, credit cards, car payments. See, if you can get down to, you know how I used to do it, Supreme? I would take my debt for the month. I would take all my debts for the month. This is when I was 15. I was thinking like this. I would take everything that I had. I used to have a pager when I was 15, and it was $12 a month for my pager. I would put down all my debts, and then I would divide it by 31 days in the month and see how much money on average I am spending per day, and then subtracting it from how much I'm earning per day. And I could see where I'm at right there. And I was always spending more than what I was making when I was a kid, because I never made enough as a kid. But I kind of understood that at a young age. So people taking all their debts and see how much per day it costs them to live.
Yeah, you need to know those things. The big thing, guys, is you got to look at your life, okay, as you incorporated. You want to build wealth. You are ultimately your own business regardless, right? You've got income, you've got expenses, you've got maintenance. You might have successor planning, you know what I mean? Having kids and stuff like that. You've got things, most people's lives and most people's households in a way are like a microstate. And you have to run it like a national economy and hopefully do a better job than, actual national economies get run. But in terms of building wealth, the big thing from what Mike has been saying, what I've been saying, is you've got to do it consciously. You have to understand that this is what you're doing. It's not just a matter of, okay, well, I'm going to spend less than I make. Well, that's good. That's a strategy for savings. It's what you do with the savings after you've got the certain minimum amount you need to make sure that you don't have to worry about making that monthly nut for, I would say at least 6 months. If you have zero cash in the bank and it costs you, $30,000 to make your payments and buy groceries for 6 months, and there's really not a way to cut that back, well then you need to do that on a crash basis. You need to do that as an absolute emergency. We're going to have a recession. They happen on a regular basis. Will it be the big one? Well, whether it is or not, if it is the big one, then that means the cash you have will probably buy twice as much as if it was just a regular recession.
Let's rephrase that, Supreme, for our listeners. Let's rephrase this for our listeners. Would they allow it to be the big one? That's the question.
Well, they can stop it up to a point. That's for sure. I mean, this whole repo market thing has been going on for the last month or so. Yeah, they can inject short-term, paper. I mean, they just roll the short-term paper over indefinitely. It doesn't matter. It's still QE, no matter what you call it. They can do that, but the problem is that if that money is just to keep the banks afloat, but people aren't working because you have a meltdown in real estate, right? Like sooner or later, this money has to actually get out into the private sector and generate the wealth so that you can make the actual payments on all this debt that they're trying to get you to take out, right? If you can no longer make payments, then they can't create any more money because it's all borrowed into existence, right?
Right. The problem is they're lending out. I think they're over leveraging the money they're lending per day or per week or what they're doing. I think they're over leveraging they're overspreading on what the value of the collateral is. And that's what's scaring me about this. And if the banks, the overnight rate, how it works is basically when the bank shuts down at night, they need to have a X amount of liquidity in their systems. The problem is when they don't, they usually borrow from another bank that has some liquidity to get them set for the overnight rate, so they're okay, right? But
that's right.
But the problem with this is the feds are creating this liquidity and this buyback. But I think the missing link or the XY in this algorithm that we're trying to figure out, I don't think there's enough collateral laid out for what they're spreading for. But not only that, the reason why there's not enough collateral on the table to cover it is because I think they're constantly bailing out corporations and other banks and other big wigs from crashing. That's what I think is happening.
Oh, I think so. I think there's probably been money flowing out the door continuously. They keep saying we're gonna shrink our balance sheet, and I don't really see how they could do that. Everyone could plainly see that once you've hit the zero bound, once interest rates have bounced off zero, you can't raise them unless you give people a whole bunch of time to deleverage themselves, right? But even if individual consumers deleverage themselves, you've still got, we all know about the precious metal markets and the 100 to 1 or 700 to 1, whatever it is, paper trading going on there, naked shorting of all kinds of commodities, all of these bizarre financial instruments that are created out of nowhere just to shuffle money around to make money without working, right? You got to get rid of the snakes in suits, or you've got to pass regulations so restrictive that they literally have to start acting like 1950s credit unions again. You know what I mean? So that even if interest rates can't go up for a while, the lending standards are still the same. The whole thing seems to be predicated on we're going to have 5, 6, 7% growth in the economy every year, or at least 2-3% rate of inflation in GDP, which to me is just the tail wagging the dog. It doesn't mean that the economy is growing. It means the supply of money is growing. Well, that's what all this creative lending is for, is to keep the supply of money going. It's like all the mass immigration. The idea is, as long as the population is increasing at 1 or 1.5% per year, well, then that means that's an economic benefit. But it's not the same bringing in a bunch of people from, sub-Saharan Africa and the Middle East, as opposed to, 50 or 60, 70 million baby boomers, being born by post-World War II families that have already lived here for 10 generations. It's not the same thing at all. Oh, beg your pardon, guys.
It's okay. You sound I know. I've been there too.
Yeah.
I've been there too. Luckily, I haven't got sick this year, so I feel good. So far.
That's good. Yeah.
But I wanted to.
Sick,
You've been to my new store, right, Supreme? Yeah, you've been there, right?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Yeah.
Couple,
I was gonna ask you. Yeah. Did
A
you hear
month
about
ago
what
now.
happened after my Facebook page reached 1,000 likes on it? I just got bombarded with a ton of 1-star reviews.
I did see some of that. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
that's
I
pretty
haven't seen- I
bad,
haven't seen
man.
all your
Just
videos,
when
yeah.
you think you're getting somewhere, and you're getting somewhere, and then boom, somebody comes in and just, because it does hinder the business, because then people that want to travel to see me or coming to the store might think twice, right?
Mexico.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, you've pointed that out some of your other shows too. You know where these are coming from, right?
Yeah.
Mexico.
It's just the same ignorant dudes. If the have you reported it to Facebook? Have you complained?
Oh, it's Google Maps.
Oh yeah, okay.
Mm.
Yeah, they're just being sweeties. Then, in other words,
The only bad review I have on my Facebook reviews, because Facebook is linked to a real person, right?
yeah.
And it's just from that other guy from the other store that's similar to mine, and then another fake account he made. Those are the only 2 bad reviews I have. But then people could hide behind reviews on Google Maps, and that's why I don't trust Google Maps for anything.
Oh yeah. No, they're just. You got some bored people that have decided that you're the lucky guy.
No, I worked
That's
for
all.
it. I wasn't given anything.
Mexico.
Yeah.
No one gave me anything. My parents, when we came to Canada, we were dirt poor. You know what I'm saying?
No.
My dad worked as...
I meant your trolls, dude. Yeah, I know you've got the hustle, definitely. Yeah, no, I mean your trolls. Yeah, no, for some reason or other, they've decided you're the lucky guy that they're going to try to dogpile on. Yeah, it's pathetic. The big thing is that your views get throttled, your subscriptions probably get throttled. Demonetization. Well, if YouTube is losing that much money in a year, all kinds of channels are being demonetized, whether they think they did anything wrong or not. It's just they need a reason to demonetize. So they say, well, you didn't meet certain community standards. All it means is we don't have any money to give you. Probably.
Well, here's the deal.
Right?
It's like remember we talked about this about maybe 8 months ago, how I'm a conservative. I believe in conservatism. I believe that if I want to create 1,000 cell phones a year at my house and sell them for profit and produce and export and create my own economy within my family, then there's someone down the street that hates that and wants what I have but not work for it. That's why I believe in conservatism, and I believe in a conservative family and growing the right morals and the right, that's just me. That's just how I was raised. My dad was very big military, my dad. You saw the photos of my dad in the military?
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, you betcha. Yeah, you showed me all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's
it's
like regulation, taxation, all of those things. You go through cycles where the stuff gets so ridiculously bad for so long, and then either you have a change in technology or you have a change in paradigm or something else happens, and
China.
some rival finally reaches a position of power where you have to do something.
Mm-hmm.
And then at that point, it seems like all kinds of regulations either just become redundant, even if they can't be removed from the books, they don't apply to you anymore, or you do have someone that will go along with pitchfork and, hay fork and a truck and just start going through the rule books and start chucking stuff out. or just pass a bill saying, okay, from now on, forget all that crap. We're going to do this. I mean, there are still states in the U.S. where they've got laws for automobiles where they can't go more than 20 mile an hour, and you got to have someone with a coal oil lamp walking in front of you at night. Obviously, you don't need to remove those rules because they mean nothing anymore, right? Yeah, I found the same thing. We had a little sawmill here back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And for a while, we were actually growing pretty good. We had a China trade going of our own at the time, but we had a 62-cent dollar, which helped a lot. And we did notice that there were a lot of people in the North Shuswap that after a while would not sell us wood because we just got to the part where it looked like they were, they just thought that we were getting too big for our britches. And after that, they didn't want to talk to us. I mean, we paid our bills. We never swaggered. We never tried to step on anybody's toes. We just tried to make a business and employ some people, and hopefully you have some fun and make some money, right? That's what it's all about. Sorry, guys. And
Mexico.
And in the end, that's what happened. Like you got this jealousy, and I don't know why. I don't get it. Like there were a lot of people that were working regular jobs, made more money than we did at that game.
Yep.
But that's how it is in business. You spend a lot of money trying to make something fly, and if it doesn't work, then you're going to take a 90-cent on the dollar hit. That's what it is. I mean, everything is a risk, right? That's the thing about the private sector that the public sector never appreciates. It's the risk. Oh, well, you make all this money, you make all this profits, and you only pay your people this much. Yeah, well, there's a risk involved. Mm-hmm. And that in the end is what the reward is supposed to be. Profit is supposed to be a reward for taking a risk. There was something about that the other day about I think it was either Amazon or Walmart, where the CEO in between salary and stock options, he makes $23 million a year, and the lowest people on the floor make $23,000. Well, there's 2.2 million employees, right? He's responsible for. Like that's $11 per employee per year that he's responsible for.
Right.
And he has to answer for everything. In that regard, no. Now, banks is a different issue. I have absolutely no regard for them whatsoever, because with 0% interest rates, they're getting their money from the central banks for free. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's about as risk-free as you can get. And they're not the least bit bashful about paying bonuses to their people, regardless of whether the rest of us are doing well or not. So, you know what? The people that don't care about me and the main street I live on, I don't care about them. I don't care what happens to them. I don't give a crap if they have jobs or not.
Hold on.
And you know what? Go ahead.
We got a message here from Shanghai Larry, who is in the northeast of China. He's saying that several banks closed.
Oh boy.
Yeah, several banks closed and bank machines out of order.
I bet, yeah.
Yeah, he just sent me that. Okay, hold on. He's saying something else. He's just messaging something so I can see the little dots moving.
Sure, go for it.
And he's saying, government announced again to buy gold, silver.
Yeah, get some, guys. The thing is that when you have the people say, don't buy gold and silver because it doesn't do anything, it just sits there. Well, sometimes that's a blessing, because when your alternative is between a dumb shiny rock sitting in a safe, okay, that has had intrinsic value for thousands of years. We're not going to argue about that on here, okay? You can decide why it has value or whatever, that's fine, but it has a value. It's just don't put all your eggs into it. That's all, right? Like Raven has a massive amount of it. You know what? If I had the scratch to do the same thing, I would, and I wouldn't be bashful about it. But I wouldn't. It wouldn't be everything I have. That's the thing. You want some of everything. You want to spread it around. When you're building wealth, the big thing is you think of it in terms of diversity or diversification. God, no, not that other thing. Okay, I look at it like a paper plate bouncing on a pencil, Mike. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. If you push down on one side of the plate, the other side of it goes up, right? So it more or less evens out, right? Kind of an idea. That's the thing. You want to, first of all, not lose money. Okay. So, and then the income off of those assets, you want to continue to not lose it and let it continue to grow and create more and more until eventually you reach a point where hopefully you have financial independence. And you also set the next generation up better than, let's face it, the last two generations have done for us. right? Like our kids, the parents and the grandparents who have been spending and doing what people have been doing, like there's no tomorrow for the last 50 years, their kids are screwed. I don't want my kids in that situation. I'm not interested.
No, I understand. I don't want my kids in that situation either. Someone's asking me why you keep saying Mexico. It's not, guys. We're winding down the show, and I want to open my soundboard up, and it's Donald Trump. So he's saying
Mexico.
Yeah, Mexico or
could also
China.
Get him to say
I love China. I love China.
Yeah, I love the soundboard. I like when people in the comments once in a while. Remember when we had that guy Bo or Duke or whatever his name was?
Yeah.
The Dukes of Hazzard there. He came on the show. And basically he was, I kept clicking Mexico. And then people in the comments are like, what the hell's going on with the stream? Why is he talking about Mexico for?
Yeah.
Japan.
What is going on with this Mexico? Lord Humongous, I got hose, cocaine, gold, silver, guns, ammo, food, water, and medication. Sir, if you have hose, you're going to be left with nothing but maybe some food, water, and ammo.
And I made a lot of money in Atlantic City.
They got to go.
Very proud of it.
Save that for the emergency, pal.
I own a big chunk of the Bank of America building in 1290 Avenue of the Americas.
Anyway.
That I got from China in a war.
European Christians. Okay, we've got a history debate going on here too.
Yeah,
guys.
We're not touching religion tonight. I'm not touching religion.
Yeah.
I know where I sit on religion, and I'll be going to church tomorrow. I just, I'm not touching that.
No, that's right. Yeah, no, that that would probably be one of your highest viewed and most controversial shows ever if we did that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd be wondering how many regular viewers would be here the following week and who wouldn't. It might be quite a surprise.
Mm-hmm. I'm not. You know what? Everyone everyone has a right. It goes back. Everything trails back to the First Amendment. Is basically the rights to assemble, right of assembly,
freedom of association, and freedom of religion,
press, whatever. It all goes back to number one. So if people believe in what they want, and people should respect me and let me believe in what I want.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. It's one of those things where, if you live by a code, the big thing is, guys, if you live by a code, because I've said it before, we live in a time of a moral free-for-all. Nobody voted for it, okay? But it's been pushed on us, and now we live in a time of moral free-for-all.
Okay. Can you at least agree? I need you to agree with one thing for me tonight. Solidly agree on one thing and maybe elaborate on this. Because I believe in my heart of hearts, free speech went under... social media free speech went under attack after Hill Dog lost the election.
It got bad. I joined up on Twitter. I had some friends that were on Twitter, online friends. So I signed up Twitter October of 2015, and I managed to see the whole Twitter, the political food fight, the meme wars and all that stuff that was going on. I saw it all. It was the greatest show on earth. That whole year was just amazing. And that's when they really started to throttle people back, is I think about the time, first of all, when Trump came on, but also when Hillary, when it really started to look like it was going to be a nail biter. I mean, regardless of what the polls were saying and what the news agencies were telling everyone, they had access to the exact same polls as Trump's team. Like they were telling people he only had a 5% chance of winning. Well, they were lying out their ass. There's no way they didn't have the same numbers. Part of the problem, of course, they had is the amount of intimidation that they were running in the streets. There were a lot of people that were trying to be Trump supporters and wear MAGA hats, and they were getting egged and punched and hit with bike locks and all kinds of stuff too.
Yeah, so much for free speech, eh?
Yeah, that's right. And then in the end, it was really, really stupid thing for them to do, because obviously trying to intimidate people who are already sick and tired of the growth of the state and know perfectly well where these attacks are coming from. Yeah, that was not good. That was getting carried away with a little bit of their own hubris, I think. But definitely after Hillary's, she wasn't supposed to lose. I think the people on her team, I think the Obama administration and the people that have obviously been operating behind the scenes for a long time, they expected her to saunter right in, and they didn't even bother to cover the tracks. And now this is what's going on. Like, you've got investigative teams all over the place uncovering this stuff, And, that's partly why they're running this impeachment. Nobody worry about that. That's nothing. They got nothing on Trump. Nothing. He's not going anywhere.
Accepted.
They're doing this because they're panicking.
Mm-hmm.
They're behind schedule. The Devil's people are never sitting on the bench, Mike. They're always out on the rink. They're always out fighting dirty and yelling and getting in people's face. That's the thing about the left. Whether they make sense or not, they're not sitting on the bench. They're out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they always get a head start. The problem is if they're going to get the power and keep it, there's a certain time to finally get a hold of the levers of power. And I think they believe they had them, and then they got whacked. And this has happened before. It's not like this is an unprecedented thing.
Mm-hmm.
At this point in time, Twitter and Facebook and Google have all been hauled in front of the U.S. Senate, right? They have people investigating them now. The idea that they're more powerful than the U.S. government is a joke.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the U.S. government is frighteningly powerful and
they said that about the .com. They said the .com was during the bubble. They said that
he's all yours, bounty hunter.
Yeah,
they said that it was bigger. The .com was going to surpass the government in wealth and blah blah blah, and the .com was going to get its own space exploration and start wars on its own.
Most impressive.
They did. And the whole .com thing, and before that it was Japan. Japan was going to take over the world. The Japanese economy was going to overtake America. And I think there was like one city block in Tokyo that would have bought you half of downtown Los Angeles at the height of their bubble, some ridiculous amount, right? And then what happened? It collapsed. It crashed. The Bank of Japan went to 0% interest rates, basically trying to keep their system from actually going through the deflation they should have, and they've been a zombie economy for 30 years. And that's part of the reason why you have all these guys that aren't getting married, and incomes haven't risen. And every time they've gone out so far, Mike, is to just give people $500 gift cards and say, go spend this and stimulate the economy.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Good work.
Do that. Yeah, and the people just saved it. They're just saving their money. They're not doing what the Keynesian economics devotees think they should be doing. That's why they want to go cashless. That's why they want to go negative interest rates or cause it to happen. I don't think you actually get bond paper that actually has a negative number on it. I think it's just so ridiculously low that inflation eats it up, right? Mm-hmm. No, the idea is they don't want you saving money. They don't want you building wealth. They want you spending. They want you spending your money and your children's money and your grandchildren's money. They want you to live in a pod and eat bugs to save the planet. Whatever, you got all these stupid ideas, and they hit you with them from every angle all the time, 24/7. They just send all these flags up to see if someone will salute them. That's all. That's all it is. They can't make you do any of that. And it's a stupid system. You reach a point where people get smart and they say, no, we're not doing this. We're not going to spend our lives. We want our children to inherit something from us, right? We want to retire someday. No, we don't trust you. Mm-hmm. No, we're not going to think what you tell us to think.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's working again.
No, we're not going to buy all your crap. Now, you can't keep because so many people for so long, they just, they're not smart. And they do all that stuff, right? We've had a sexual and a pharmaceutical and a debt free for all and just across the board. Like I said, it's a free for all out there. Your advantage in that situation, and number one, is to recognize it, and number two, have a code that you live by. Have some discipline. Mm-hmm. Like don't touch the hot stove, right?
And then they go back and touch it.
Yeah, don't bang that man's wife. Okay, don't steal that money. Don't do those things. It's not good for you. It's not good for your society. Think about if you don't have kids, think about your parents.
Yeah.
Did they not raise you better than that? You've got to live by your own values, because there's just no lighthouses out there at all right now, guys, and especially in the halls of power, where the money and the policies are made. There's no principle there at all, and there's a civil war going on there too. Don't believe that it's all evil people running everything. Okay, there's good people in there too.
There is. There's good people everywhere, right?
Yes. Yes. God and the devil have their agents everywhere, and everyone else is just NPCs, right? They're just drones going about their day. They're not thinking about it one way or the other, right? It's
And
not just somebody.
You know what scares me?
Oh, man.
You know how we're thinking like, okay, guys, God's on our side. He won't let us down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, the other guys know, we know God's not on our side, and we know we're not doing it right, but we're on our own. We don't care. Imagine being so soulless like that.
Well, if you think about it, if you compare the Ten Commandments, okay, to Aleister Crowley, and this will get a little esoteric for a second, guys, but we won't go way down this road here. But he said, "Do what thou wilt." Right? What does that mean? It was, why did you do that? Because I felt like it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And the whole idea is, as long as it didn't get the police involved, well, it's a victimless crime.
Right.
Right.
It's like you only break the law when you get caught.
That's right. Yeah, just don't get caught. That's my favorite line. People say, "Have you been staying out of trouble?" I say, "No, but I've been avoiding detection." So it's basically the same thing, right? And I mean that as a joke. But the idea is, no, at some point in time, you have to have a certain amount of integrity. You can't just believe that, no, you go do whatever you want as long as nobody saw you. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, I don't know. I can't relate to people like that at all. And it doesn't mean I've never done anything wrong or anything I regret it. But the point is, I did regret it.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't do it again. That's the thing. There's people that we've seen now for 2-3 generations, but they don't learn. They absolutely do not learn. They just, just keep doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It works most of the time. Yeah. Solid Extra. Yeah. Led Zeppelin's Jimmy Page. It was a big thing in the 60s and 70s. There was this whole Charles Manson, I think, was loosely involved in something called the Process Church, right? Like it was all, with the Church of Satan and what was his face there? I forget his name there. Anton LaVey, right? Like it just, every once in a while, guys, this stuff gets edgy, okay? It's like the guy who restarted up Druidism in the 50s. It was just an excuse to go out to the Stonehenge 4 or 5 times a year and get a lot of young women to take their clothes off. That seems to be mostly what it's all about, right? Okay, we're going to kill some chickens and all the young women are going to take their clothes off. That seems to be about it. That's their whole shtick.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, what the hell is Pornhub all about, right? Or like the whole sexual revolution. What was it about? Well, it's just, let's get people to do the things that their grandmas and parents told them not to do, and just rebel, right? And just shake off everything. Well, it worked.
Mm-hmm.
It worked, right? Yeah, Rasputin there, Solid Extra. Yeah, same deal, right? It comes up. It comes in waves, and then you have a revival or a reaction against it. You've had major evangelical revivals in North America. You've had them all over the world at various times, and then you have this paroxysm of violence, right? You had the Great War. Well, there was a huge occult uprising after that, just because of the slaughter, just because of the number of people that had been lost, right? And then that led to the Tula Society and all these things that Hitler and his groups were involved in. Madame Blavatsky.
Oh, Hitler and his cronies scoured the globe looking for religious relics and all kinds of stuff, man.
Yeah, they were in India. Yeah, that's where the swastika came from. The swastika is practically banned today. I mean, Hindus, the Apaches, like
it meant a good luck. It was like a good luck thing.
Yeah, it's just a solar symbol. That's all it is. It means nothing. But since 1945, it's forbidden, and you can understand why. But it's like, good Lord, is that really? I think Genghis Khan killed a hell of a lot more people than the Nazis did.
I think Stalin did.
Well, I know Stalin killed more than they did too. Yeah. There's just certain kinds of extremism that are forbidden. There are other kinds that are just fine. You can go out in the street and hit people with the red hats on with the bike lock, and you're perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, the swastika is not banned in India, and I've seen Vietnamese and Japanese people walk around dressed up like SS officers. Like Asia, they don't care. It means nothing to them. And this is the thing too. Okay, where the Holocaust and all that is concerned, well, we were the people that saved them. So I don't really think that this should be costing us anything. That's my opinion on that. It's like, no, like you owe us, not the other way around. We won't let it happen to you here, obviously. No, we don't owe you anything. You have a right to an opinion just like everybody else. But yeah, no, it's it's been 70 years. Just about all of the players in that game are all dead.
Yeah,
Even the young people that fought in the armies. I mean, they're all gone now. I lost my granddad last year. He was almost 95. But that was the last veteran in our family. You don't want to repeat those things, but good God, at some point in time, it's just something for the history books, and you've got to move on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing too, is the history you learn from it. Okay,
You're fired.
Guys, you had people 100 years ago that worked for factories. They worked for ceramics factories, and they worked in mines, and they worked in steel mills. They never made a dime. They got paid in company script that they spent at the company store. They belonged to their employers.
Right.
That old Tennessee Ernie Ford song, 16 tons.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? Yep. Load 16 tons. Yeah, I owe my soul to the company store. That's what it was all about. That system wasn't abolished until I think shortly before World War II in America. You know what I mean?
That's how the Rockefellers made their fortunes. They have the factories, and then the people will live in their tenancy through the Rockefellers, and they would get basically a proof of purchasing power through the Rockefellers to purchase at their grocery stores.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And they come and go, right? I mean, you've got situations like this where you've got these young tech interns living in, basically living in dormitories, living in bunkhouses, in glorified bunkhouses in downtown San Francisco and Los Angeles.
Eating bugs.
They pay eating bugs. I mean, they'll eat bugs next. Yeah. Cheap cricket biscuits, you betcha. Maggot sausages. Sign me up, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's okay, I mean, you're just going to poop on the street anyway. So, it's just, we're not very well run right now. Mm-hmm. But the point is that we have spent most of human history in slavery.
We have.
Okay, guys, that's the thing. There were so little opportunities to accumulate any kind of wealth for a person below a certain social class. The Industrial Revolution has brought a lot of problems and a lot of misery to the human race. Let's be real, okay? We don't really want to go back to 1850 with all the things we had at 1850, but I'm sure if we could keep the dentistry and maybe the smartphones, most people would probably actually kind of enjoy that life. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Keep the healthier parts of it, right? Oh, pardon me. Promise that'll be the last one for this call, guys. Slavery is the natural state of human beings. So, you got to check yourself first of all. If you're going to live as a free person in this world, you must, by definition, discipline yourself. You have to have your own internalized code. Me, it's the 10 Commandments. To me, it's real simple. And it works fine. It's kept me out of all kinds of trouble, and ignoring it has cost me everything. So to me, it's like, okay, you can call that superstition. I don't care. To me, it's just math. It just makes sense, right? Some people do what thou wilt, just don't get caught or don't hurt anybody. Well, you know what? Define hurt. It might just be something that you can tolerate, even though it causes somebody else misery, right? Right. They used to stone adulterers. Now they get paid.
Hey, hold on. Frank Sinatra went to jail for adultery.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we used to be a fairly sensible and civilized country up until the 1960s. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. There were a lot of things that, you could do that thing. You could give into that temptation, but there was an understanding that there was a social cost to it.
Right.
And that other people were going to have to pay it. And that's not right. You should have to pay the cost for doing that wrong thing. That doesn't mean you can't have forgiveness, and that doesn't mean that you can't have some kind of restitution. I mean, that's why we have penitentiaries. Right. That's why we have fines. That's why we have tickets for jaywalking and speeding and things like that. It's like, okay, you did something you shouldn't have done against the public good, so here's your bill and, give you a pat on the head and you're on your way, right? Mm-hmm. Well, when you live in a free-for-all, you have to have your head on a swivel. Okay, and you got to live by your own internal code, and you need to find people who share that code so that you have people to trust. When you don't have a common social code anymore or culture, then you don't have a high trust society. That's why you don't send your kids 3 blocks to the store anymore without accompaniment. right? Because you used to be able to do that because everybody more or less had the same values.
Right.
And their kids were out on the street too. Well, everyone's working, and the kids are in daycare, or they're in school all day, and but it wasn't that way for a long time. And it's going to be a long time until something like that comes back. So I don't know what's going to happen, but in the meantime, the best way to ensure that you have as little to worry about as possible, that your future generations of your family have as little to worry about as possible, and that you can be a base, right, for a renewal to build around.
Right.
Right.
That's why I bought my house in the middle of nowhere, because all I need is a good place that I could hunker down, lay some roots, and then start moving forward. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's the thing. Just find a place to plant your feet, right? Or plant that tree and then water the damn thing and let it grow so it starts giving off fruit. That's all. That's what everybody needs. They need a place to call home where they can plant their feet. Yeah. Right? But when you're living in the city and, living as your typical bug man, bug woman, right? Just chasing the money and going to the meetings and the corporate rah-rah sessions, you're not building rapport. You're not building relationships. You're not going to find love there. The concept of love has been so commoditized and cheap and really when you get down to it, and there's more than one kind of love, of course, all right? I mean, even the Bible says love, but there's like 4 different versions in the Greek, right? But all of them taken together are what forms a community. Mm-hmm. The reason we go to work is, because we love to eat, right, and breathe and have a place to sleep and stuff like that. But also it's because we love ourselves and we love the people in our lives, and we want that to go on.
Yeah, like Troll Not in the comments is saying, I'm happy for Mike. Hold on, Supreme. I've been dying to use this Ultimate Warrior soundboard. Hold on a sec, all right?
Okay, I'll give her.
Let me see what I got here.
You have lived for the last 5 WrestleManias for this one belief. Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan.
Sorry. I've been tempted to.
I come to bring the Warriors together as one.
I loved Ultimate Warrior. I never understood anything he said, but he was great.
Yeah. Oh yeah, those were the good days.
Yeah, when wrestling was actually good, I remember those days, man. I remember those days.
It's this it's just like it's the biggest it's this testosterone fueled morality play, like it's so funny. It's just hilarious. I haven't watched it in years, but every once in a while you'll see the new generation of wrestlers. When you see the moves and everything, it's like, most of it isn't the wrestling anymore. It's the backstory that goes with it, right?
Yeah, I was more about the old stuff. I still watch I watched WrestleMania 1 with my son the other day with Mr. T and stuff.
Yeah, sure.
And Roddy Piper and stuff. I'm not into the whole new thing. They're just, I don't know. It just seems too scripted nowadays.
It is, because the wrestling is kind of become the sideshow, right? The wrestling gets people in the door, but it's the whole, I might remember when Hulk Hogan joined the New World Order, right? And Vince McMahon would get out there and Donald Trump beat him up one time and stuff like that, like it was just putting on a show that the wrestling just brought people in the door, right? Everything else was but it was just to sell the action figures, and of course you got all the women involved in it too. Well, then that really took things up a notch. It's been, Vince McMahon is a brilliant businessman. He's he's over the top kind of a guy. He really is. And, and that's the thing. I don't want a culture where people like that can't exist. Mm-hmm. I don't like that. That doesn't work for me. I want to see some over the top. Some of them are just jerks, right? And they just tick you right off. But I don't want these. I want room for over the top personalities too. Mm-hmm.
Of course you do. You don't want to shadow ban that stuff. You want that around because it creates the impression of a light at the end of the tunnel that could be you sometime, or your kid or your grandkid.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And you don't. Some of it I wish would go away. Yeah, I wish all television could just be banned. Yeah. If we could do 5 years without television, I think our culture would heal amazingly. I don't believe, and I've never believed, Mike, that we're going through a decline. I believe that somewhere in the 40s, 50s, whenever it was, Western civilization got a slow drip arsenic IV put into its neck, and we've been slowly fading away ever since. But it's not decline; it's murder. I think it would all. I think it would bounce back in record time.
It will. It will.
Yeah.
Okay, Supreme. I'm gonna let you go. I am falling asleep.
Okay, man. Yeah.
It was great to have you on. And how long you been on here? Let me see. Let me just double check here.
Oh, probably half hour, 45 minutes. 54 minutes. Holy cow! Hog the mic again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I have you on last.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. So when people are ready to go to bed, it's okay. Supreme's on. I can just go to bed now. Perfect.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Well, it's always a pleasure to interact with you and with the commenters. And yeah, I promise my lungs right now feel like they're full of bubble wrap. I'll be okay. I feel a lot better, but yeah, I'll be right as rain for next Saturday anyway.
That's why.
All right, boss. You take care, brother, and we'll keep in touch. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll keep in touch this week. God bless everyone and stay safe, please.
All right. God bless you, Supreme. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, man. Okay. Good night.
Good night. All right, guys. And guys, get on here and vote for things on the community here. Which is the worst, most unhappiest city? I'm going to do some for the States and some for Australia and New Zealand. Guys, if you can, if you want to tip me on PayPal, the tip jar is right here at the top of the channel, right here. And I've been getting a lot of tips from people from Australia recently. That was really generous, really nice. Guys, Patreon, I got 17 Patreon supporters. I really want to get 20 by Christmas. Kind of a little platform. $1 a month buys coffee right there. And if you want to be a captain, you could be a captain for $5 a month. If you want to be a consigliere, $10 a month. And I have a few, actually I have one underboss in the family. And if you want to join, go ahead. And don't forget to follow me on Instagram. Here it is. I'll leave my Instagram here. If you guys want to follow me, there it is, Instagram. And it's just family photos, so there's nothing serious on this, you know. If you guys want to be, if you want to follow me on that. And that's it, guys. It's Mike in the Night. It's been over 2 hours, and I'm going to go to sleep. I have to run a few errands tomorrow, and it's my day off, so it's errand day, right? Days off are errand days, right? So, yeah, thanks everybody in the comments. I think Eric777, Jason S. Who else is in here? Belinda. We got Zombie Apocalypse Scary, Timothy Mack, Trollnut. Thanks, buddy, for coming on. Toby Cooper. There's just so many names in here. I want to thank everyone for contributing to the show and making it possible. Layla, everybody. Supreme Cannon, of course. Owen, everybody. Thanks for coming on and making a difference. Anyways, guys, I'm going to sleep, man. Hasta mañana, and I'll make a video tomorrow for you guys. Well, Sunday's my day off for making videos. I'm going to let my channel heal a bit and let people catch up on other stuff. Lots of good content on the channel, and just share something, get it out there. Thanks for watching, guys. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll talk soon. I want to know from you, what do you feel about Wexit? Do you think Western Canada should have a voice and gain independence from the Union?
Okay, Mike.
Yeah?
Canada is de facto.
It doesn't
exist. Okay, Blair, you can talk. So I have guests on here. We took it. Canada is not a country. It's a corporation. There's been no federation's papers ever signed, Mike.
Okay.
Now, you cannot produce that. Now, in 1991, I worked with Dennis Shaw and numerous other great individuals.
Mm-hmm.
And the point is this. There's no federation papers. Canada has never had a constitution, Mike. So now, we the people have a lawful right to create a constitution that we the people want to be governed by. And this is what we're proposing to the people. And people are afraid. They shouldn't be afraid of this. This is a lawful thing to protect our sovereignty. And this is very important to save our nations. So BC, the same thing. I was born in British Columbia. I'm a native boy from British Columbia. You know who I am. We've talked. And I'm glad you came on tonight because it's great because you're going on my channel and people are listening to you, Mike. And we have so many people that are waking up to the illusion of the globalization of the fake system called democracy in the Corporation of Canada. It's always been fake. It's always been owned by the Bilderberg Group. Every politician is a son or a brother, sister, cousin